Successful day yesterday. We commit today's program unto your care. Father, we pray, may you give our facilitators utterance and clarity of speech. We ask, O God, that you give us, the hearers, understanding and insight. Grant our brethren who are on their way safe travel. Give us tenacity and grace to complete our topics today. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Lord, let the meditations of our heart be accepted by you. Amen.
Good morning, leaders, honorable members. We have our first session now, which is on education and the 2025 budget. And the presenter is Dr. Bernard Sechiakwa of the University of Ghana, the discussant, Mr. Kofi Asari, EduWatch Ghana. And as the session chair, we have Honorable Peter Nochuru-Kotwe, the chairman on the Education Committee. So over to you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC. I think without wasting any time, we'll call on Dr. Bernard Sechiakwa at the Business and Social Sciences Education Department of the University of Ghana to Provost. University of Cape Coast. Oh, then they gave the wrong information here. So, University of... exactly so. So, you can now take the floor.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And honorable members. So this morning, I just want us to look at the education in the 2025 budget. And by way of introduction, let me say that one of the critical issues for national development is education. And the education sector has seen a number of government initiatives over the years. And one of the driving force for the education sector initiatives is the Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, now let's rehash the Sustainable Development Goal 4. The Sustainable Development Goal 4 states that to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And based on this education goal, the Strategic Development Goal, Ghana has also developed its education strategic plan, and the guiding principles center around access and equity, relevance, pardon me for that. So access and equity, that is providing equal opportunity to obtain access to education. And relevance, learning, including skills development, which is responsive to individual, community, and national development needs. So it tells us that whatever inroads we are making in our education sector should at the end of the day be relevant, provide the youth with the kind of skills we require. Then quality, achievement of high-level standards and system responsiveness at all levels of education, from the lower level to the highest level of education. Then efficiency and effectiveness, and that has to do with the management of all resources that ensure value for money to achieve desired goals. Now, these guiding principles lead us to the Ghana Education Strategic Plan, the key policy objectives. So the objectives are improved equitable access to and participation in inclusive quality education at all levels, improved quality of teaching and learning, and science, technology, engineering, and mathematics at all levels, and sustainable and efficient management, financing, and accountability of education service delivery. Okay, so the strategic goals also have certain strategic goals. The policy objective has some strategic goals for each of the sectors, the subsectors, and I think that I will skip over that one. So the basic education sector, secondary education sector, TVET, non-formal education, inclusive and special education, tertiary education, and so forth. But let me say something about the non-formal education. We are looking at improved opportunities for non-literate youth and adults to have free access to meaningful quality education and training. It is beginning to look as if most of the initiative is directed at the formal education sector. We are expending a lot there, and as compared to the non-formal sector, I mean, the emphasis has not been that strong. Meanwhile, that is where people can actually create jobs for themselves. Now, let's briefly look at some of the allocation in the budget. I will touch on it briefly, and my colleague will delve a bit more into it. So the 2020 budget allocation for the Ministry of Education is 31 billion, which is an increase of 11.89% from the 2024 allocation of about 28 billion. But when we look at this amount, it appears the largest share on the face of the budget as has been presented now concentrates on compensation of employees. That is about 85%. Then 3.5% for goods and services. Capital expenditure is very minimal. That is using the figures in there. Then there is internally generated funds, then there is foreign loans, and then also grants. But let's hold the thought on the capital expenditure aspect of it. So an increase of 11.89% reflects government commitment towards education, and that is a good thing. But looking at the fact that compensation of employees takes a chunk of budgetary allocation is worrying. Capital expenditure was given the least, and looking at the kind of infrastructural deficits we have in our education sector, we would have expected that more would have been allocated to that side, especially when I heard that GETFund was being uncapped so that we will release more funds. I thought a lot of money was going to go to that side, but we will talk more about it much later. So I have already made that point. The allocation is inadequate to ensure the delivery of quality education, because quality is not only about improving access and all that. When they go there, we must have the resources and the other facilities to ensure that we give them the kind of education we expect. We have a lot of abandoned projects in the educational institutions. Some of them are GETFunded projects. And we also have some uncompleted e-blocks that need to be completed to ease the pressure on the existing schools. We are still doing the double track system, which is burdensome for all stakeholders, for the learners themselves, parents, and the teachers. For the parents, they are expending a lot of resources. Even though there's free education, at the end of the day, I happened to give a parent a lift when we were coming, and the parent was coming along with the child. The child is at home now, and she's looking for French teachers. She's looking for teachers for all the subjects. And certainly, she will have to pay this teacher. So we are supposed to be having free education, but the system has become such that if the parent doesn't take care, the child might be staying in the house for about 3 months, and there will be much to lose. So parents have to expend more resources. Some parents now have to take their children from the public schools and send them to the private schools, and they're actually spending more at the end of the day. And so a brief comparison. So we have looked at the increment, that there is 11.89% increase in the budgetary allocation to the education sector from 2024 to 2025. But there's a decline in percentage of government expenditure on education from 2024 to 2025. And an increase in percentage of GDP allocation to education from 2024 to 2025. But there are benchmarks that we are all trying to meet, because we always compare with the international standards. And what we have here, the allocations based on the GDP and on the government expenditure relative to the budget, are below the benchmarks. And so it means we need to push more. Now let's look at some of the key initiatives that have been introduced and discuss them. So there's a 499 million allocation for the no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions under the No Fee Stress initiative. This is a very good initiative because it addresses partially the answers of access to quality, access to education. However, this initiative scratches the tip of the iceberg, as I will put it, because the issue of access also has to do with the lack of capacity of the institutions to enroll students. Every year, a lot of students apply to our tertiary institutions, and they don't get admission, not because they don't qualify, but the institutions don't have the capacity to absorb all of them. Now, if you want to send your child to go and do medicine or some of those programs, the institutions are now virtually charging fee paying. Most of them are almost doing fee paying now because there is no space, and they want to give the limited spaces to those who can pay. Plus, it is a bit more expensive running some of these programs. So the universities are also trying to find ways of keeping themselves afloat. Then there is the need for more qualified lecturers because the universities are, because of the free senior high school policy, there is increment in enrollment. The universities have to hire more lecturers. We need infrastructure. In the case of my university, some of the private hostels, what they are even charging is higher than the school fees, sometimes even twice or thrice the school fees the students are paying. So we need this kind of support in the schools, the institutions, so that we'll be able to expand the access we want to see. Then there is another interesting thing. Normally, what this policy will do is that it will provide initial access. But then one of the major costs of tertiary education is, I've talked about cost of accommodation. And so I'm proposing that instead of a wholesale initiative, part of the funds could be used for scholarship to support brilliant students who drop out due to financial challenges. There are a lot of students in our tertiary institutions, some of whom cannot pay their fees. And I know on this point, some of the honorable members will love it, because on a typical weekend, you go home for a funeral or something, and you get one or two parents calling you that I need assistance because the child is, is in school and they cannot continue. There have been reports where at the end of the day, some of the students drop out, or some of the institutions have to actually dismiss some of the students. But some of the students are really good students. What this one does is that it gives access to everybody, whether you are a good student or you are not a good student. So everybody gets the chance to go. Then, as at the third quarter of 2023, over 1.85 million youth were unemployed, pushing the unemployment rate to about 14% based on the Ghana Statistical Service 2024 analysis. Now, a portion of the funds could be used to support business incubators and other entrepreneurial initiatives by tertiary institutions to set up graduates in business after school. A lot of the institutions are doing this now. Some of them have business incubators, like in the case of University of Cape Coast, they have the Ogwa Business Incubator, where the young ones are supported. Those who have business ideas, they are supported to build the ideas to see if they can carry it on. There's also what we call the Ideas and Innovation Hub, where ideas are generated and the students are supported to build whatever model or business they can build out of it. If the institutions, and I know there will be similar models in the other institutions, so if we can devote some of the funds to support the institutions, very soon we are not going to have this high unemployment rate, because most of the students are likely to come out of the institutions with business ideas that we would support, the government can support for them to employ other people. Then there is a free sanitary pad initiative. It is a good policy. 292.4 million to commence the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in primary and secondary schools. I was asking if this could be extended, if possible, to the tertiary institutions too, because just as I have spoken about the fact that some cannot afford school fees, it may be possible that some of them may also need that assistance. Now, I know that this initiative promotes inclusivity, because a report by UNESCO in 2021 indicated that 1 in 10 African girls miss school during their periods due to lack of access to sanitary products. But let me also add another element to this one. The initiative should not be limited to the provision of sanitary pads, but conscious effort should also be made to channel resources towards ensuring that schools have good toilet facilities. Because you go to most of our primary schools, especially the primary schools, you don't see any good facilities like that. So if we give them these things, and where they even have to change and all that, they are exposed. And they will prefer to stay in the house than come to school, even when they have a pad. And these are some of the basic things we can provide. As for our primary education, the state is not very helpful. It doesn't look good when you go to some of the areas. No wonder people are trained to teach at the primary and the junior levels, but over time they want to upgrade and move to the secondary school level. Because you go to a typical primary school, they don't have good office space for the teachers. There is little for them, and the facilities are not very good to behold in some of the deprived areas. So it is expected that this initiative will reduce absenteeism and contribute to improvement in school performance among girls. The question that arises is the issue of sustainability. We should promote local production of affordable sanitary pads to reduce long-term costs. And going forward, instead of full government funding, there could be subsidies to drastically reduce the cost of pad to make them more affordable. Because as I have said, it might surprise us to know that there may be some at the higher levels who may also need it. If it is cheaper, everybody can afford it. Then it's a win-win situation, because then if we have promoted the local industry to produce it, we are also creating employment. I'm saying this because sometimes the reliance on importation is too much, and we all know the impact it has on our economy. Then another interesting initiative is the free tertiary education for persons with disabilities. This is a very laudable one, and it truly aligns with the goal of inclusivity. The support for the persons with disabilities should extend beyond payment of fees to the provision of other essential aids for them, because they are in the institutions, the universities, and sometimes you meet some of them and you know they need assistance. If I may quickly share a personal experience, I was one teaching, and one student had turned their head in a very funny way and was looking at me. It looked funny, so I passed a funny comment and we all laughed. Everybody was laughing. Then after the class, he came close and he said, "Sir, I can't hear, and my hearing aid is spoiled." I felt bad. Eventually, I had to talk to some colleagues and we had to organize and sort this young man out. But the point I'm trying to make is, there are other people with physical disabilities. Recently, there was a student who cannot sit. He happens to be in the University of Cape Coast. He cannot sit, and such a student needs a lot of assistance. And so we need to look into it so that we can channel some of the resources to providing that kind of assistance for them, so that educational institutions will be adequately resourced. Then on capping of GETFund to fully fund free SHS. It's a good move to free more funds to support the effective implementation of the free senior high school policy. In fact, this is my second coming. I happened to come here, I think 2019, and an extensive debate went on the free SHS policy. I would say that this uncapping of the GETFund is a big step towards improving access to education for all, which the free SHS policy seeks to achieve. However, quality education requires more resources. Other alternative sources of funding should be explored, such as sourcing funds from the private sector, because whenever we free the funds, and the last time I was here, I made a very basic analysis. I was saying that one of the things that costs for most things we do, even look at the basic things we do in our homes, funerals and all that, is the feeding. Feeding and the other freebies we always add to it. So if we want to provide quality education, and we are going to make it free like that, free boarding, free everything, it puts a lot of pressure. And I would encourage this house to probably commission a research, or maybe we don't even need a research, because the data is out there for all of us to see. Parents having to shuttle constantly to schools to go and provide food for their children because whatever provisions there are not enough. And so what I'm saying is that free SHS should be tied to scholarship and learning outcomes. It shouldn't just be wholesale. You know, once it was rolled out, everybody has come to school, even people who didn't want to pursue senior high school education. They might have wanted to do something else. But once it is there, everybody is coming. And they are there, and some are not really taking it very seriously. But then they will be pushed forward. So I propose that it should be tied to scholarship and learning outcomes. Once the learners enroll, we should make them understand that it is a scholarship program. You must perform to retain that scholarship, so that those who are not performing and are not academically inclined, we can look for other alternative support for them, so that skills training, so that they will be taken care of in that regard. I know it may not sound very palatable. Yes. Then another initiative too is the allocation of 564 million for comprehensive provision of curriculum-based textbooks. this allocation tool is a good one because we cannot have a curriculum without the requisite materials to deliver the curriculum. Now, the point I want to make is that the standard-based curriculum has been here for a while. And this standards-based curriculum, as the philosophy espouses, imposes more resource requirements beyond the provision of textbooks. The standard-based requires that we provide other resources, ICT, and other facilities, because now the philosophy or the pedagogical approach for the standard-based curriculum is not just telling, but the learners must be engaged. It's constructivism. Learners must construct knowledge for themselves, and they need resources and materials to do that. Now, the curriculum has also been in operation since 2019 and may be scheduled for review. So I don't know at which stage these textbooks may be purchased. We need to look into it. Otherwise, the textbooks may be purchased, and within a short while, we'll review it, and then we may need to go and buy other textbooks. I have proposed that we should limit free SHS to day schools to free funds to improve the quality of senior high school, senior high technical schools, and TVET. My time is almost up. Okay, then increase in school feeding program, the rate has been increased, but I realize it has been increased from 1.5 to 2 cedis. And to summarize this point, I will just say that 2 cedis cannot even buy 1 egg per child in a day. So we need to look into it a bit more. Then 73% increase in capitation grant allocation. It is also good. But this one, let me make a comment on the criteria for the payment of the capitation grant. It is based on enrollment. And I will say that if we don't begin to look at other ways of disbursing it or including other criteria, the practice is that there are deprived schools that do not get the kind of enrollment, but they equally need that kind of support. So the number of students determines how much they get, and that small money they receive may not be able to support whatever activities they do in the school. So we need to now begin to look at other criteria for disbursement of the capitation grant. Okay, and I also have this point that other investments must be made in education for the capitation grant to have a significant effect. So we say that learning results in Ghana are still hampered by problems like poor school infrastructure, lack of qualified teachers, and shortage of instructional materials. And so the capitation grant we give, that is not meant for that. We need to provide those resources, else, irrespective of how much we give, it might not solve the main problem on the ground. Then the payment of nursing and trainee and teacher trainee allowances. This has also been a subject of debate over the years. In as much as it also promotes access to education, because it has been noted that when it was, at a point it was taken out, when it was brought back, enrollment increased. But the point I want to make is that it is also a burden on the education sector. And for most degree awarding institutions, if you go to the universities, students source for loans and then they go to school, and after which they get jobs and pay back. And so we should look at the funding model. Probably at this level too, we might tie it to scholarships, because those institutions, because of the high enrollment, to also have challenges which freed up funds can be used to solve. High student-lecturer ratio, it affects practical training opportunities and overall learning outcomes in those institutions. Okay. Now, let me round up by saying that the long-term sustainability of payment of trainee allowances has become a subject of debate, and alternative financial support mechanisms such as student loans and performance-based stipends should be explored to provide more sustainable ways to assist teacher trainees. I think my time is up. I will leave it here. Maybe when we get to the discussion points, I will touch on the other elements. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bernard Sechi, for that good presentation. I will now call on Mr. Kofi Asari of EduWatch to give us some more information on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Chair, we witnessed a 40.2 billion cedi allocation to education, representing 25% increase in the allocation for 2024 in the main budget. Chair, we witnessed a 40 billion allocation for education in the 2025 budget statement, which represents a 25% increase in the 2024 main budget allocation for education. It is, however, important as we appreciate the 40 billion that the 25% increase in allocation is almost consistent with end-of-year inflation targets. End-of-year inflation performance, which means that in terms of real value, we virtually have the same amount of money we had last year to deliver education service this year. And it is important to appreciate this because it must serve as a guide in spending efficiency, equitable spending, and prioritized spending. We don't have too much than we had last year. Chair, I also want to draw attention to the fact that the biggest challenge in our pre-tertiary education sector in Ghana is the rural-urban divide. 20 years ago, we declared free compulsory universal basic education, by which time only about 60% of Ghanaian children who were of primary school age were in school. After 20 years, we've seen a trend where even though Ghana has attained over 90% net enrollment at the primary level and significant completion levels, higher than the African average, what we have here is a sharp divide in the quality and access to basic education between rural and urban areas. And this rural-urban divide, others call it north-south divide in our education provisioning, has been created and fueled by an inclusion-blind education financing and resourcing system, where the template for allocating resources meant to deliver education doesn't take into cognizance the needs of peculiar and especially marginalized populations in the country. And so you have a situation where in the northern part of this country, and when I say northern, I mean the geographical north, including Oti, western north, and some part of Bono, we have a completion rate which is 20 percentage points lower than the national level completion rate at basic education. About 75% compared to 95% completion rate. If you look at BECE data, there is about a 20 percentage point gap between performance of BECE in endowed districts and deprived districts. If you look at the number of schools without junior high schools, and at the national level, Mr. Chair, we have 3,600 primary schools without junior high schools. Our basic education system is only complete when children complete junior high school. And so we have a situation where about 80% of primary schools without junior high schools are located in these underserved rural communities. Every other indicator of access and quality goes against our rural schools. The reason is that our budgeting system has been inclusion blind. And so while we consider and debate the 2025 budget, I want all of us to to have in mind that it is important that in apportioning the budget, in appropriating and spending the budget, we must be inclusive conscious, such that the most neglected part of this country, the rural schools, are able to have enough resources to at least match up to the national levels of attainment when it comes to equitable access, when it comes to quality. The second issue, Mr. Chair, is the fact that we all know that USAID has withdrawn funding for education. USAID's funding education was in 17 districts in the northern region. They call them the zones of influence. In these ZOIs, or zones of influence, USAID was working in over 1,200 schools, and my organization was an implementing partner in these communities. It is important that in allocating resources, the gaps that have been left in these districts and schools are filled, because if you look carefully at the donor share of education expenditure, which is almost only 2% by 2022, even though that 2% is very, very small, it targets the most excluded people in the sector. This includes children in the most deprived part of this country, where USAID's interventions were. And so it is important for us to prioritize allocating resources to support teaching and learning resources in these schools, so that we don't deepen the already existing rural-urban divide in quality basic education provisioning. Mr. Chair, the GETFund on capping comes as a welcome news. But as welcome as it is, Mr. Chair, I want us to avert our attention to the fact that GETFund is primarily meant for infrastructure development. Prior to uncapping GETFund, about a third of GETFund was going into goods and services. Now, our expectation per uncapping was that the uncapping effect would have freed some 4.1 billion cedis, which would have supported infrastructure development, because we have a huge infrastructure gap at the basic education level. I didn't mention about 800,000 schools without desks. About 800,000 desk deficits. But what we are realizing is that even though GETFund is being uncapped, the 4.1 billion uncapping effect is actually ended up funding free senior high school and free tertiary. The two alone adds up to about 4.1 billion. I've not added the free sanitary parts. I've not added other goods and services items that are likely to be funded from GETFund. The meaning is that the uncapping effect would be zero on education infrastructure, where the gap is highest. That is concerning. Concerning also because the little GETFund remaining for infrastructure, which is about 70% of the previously capped amount, within that space is a huge struggle between tertiary, secondary, and basic. Tertiary because our tertiary institutions are unable to admit more than 33% of students who are completing WASI, even though up to 60% are having core passes that make them potential tertiary entrants. Secondary because we still need funding to complete ongoing senior high school expansion projects in order to end the double track, and also complete stalled senior high school projects. And then basic because we still have over 5,300 schools under trees. We need 3,600 junior high schools to ensure that every primary school has a junior high school. And so we must, at this level, I want to encourage Parliament to have a conversation around how to find supplementary funding, either for the goods and services expenditure lines or CAPEX. The challenge is that ABFA is gone, which means that education has lost about 2.3 billion going by 2024 expenditure, by virtue of ABFA being taken off free senior high school financing. That gap must be filled so that we can free space within GETFund to really impact on infrastructure as we uncap GETFund. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kofi Asare. The first session is almost over. I'll call on the MC to come and make the necessary announcement. Thank you for the cooperation.
Thank you very much. What we're going to do now is we're going to move on to the health sector discussion. And then after that, we're going to bring all the two panelists together so they can answer your questions. So please take note of your questions. We're going to take the next session, which is which is the health sector and the 2025 budget. So I think I'll ask our panelists to kindly resume their seats and invite the next panel in. And the next one is the, sorry. Okay, all right. Sorry? Ah. It was the. Sorry about that. We're going to revert to the original plan, which is we'll invite the panelists from the education session to come back so that we can have the quick question and answer session with them. We're looking at a maximum of about 4 questions, not more than 15 minutes, so that we can proceed to the next. Because what we're doing today is we're trying to pack in Monday's program into today so that we don't have to be here for the workshop on Monday. So please bear with us. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. We'll be taking 3 questions first, then we'll allow 3 more. Then within 15 minutes, we should be able to finish. What I want us to do is, please don't give a long preamble to your question. Just go straight to your question. Yeah, Honorable Hotoje.
Thank you. In his presentation, he was suggesting that the free SHS should be limited to day school. I just want to find out from him as to whether that particular situation will not give credence to the accusation from our friends from the other side that we were coming to cancel the free SHS. That is number 1. Number 2, he was also recommending that a lot of investment be made into the capitation grant. I want to find out from you as to whether he has some suggestions as to where we can get resources to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Nyako, it's your turn.
Chair, the first speaker said that the education budget, wait. The first speaker said that the education budget is 31.7 billion. Then Kofi, I'm saying that the first speaker said that the education budget is 31.7 billion. Then Kofi said it's 40 billion. And my very good friend, the minister, is here. So I want clarity. If you look at page 147 or 148 of the budget, I'm seeing 31.7 billion. So, Kofi, I don't know where you got that figure from. I need education on that. And again, on one of your slides, the first speaker also said that students who are not academically inclined should learn some skills training. And I'm surprised. Is your assumption that learning skills training doesn't demand cognition? Because I was Deputy Education Minister in charge of TVET, and I can tell you that there are a lot of students who are learning skills who have superior IQs as compared to those in the grammar school. So we need to be very careful about some of these comments, unless you have, some form of evidence to convince me that those who learn skills are not academically competent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Professor Hamza Adam.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity. And thank you, Mr. Presenters, for a good show. My question is on the capitation grant. The increment on the capitation grant is a welcome news. However, there are some concerns. Some of the heirs have turned this capitation grant into additional allowance for them, where they abuse it. There's high level of abuse with that funds. So what will be your recommendation on the utilization of the capitation grant so that we can make good use and benefit fully from the increments?
Thank you. Arabamwa.
Thank you very much. Mine is not necessarily a question, but it's based on the 9 statement that my brother presented. I think the whole ethos of the educational stream or value chain is about contributing to developing our country because it's an essential area. But we come to realize that after going through primary, GHS, SHS, and the tertiary institutions, if the report I have is correct, I stand to be corrected, only about 10% out of about 110,000 graduates who complete school within that graduation period get job to do. If that is true, we are having about 100,000 graduates always going about not having anything to do. I am thinking, I've already submitted a statement on that, and I've also informally talked to the accommodating education minister informally that what can we do to promote entrepreneurship? I think some of these pieces of information or exercises we are conducting, we should begin to think integrating or including entrepreneurship in the JHS, SHS curricula as core courses so that we can really sustain our development, ease the congestion that we have when it comes to formal sector job. So I don't know if it's possible to start looking at that direction and begin to put these things into practice so that this country, students wouldn't be going around and traveling to places that they are more treated. So I think entrepreneurship now all over the world has become a very essential part of all development frontiers. So we need to make sure that we consider that. This is what I want to bring on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyway, you ended up asking a question. Honorable Bajira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I've noticed that over the years, investment in education has been skewed towards the top, leaving the basic. Now, in this year's budget, if you look at the budget, will you conclude that the basic level has been taken care of? Because over the years, we think that if you complete your basic school, the tertiary level is where we have to invest. But as a matter of fact, we need the basic level to prepare us for the upper level. So my question is, have we prepared in this budget, do we have enough funding for the basic level? 2, in the same vein, teacher recruitment this year, are we taking care of the teacher recruitment so that we can adequately, get them into the basic level especially in the rural areas? Yes. Finally, the TVET education. Are we, do we have enough funding for the TVET education for this year's budget? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me take the last one from the Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My presenter, he made mention of the fact that more funds should be released for incubation after school. And I would like to suggest one thing. We all agree that currently, after school, national service is such that you don't really know exactly what the national service personnel go out to do. Is it possible that we should look at an initiative whereby we set up something that will be akin to incubation and ensure that the various areas of education, we incubate them to apply their knowledge to business incentives. This is one of the things that I want us to think through. If you are talking about the release of more funds for incubation, it is an initiative that I would like to suggest that we take a critical look at and try to promote. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now give the opportunity to the presenter and the discussant to respond to the questions and recommendations. So, Doctor, can you start?
Thank you very much. Let me begin with the first question. The question was that the statement I made that free SHS should be limited to day school gives credence to someone, a particular party or a group. That is not the idea. In fact, the very first time I was here, I stuck to the same point. I am of the opinion that our economy doesn't have that strength to absorb that quantum of cost we are absorbing now. Because now the way we are going, a lot of money is going into our education, but it is not going to the essential things that will bring any the kind of transformation we want to see. So if we really want to channel our resources well, then that is what it is. Not to say that providing feeding and accommodation for them, it is not a good use of it. But I am of the opinion that it will better serve our interest if we use the resources and ensure that at least every locality has a standard senior high school, well equipped, like the current initiative that are ongoing on the establishment of the STEM schools at the region level. I think after that we move on to the district levels and build schools so that you don't need to move away. I moved from Ejumaku Techiman all the way to Secondary to attend senior high school. I could have found an equally good school there, and it would even ease the pressure. So no matter where you are in this country, there's an accessible school. The observation I've made with the senior high school level is, when it comes to the teacher, the kind of teachers we have at the senior high school, they are all degree holders. So the quality of staff is standard. So if we provide the infrastructure, we can replicate whatever is going on in all the so-called big schools. So that is my reason for pushing for that. Then the first question on capitation grant was not very clear to me. But the second question was on the utilization of capitation grant, as to how we would ensure that capitation grant is actually being used for the purpose it's supposed to be used for, because like he rightly said, in some places it is beginning to look like some extra allowance. I think that the regional or the district education offices, I don't know, they should have their own auditors, and there should be constant monitoring to ensure, I mean, like the financial, I don't even know the right word to use, but you see, there are, like in Parliament here, there are procedures for disbursement of funds. There must be evidence of what the thing was used for. And there should be monitoring to ensure that we are using it well. Then, on the entrepreneurship in our education from the lower level, I'm happy to say that I happen to be part of the developers of the social studies curriculum at the junior high school level. Right from that level, one of the things we put in there was the idea of self-employment. And the curriculum, as we developed it at the time, I don't know if it has been reviewed again, was that the idea of self-employment and areas of self-employment should be put in the mind of the child before they get to the secondary school. Then the senior high school curriculum will now take on the idea of entrepreneurship. So the social studies curriculum at the senior high school was supposed to do that and build on from that point, so that by the time they get to the university, they already conscientized that you can engage in ventures that will generate employment, or you can create your own employment by the time they complete school. So it is something that has already been taken up, but over time, the curriculum keeps on being reviewed. So sometimes things are put in there and then another time they are taken up. Then on students who are not academically inclined, if I may explain that statement, I meant who are not really interested in pursuing higher academics, but have had to go because everybody is going and they are there and they are not really learning. And I see that is not a good use of the resources. And I've seen a couple of them. But it is not to suggest that, in fact, it's one of the observations we have all made. Sometimes you take your dress to a tailor to sew for you, and the kind of thing the person will produce. You need intelligence. You need to have high intellectual acumen to engage in skills. So that is not at all what I'm... But intelligence is not only learned in school. If I say school, let me even... Not in the formal education sector, but in the informal sector too. If we are training them, they can come out and do better. So that is the thought behind it. I think he can take the rest of the question.
Okay, so thank you, Chair. Prof. Nyako indicated that, yes, the disparity in the amount he mentioned and the amount I mentioned is found in page 137, Appendix 3B, where the projection for GETFund is. In the statement, Finance Minister indicates that the full GETFund projection is going to be allocated and uncapped. And so the 8.5 billion added takes us to 40.2 billion. Thank you, Chair.
Bakofi, Chair. But you see, when you are looking at the budget, traditionally, GETFund will appear before us with their formula. So the education budget, as captured on page 148, is 31.7 billion. Let us stick to that figure. Because if you go by that logic, then it means that last year's budget of about 29 billion, we should as well add the GETFund figure to it. Okay, so let us separate the two and stick to the allocation for my very good friend Howard Nadusu. Otherwise, the impression is going to be that he's been given 40 billion. And GETFund is treated, in fact, GETFund doesn't even appear before the Education Committee. Okay? And again, back to the first presenter, I'm happy that you've amended your initial petition by talking about interest. No, but interest. If you say it should be based on interest, students must be encouraged to build their career aspirations on interest. That is fair. But when we bring in the academic competence aspect, that is a bit troublesome. So thanks for the clarification you brought to bear on this matter. Thanks.
Okay. Right. The second one, just to add that, thank you, Prof. Just to add that whenever we are comparing analysis of education budgets, we do so using the same parameters. And so if we compare to last year and we add GETFund, we'll do 32 billion. But I'm guided by your submission. On the capitation grants, the capitation grant allocation 145, I mean, it's welcome because this is the first time we are seeing the grant fully budgeted for, including arrears. That date as far back as 2 academic years. But for the past 22 years that I've been doing this job, every year the first issue in basic education when it comes to funding is delayed release of the capitation grant. The grant arrives at the end of the academic year, when the damage occasioned by lack of resources to properly manage our schools would have been caused. And so it is primarily because the grant is always funded from the GOG. Now that we are seeing an effort to push some goods and services lines onto GETFund, we will recommend to the House to consider advising the Ministry of Finance and Education to migrate the 145 million allocation for capitation grant onto GETFund. That will give the assurance that at least the grant can arrive ahead of the academic year and impact positively on education delivery. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bernard Seche Akwa and Mr. Kofi Asare. Unfortunately, our question time is over and we'll not be able to take any more questions. So thank you very much for cooperating with us. MC, you can take over now.
Thank you very much. I would like to now welcome the panelists for the health sector and the 2025 budget. Our presenter is Professor Ernest Kenu, School of Public Health, University of Ghana. Our discussant, Dr. Kwame Sapong Asiedu, CDD Ghana, will be joining us via Zoom. And we have as our session chair, Honorable Patrick Boachi Yadom, the Obuasi East MP.
Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to welcome our facilitators. To do the presentation is Professor Kenu, and without much wasting time, I will invite Professor Kenu to do the presentation. Please, you have 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for the invitation for us to have this discussion with you on the budget. So basically what I'm trying to do is that the team looked at the budget for 2025, but for us to be able to do this very well, we looked at a trend over a period. But the question we ask ourselves is that why are we here? We are here because everybody wants to live a healthy life. Everybody wants to be strong and be happy with whatever he or she is doing. So I decided that instead of just going straight into the budget, I want to show you what is sending us to the various hospitals the past 4 years. And also, what is it that is unfortunately taking our lives? And then we look at the budget. Is the budget addressing these issues? Because if the budget is not addressing them, then probably we are having a budget, but unfortunately, we are unable to address the things that are taking away the lives of Ghanaians. So, I think they are trying to make sure that the slides are. And so that is one of the things that we did. The second part of my presentation will basically look at what should we consider in this budget. In terms of your analysis, what should you consider? And there are a few statements of concern that we also thought that we should bring to your attention. These statements of concern because of the current trend that we have and also the sources of our funding. If there are issues with the sources of funding, then it becomes important that we take a closer look at it if that is in line with the various statements that have been made. And the final part also looks at the trend over the years. Great initiatives that this House agreed. And I just want to show you the trend, whether we have continued on that path or it becomes an initiative and then after a period, we forget about them. If that becomes the case, then it's likely that we might not be able to move far as a country. Right. But let me continue even as they try to do the paperwork there. Now, so I want us to take the budget in a holistic way. And so the first thing I did was, what is it that is turning out to the various hospitals in the past 4 years? We noticed that the almighty malaria. So I looked at over 50 diseases that are reported to our various hospitals, and I'm only presenting to you the first 10. So the first 10 that I presented, the first one is malaria. And that proportion is about 39 of all. So the question is, what are we doing? I'm sure the slides will come up soon. So 39% in terms of proportion. So 39% is the budget addressing this so that we can reduce the number of OPD attendants. We also have in the diarrhea diseases. But for you to know that basic hand washing, and COVID taught us that. When we decided to wash our hands, we never had cholera in this country. But we decided to forget about hand washing. Now we are back to it again. Is it too difficult as a country to make sure that where we get a number of people who are doing a particular activity that can propagate or help the spread of a disease, we institute hand washing? If we are able to do so, then the money that we are going to invest as a country in this, we are able to prevent that. Next slide. I think the slide is coming up now. And so that is the second one. And I want to tie, okay, so that's basically, right. Let me just be sure that it works. Okay, thank you. So I've talked about all this already. And I mentioned that there are a few statements of concern. Then the third one will be, in analyzing the budget, what should you consider? And few recommendations that we have. So I talked about what is taking us to the various hospitals. And I picked this data from the demographic, in terms of the DIMS, the system that we use as a country. I picked it yesterday at 5 p.m. And from 2020 to 2024, 33.9%, which is about 40% of all OPD attendants, I'm just looking at the trend over the period, is the budget that we have now helping us to reduce OPD attendance with respect to malaria. I'm sure that we will all be able to tell soon. Then the second one, diarrhea diseases. Then you have your hypertension, your lower respiratory tract infection, diabetes, RTAs, kidney problem, HIV, cancer, and then obesity. These are the ones leading when it comes to OPD attendance. And over the period, we've had over 168 million OPD attendants. Can we reduce this? The answer is yes. How? By making sure that the things that are making individuals come to hospital, we prevent them by investing a little more in preventive medicine. Then I decided to look at what is killing us. The number one is hypertension, followed by pneumonia, heart failure, acute respiratory tract infection, stroke, diabetes, severe sepsis, septic shock, chronic liver disease, and cancer. And so I am asking this August House that even as you deliberate on the budget, can we identify things that will prevent this from occurring, that will be able to reduce mortality as a result of hypertension? Now, hypertension is a disease that you are going to live with for a long time. And because we know so much about hypertension, we should be able to reduce the mortality with respect to hypertension, because the ages here, if I reveal to you, are ages that you are so much concerned about because it is the workforce of our country. I then decided that let's look at the budget that have been provided and let's see how it goes. With respect to the budget, what I want us to consider, where are we getting the money from in terms of the source? So the revenue sources, is it from government, is it an aid, or private sector?
Please, the background noise is becoming unbearable.
All right, thank you very much. And then the second aspect I want you to consider, not only the source, but also the consistency of that resource and also the reliability. In fact, you've all heard and you are aware about what the President of the United States has done by saying that stop work order. And for that reason, all the resources that we are getting from the USAID is no longer coming. But if over the years our budget looks at that, it means we are going to have that deficit in the current budget that we need to be debating. Then the other part is that you should also consider the changes in the health-specific taxes or levies that we have. So I did a little exercise and I thought that I could share that with you. So this is the trend over the past 15 years. So over the past 15 years, our sources of funding. And if you look at it from 2015, government of Ghana, we started from 1 billion and then we are around 12 billion. But if you also decide to look at what has been the population from Ghana from 2015 to 2025, what is it like? Is it commensurate? Do we think that this will bring about the change that we need? The second part is the internally generated funds. We started from 1 billion and we are around the same 4 billion. Are there no innovative approaches for us to be able to generate a little more than what we are doing? Can we ask our various CEOs that what innovative approaches can we put in place to generate a little more than we are doing? Because we cannot say that from 2015 to 2025, it's just about the same amount. But the number of people who are visiting our hospitals and the number of things that we are doing are changing over the years. The other point is partners from the donor pool. From the donor pool, we're starting from 7, and we are just around the same figure. But it's going to go down, according to what we have heard from the other partners. If this is the case, how should we look at our budget? And if we want to bring about a change in the health delivery system, do we think this budget will help us to bring about that change? The next thing that I want us to look at is I decided to present this in a form of a line graph for you just to see that this is the trend over the past from 2015 to 2025. The other one that I wanted you to look at is that the chunk of the budget that goes into goods and services, basically paying our salaries, basic things that we do in the health facilities. Well, you look at it and it's starting from 22 to 157 billion. Now, the question is, if all that we are generating goes into just paying salaries or taking care of goods and services, are we sure we can expand the health sector, or the various facilities that we claim we want to build? Can that be done? This is a big question that this House needs to. The chunk of this money comes from the government. Internally generated fund, again, remains the same over the years. This is where it becomes necessary that when we are hearing about the budget, we should be able to ask this question that, what can we do? What are the approaches that can be put in place to improve this? What we get from donors remains the same. The next thing that I want you to consider, I just decided to present this in the form of a line graph, just to help you to appreciate what has been happening over the years. The other area I want you to remember is about human resource for health. Training, recruitment, retention, improving the working conditions of health workers, as well as addressing the shortfall in terms of individuals who are no longer here. The chunk of our budget goes into compensation. Now, if the chunk of the budget goes into compensation, then the status quo remains the same. We should not expect any change, because we should expect a change if the input is different. But if the input remains the same, the output, we don't expect it to change. But we want the country to get better. And that is why we're presenting this to you, to take a closer look at it and ask ourselves, what can we do in a different way to improve on all this? Then we moved into the area of recurrent expenditure. And I decided to break this into curative and preventive. I know you've been sitting from morning till now. Most of you have not been able to get up just to stretch your legs. Of course, we want you to stretch your legs. We want you to live healthy for us. I'm not going to ask you to do that exercise for me now. But I decided to look at the budget that you'll be presenting or you've been giving to us to run with as a country. And the amount that goes into curative and the amount that goes into preventive. And for us to see, do we want to live longer or we want to allow ourselves to fall sick and then we cure ourselves? Because the budget will tell us how we want that to be done. There are a few statements that I thought that would be great to read to you, honorable members. So I'm just reading the statement for 2024 performance and the outlook for 2025 on paragraph 671. And it reads, active national health insurance membership increased to 18.4 million, giving us a coverage of 56.3%. What will be the benefit package? It will include mental health, OPD services, family planning, annual health checks. So this is where I'm happy. Annual health checks, meaning all of us in this place, once we have the national health insurance, we should be able to do this, and national health will be able to compensate or reimburse the various facilities. And then I decided to look at 2023 performance and the outlook for 2024 on paragraph 811. And it reads, as part of the National Health Insurance Plan to increase coverage and provide financial protection for the poor, the NHIS mobile app was updated to include additional modules such as group enrollment and messaging. As of September, active membership stood at 14.4 million, and that was giving us about 45% target. Meaning we're doing well as a country when you compare what was happening previously and a current. So this is just a statement to tell us that with national health insurance coverage, it's going up. But I have some few more things to bring to your attention in terms of curative and preventive budgets. The budgets over the years, and I decided to have a line graph to just tell us what is happening. So we are spending more on curative than preventive. And if we continue to spend this way, we will never be able to have a country that can generate a lot of wealth, because most of the people that need to be healthy are falling sick. And so we should look at this carefully and see how best can we adjust this. How can we either make it uniform at the same level, or the gap should not be that bad. You know what COVID taught us? When COVID came, we managed to bridge the gap, but a chunk of the money was not from government of Ghana. The chunk of that money came from outside. What can we do to bridge that gap? That way, we'll make sure that we become a healthier nation than we are now. The other few things that is have to do with capital expenditure, we want you to look at that in terms of new facilities, maintenance and upgrading of existing ones, and equity in terms of distribution. We want you to take a look at this as well. The other one that we want you to take a look is key policy initiatives and funding, alignment with national and global strategies, new programs and policy shifts. Then again, how do we ensure that the vulnerable are taken care of? I then decided to present one scenario, and this is the scenario. Ghana, in the near future, will not receive support from Gavi any longer. And for the coming year, 2025, the vaccine cost for the country is estimated to be $41.5 million. Now, Gavi will support us with $25.5 million. Government of Ghana is expected to pay $16.3 million. Now, the vaccines are mainly funded from the National Health Insurance Levy. But this money comes at the tail end. Now, if the money will come at the tail end, then the shortage that we complain about as a country would occur again. Because until your funds are in, we cannot start the procurement process. And then we will start saying that our children are not being vaccinated, they are not being protected. And once they are not being protected, we start getting an outbreak. The outbreaks will lead us to a point where we will pump in more money. Then it will distort the entire system that we are running. So what do we do? Even with this, what we realize that if we are using the usual 10% that is allocated to National Health Insurance for health, we will still have a shortfall of $3.1 million. This budget should be able to help us address some of these gaps. And due to the procurement timelines, early release of this fund will be crucial for us to avoid vaccine shortage in the near future. The other few ones that we decided to talk to you about had to do with equity and access and urban and rural resource distribution. We also brought in the risk analysis and mitigation plan. We know that we are going to have some few risks because of changes that are occurring globally. If the economic downturns and the epidemics occur, do we have the mitigation measures to be able to cushion ourselves as a country? If not, then we are kindly asking the Honorable House to think about a contingency plan to handle some of these crises, which will occur because diseases know no boundaries and will certainly come. But if we manage to do a number of things, we can prevent this. Finally, we also want you to remember the comparative analysis. When we compare ourselves, imagine one-eyed person is comparing himself to the blind. You always think you are better. So we think that the comparison that we should be doing as a nation should be with advanced countries rather than comparing ourselves to neighboring countries that are not doing too well. And then we decided to bring some of the few statements of concern which you should look at. Now, we're having meningitis, and this is the statement. Paragraph 628. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Health Service and other key stakeholders implemented robust surveillance and response mechanism to reduce the impact of emerging and re-emerging public health threats. The meningitis outbreak in the Upper West region saw an increase in reported cases, rising from 97 cases with 11 deaths in 2023 to 199 cases with 23 deaths. And I thought that we should ask ourselves, are we trying to say that we're doing too well with this? With 49 confirmed cases through laboratory diagnosis, the ministry, in collaboration with the regional and district health administration, intensified case detection, lab confirmation, and case management alongside the deployment of vaccines and preventive measures in high-risk areas. This is a statement which we thought that is of a concern because the cases are not going down, the death is increasing, and therefore, to say that we've been able to reduce it, that is something that we need to take a closer look at. Paragraph 648 also reads, Mr. Speaker, moving forward, the ministry would enhance epidemic preparedness and response capacity through expanded immunization programs, integrated disease surveillance, and improved water and sanitation and hygiene, which is WASH intervention. These efforts aim to safeguard public health and mitigate the socio-economic impact of disease outbreak. I'm just going to show you what cholera is doing to us now. For us to know that if we have been able to implement the WASH programs, basic hand washing, we would not be talking about cholera in 2025. This is Accra for us. This is Ghana. And I'm just showing you the red area is just telling us about the cholera that we have. But we could have prevented this. What can we do? Basic hand washing. And I remember I presented something to this August House 2 years ago, and I decided to present the same thing. And I said, this is the usual sequence of events for any disease. Any disease will run a natural course, and the disease will end. And so even if we decide not to do anything about the cholera happening, it will die down. Any disease at all, that is a natural curve. But is this what we want to happen? We said no. And therefore, I presented to us that if we manage to intervene very early, this is what is going to happen. We'll be able to prevent, but if we detect late, by the time we are detecting, the natural cause is about ending. And for us to prevent that, what do? We need to have a system that can detect this very early for us and prevent the problem from occurring. And this is what I presented. We can prevent this from occurring. If only we can detect very early, because when a fire gutters the entire building, it becomes very difficult to put it out. But when the fire starts small, you need minimal resources and you can put out that fire. That is the approach when it comes to public health. Rather than we waiting for the problem to become enormous, which we cannot handle. And therefore, I decided to go back. A few years ago, this House agreed using 2020 performance and outlook for 2021. And paragraph 981 says, in 2021, the ministry would develop a health sector medium development plan to guide the health sector investment. The ministry will establish Ghana Center of Disease Control, CDC, and facilitate the passage of legislative instruments to strengthen the emergency response system. An amazing idea. Fantastic. Meaning that we'll be able to control every problem very early. Then in 2021, paragraph 998, I'm just reading the red portion because of time. The ministry also set up a secretariat to formally start work on establishing a Ghana Center for Disease in 2022. The ministry will continue with effort to establish the CDC and lead the effort towards local production of vaccines. And in 2022, performance and outlook for 2023, there was no statement made on it. Then 2024, the same. 2025, this is what was said. Paragraph 670. In 2025, in addition, the following policies were developed. The National Health Security Policy. Honorable members, I think that as a country, if we continue to become inconsistent, there's no way we'll be able to develop a number of issues. And one of the things that can help us is to be able to do this. So with respect to the Ghana CDC, the question is, has the legislative instrument to strengthen the emergency response system passed? Is there a budget for establishing the Ghana CDC? Because if we agree that this is the way to go, and after thinking through it carefully, and then we drop the ball along the line, when are we going to pick that ball? When are we going to start? When are we going to continue? Or we are going to wait for another 10 years for us to start all over again? We thought that this is something that you should. And then we love this one, medical tourism. And paragraph 686 says that the ministry would also give significant attention to medical tourism, finalizing, publishing, and also implementing the medical tourism policy and strategy. In this regard, Kolebu Teaching Hospital, all that I want to say is that, but when we start looking into the detailed budget, there's nothing that will support this, because medical tourism goes with where the people will sleep. A family is more concerned about where will I sleep if I take my mother to that hospital? That is the bigger issue. It is not about the care. I must say that this country is blessed to have the best brains in the world. But the environment does not support them to do what they are supposed to do. And so you bring your father to Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Now you are worried, where am I going to sleep? But medical tourism takes care of that for you. So on your way into that country, you are not worried about where am I going to sleep. But that has been packaged already for you. Immediately you get in, say, okay, what is supposed to be done? We are handling a situation where family members take the sample bottles to look for where. This cannot be medical tourism. We need to look at it again. If really we want to do medical tourism, it needs to be put in the appropriate context. And then I decided to look at the last few ones, and this had to do with the migration. And I thought that when we said we were sending our nurses because we have enough, we will be able to make a statement on it going forward. But, honorable members, I did not see anything. But in 2022, we said, Mr. Speaker, the year 2022 saw vigorous human resource movement. A total of 122 nurses were sent to Barbados as part of the bilateral agreement between the government of Ghana and Barbados. And it continues. But all that I want to say that we know that we have a shortfall as a country. But what are we going to do to address that shortfall? I did not see that in the current budget, and I thought that I should bring that to your attention for that to be looked at carefully. Then, what is the lessons that we have learned so far? For me not to bore you too much, I think that we can improve our public health sector by ensuring that we improve the efficiency of the spending, we develop a resilient health system that can stand external shocks, recurrent threats of new and re-emerging epidemics, and disease pandemics potentially likely to continue with increasing consequences. The only way we can address that is when we have the Ghana CDC or a like sort, and that can oversee various sectors, and then can tell us and predict what is going to happen in the near future. For instance, we all know that meningitis will occur every year. So what prevents us from preparing adequately and pre-positioning and put stocks in place so that immediately we see the first case, we kill it. But we wait until it's out here, then we call for international partners. And I'm saying that global village, of course, that is what is happening now. And no nation is insulated. And therefore, we as a country need to do some few things. And this is what is within your powers as Parliament. We know that you can strengthen the alignment of policy dialogue between the various institutions. We know that during this budget review, you can help us to ensure that the key programs receive the appropriate funding. We also know that you have the powers to strengthen the program-based budget system to reflect the core purpose of monitoring by result and not by inputs. And also, we know that honorable members should ensure that there is always budget of continuity, and this is my main point. Budget for continuity and key performance indicators are linked to the budget. We need, as a country, a component of preparedness for pandemics and must always be considered a robust preparedness system adequately budgeted for. Because if we don't prepare, they will come and will be found wanting. I therefore ask that the Honorable House should think and consider having a budget line for public health emergencies. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Kenu, for a nice presentation. It's now the turn of our discussant who will reach us via Zoom. Good morning, Dr. Kwame Sapon Esiedu.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you clearly.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Honorable members, I decided to look at this from a different standpoint. I just tried to look at it from the social contract point of view. Obviously, I come from the civil society space. So what I decided to do is to say, what did the NDC promise in their manifesto? Has it been catered for in the budget and has the money allocated to those promises, is it going to be able to ensure that they deliver? Because at the end of the day, budgets are supposed to deliver a dividend to the citizen. So that was what I tried to do. So I looked at it and I said, how much has been allocated to health as a percentage of total government expenditure? And if you look at it, the current budget has allocated 9.3% of total government expenditure to health. That is still not close enough to the Abuja Declaration we signed in 2001 of 15%, but it is an increase from the 8.6% that was allocated in the 2024 budget, and it's also higher than the 6.9% that was dispersed based on the 2024 budget. So you would say that it shows a better trend. But then, what does that mean? Is it that you increase the amount of money and therefore you expect that you would deliver on your promises? So what I decided to look at is, what is this money supposed to pay for? The first thing I looked at was the promises. So NDC manifesto promises the Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund and the free primary healthcare policy. On top of that, you also see that development assistance to Ghana has been dropping significantly. From 2020 to 2025, it's dropped by 45%. And it's simply because they started dropping from the COVID era, but in 2025, 1.9 billion has clearly been shut off thanks to the USAID shutdown. The problem has been, since 2020, when the development partners started dropping their commitments to Ghana, looking at the budgets, there hasn't been any budget line to plug those gaps. So now that the USAID has gone, it's left a huge hole. So the question then becomes, is the extra funding going to just plug the hole, or is going to allow the government to deliver on its funding? So I said, let's look at the budgetary allocation. So if you look at what was allotted to the different sectors of the health service, you realize that the Ghana Health Service had about 2.45 billion. Mental health had 3.14 million, and I'll come to that. And National Health Insurance Scheme, thanks to the uncapping, had 9.93 billion. But you realize that in the finance minister's delivery, he also says that 500 million is being dedicated to the Mahama Cares program. The question is, when you read the budget, you get the impression that it's coming out of the 9.93 billion given to the National Health Insurance Scheme, but sometimes you get a feeling perhaps it's going to be extra to the National Health Insurance Scheme. But if that's the case, then there is no allocation where that money is going to come from. So while the increase in health expenditure is a good thing, there are critical concerns because there are outstanding arrears that when you look at the budget, you can see. And like I said, the 3.14 million that is allocated to mental health is 0.0125% of the total health budget. That is woefully inadequate. Because if you look at what the WHO says, it says that lower middle income countries should be spending about 5% of their total budget on mental health. But for lower middle income countries, they recommend up to 10% to bridge the shortfall, because historically, not a lot of money have been spent in these countries on mental health because of stigma and all that, and it's a neglected part of the health service. So it's lower income countries that spend around 1% of their health budget on mental health. So to commit 0.0125% in this budget puts Ghana in a global classification that it's not supposed to be in. And I think that needs to be looked at. Then the other thing I looked at is, as I said earlier, the amount committed to health as against the total expenditure and how it marries with our commitments. And you realize that, well, it's not close to the Abuja Declaration, but it's one of the closest we've got. And I must be honest, historically, since 2001, we've never gotten close to what we committed to do, which is 15% in the Abuja Declaration. So now let's look at outstanding payments and arrears. You realize that the Ministry of Health has unpaid invoices of about 2.28 billion. The National Health Fund has about 3.46 billion. The teaching hospitals cumulatively have about 1.91 billion. The National Health Insurance Scheme, it's estimated that its unpaid claims is up to 2.5 billion. Medical supplies and equipment, 0.2 billion. And that brings a total of 10.35 billion Ghana cedis. The problem is the budget is silent whether that money should be paid as out of the Ministry of Health budget or the government is going to find money from elsewhere to pay for that. If that money has to come out of the Ministry of Health budget, then even though there has been a 23.2% increase, the money for the Ministry of Health would be woefully inadequate. That's the first thing. The second thing is that those areas doesn't include any monies for the Agenda 111. And I think that needs to be addressed because as it stands now, no one seems to have the accurate figure of what is outstanding on Agenda 111 and what has been paid. And that has to be addressed. But I can see why it wasn't situated in the health budget because historically, when you've looked back, that has been situated in the presidency. It was, that was how it was done. So I can see that. So my key concerns with that is that the budget doesn't give any explicit funding for how these arrears would have to be paid. And if we are not careful, we might find a situation whereby hospitals and other things would start having shortages. And this could jeopardize the new health initiatives. Now let's come to NHIS, because like I said, I was looking at it from a social contract standpoint. Yes, it's good. The uncapping is a brilliant idea. And it has given them 9.3 billion. But the question is, they are supposed to cater for free primary health care, the rollout. But no costing has been given for how much that is going to cost. All is said is that it's going to be paid for from the National Health Insurance Scheme. So what we decided then to do is to do some modeling to see how much it would cost, because the free primary healthcare is in line with the global quest to achieve universal health coverage, which makes it clear that funding should not be a barrier to health at the point of procuring healthcare. So what we did was we looked at the global numbers to see how much it costs in countries where schemes like this have been implemented. And when you look, it costs between $40 to $60 per person per year. So we decided to use a mean of $50 per person per year. But in doing that, we had to tarry off some because some of the monies have been catered for through salaries and other things for the hospitals and the CHIPS compounds and other things. So what we did next was to say, how much of our outpatients attendance can be attributed to the CHIPS compounds, and that's about 30%. And we said, what is our average outpatient, per capita? So what we're looking at is, on average, how many times does the average Ghanaian attend at an outpatient facility, be it for a checkup, be it when they are unwell? And if you look in the Holistic Assessment of Health Program of Works, which is a Ministry of Health document, it's at 1.13. And looking at global trends, when schemes like this are increased, outpatient attendance goes up by about 25%. So we then said that let's assume when you increase this, it's going to go up by about 25%. So we did a costing in two ways. We said, if there's a total rollout across the country, how much is it likely that the free primary healthcare would cost?
Hello, Doc.
And then we did it also.
Hello, Doc.
That if they were doing a graduated rollout, how much would it cost based on the CHIPS compact? Because if you look in the NDC manifesto, they have said they are going to do a graduated rollout. And based on those calculations, if you did a total rollout across the country, it was going to cost. Hello? It was going to cost roughly 3.83 million.
If you look at Apadis.
However, if you did it graduated, it was going to cost a lot less. It was going to cost between 765 million Ghana cedis and 1.5 billion. So I would think that in having this debate, the conversation from honorable members should go about thinking what is actually going to be done. Is there going to be a total rollout, or is there going to be a graduated rollout? Then the other thing we looked at is the Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund. And the question is, when is it going to kick in? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, hello, Doc. Hello, Doc.
Hello?
Yeah, we expect you to wrap up. We have today is a busy day.
Look at it critically. Okay. Draw my attention to another perspective. Yes. And you know what? Yesterday, he, Rizval, and Jofa, they took a picture. Parliament took a picture. Just normal.
Hello, Doc.
People have been taking.
Yeah.
Yes. Please conclude for us.
And what do you call it? If you look at it from that point, what you see is that generally the policy direction is good, but would the money be enough? We think the money that has been given to health would be challenging. And that, for me, is the takeaway. So I'll conclude this way, that the debate on the health budget should look at how the free primary healthcare would be funded. It should look at how mental health would go. And finally, it should look at where the Mahama Cares kicks in and where the NHIS stops. Because if these things are not looked at, then the social contract from the manifesto that has to be delivered through the budget may not be met. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think the floor is now open for questions and comments. Please be brief. You know, today is a busy day. I think we can do without preambles, long preambles. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Briefly to the resource persons, what we have observed over the years at the Health Committee has to do with the budget releases. Professor Keno, in your presentation, you've given us the budgeted figures over the years. What I didn't see was the releases matching the budgets. And that has been our concern, because what is budgeted for normally is not what is released. So you might be deceived with increase in the budgeted figures over the years. But if you go deeper, then you realize that these are just budgeted figures, but the releases don't match the budgeted figures. And then lastly, your comment on data on healthcare financing. Really, you also realize that the data that we have and use is always from the health sector specific. It doesn't include other sectors' expenditure on health. For instance, district assemblies. When you go down there, you realize that many of them also invest say, in healthcare infrastructure. But the data at that level is lost when it comes to adding, that part of expenditure to the healthcare expenditure. So there's a need for data improvement as to how we capture it. This is my view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sebastian. Dr. Nawani.
Thank you very much, moderator. My concern has to do with the National Health Insurance Scheme and the way we are loading practically everything, every expenditure onto it. And if you remember, starting from the previous government, where the 4 childhood cancers were added, getting to the end of the tenure of that government, they also added dialysis. And from his analysis, Gavi will soon be exiting, and so the financing of vaccine is also being looked at from the point of the National Health Insurance Scheme. And he mentioned that the primary health care is also hooked to the National Health Insurance Scheme. Now, what my worry is currently, if anybody goes to the hospitals and pays something, what it means is that the amount of money that is required to fund the National Health Insurance Scheme is not enough. Once we are doing co-payments or under-the-table payments or what they call top-ups, if you are doing that at the hospitals, what it means is that the current money is not enough, even for malaria, diarrhea, and all those things that we do some part payment. For drugs, sometimes, for laboratory sometimes, for theater sometimes. It means that it is not enough.
Chairman, we are still waiting for your question.
If so, yes. Just let please allow me. If so, why are we adding up all this to the National Health Insurance without thinking of how to increase its funds? I know it's going to be decapped, but decapping is only bringing probably some 15% increase. So what do we do to absorb all these new expenditure lines that are being added up to the health insurance scheme when it's obvious that at the moment it cannot even fund the disease that we present at the hospitals? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kabiru.
Thank you very much. Chairman, the health sector budget over the past 3 years seems to me that we increase compensation by some 2 billion every year. And we increase our goods and services by over 100%. In contradistinction to infrastructure. Last year, some 200 million was devoted to, under the health ministry, for health infrastructure, including the General Hospital. This year, these two components has only increased by 60 million. When you compare this to the increase in goods and services and compensation, there seems to be something wrong with our health sector finance. Maybe we may have to look at another health sector dialogue to addressing some of these challenges. Mr. Chairman, I was wondering whether there is something with the expenditure realignment or rationalization, because we can't keep on spending so much in compensation, which increases every year by some 2 billion, and then goods and services increase by over 100%, from 73 million to 153 million this year. Is there something wrong with the rationalization of our expenditure, or is just a matter of we not getting the priority in terms of putting the right money where it's supposed to be? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you. The Honorable Member in Jalabia.
Let me use your microphone. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Please, when the first presenter was making his presentation, there was a slide where you had figures for the expenditure of GOG for goods and services. Now, if you can put that up, I saw some wide variation between 2017, 2021, and 2023. One situation, I think 2017 was 350 million, and then the following year was 11 million. I'm trying to understand why that, wide variation. If you can pull it up and explain that to us. And I also want to find out whether in your analysis of the 2025 budget, you saw the amount of money the government has contributed or the government is putting in the Agenda 111 projects. And if not, what do you think is going to be the effect on our healthcare system? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. We'll add one more question and then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There's a school of thought that the collections made from national health insurance can be invested in the private sector, for example, in private pharmaceutical companies. And instead of importing medications that are served to patients in the hospitals. So when we collect the NHI collectibles, we invest it in private sector, in the pharmaceuticals in Ghana. They generate the medications here, they grow the money, it makes profit, and we put it back in the National Health Insurance Authority. What is your thought on this? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We'll now give the floor to Professor Kenu for the response.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for the question. I think a couple of them are comments. So, and the comments actually support some of the discussions that we've made here. Now, with respect to release, is one of the difficulties when you are doing such an analysis. We are unable to receive the exact quantum. And therefore, I think that this Honorable House has the powers to be able to make such a request. And if it's made available to us, we can do a detailed more analysis, and it's no longer going to be budgeted, because with the budgeted ones, they are readily available on the website. But how much was released and how it was spent, you are able to get some amount from the Auditor General, but it doesn't tally exactly with what you do here. And that's why I will plead with this House, if they can push for that data to be available, we can do the detailed analysis. On the aspect of overloading national health insurance, I think that, honorable members, you need to take a closer look at this, else the national health insurance will soon collapse. Now, the original blueprint for the national health insurance was not for preventive medicine. The original idea was for curative medicine. And then the Ministry of Finance is supposed to have a budget line for preventive medicine, which is the public health component. Unfortunately, immediately the national health insurance started, we removed that line from the budgeting system. And for that reason, we don't actually budget for public health. We use donor funding for public health. I think we should use this opportunity to have a clear budget line for public health, whereas the national health insurance will take care of the curative medicine component of what we are doing. Else, the overloading will soon see a collapse of the health system that we are currently running. Now, on the aspect of how much has been invested into Agenda 111, I think this is a difficult question for me. In all our work, we've not been able to quantify what has gone into it. What we have tried to present to you is how many of them have been completed and where they are. Even with that, we are only able to present a glimpse, and we are not able to say that this is it unless there's a commissioning to do a detailed audit on that part. Then we can really tell how much has gone and at which level are all these facilities. Now, the question on investing national health insurance levy or the amount, that is the way to go. Now, as a country, we need to agree what form of investment do we want to do with that money. Else, if that money sits there and you are not investing, the return on investment and how much you can use that money for will not be too good for us. So if we will invest it in the same health sector, but we give to private sector, they will help get the vaccines that we are using. In fact, we will know which of the commodities are we using more. And if we know that it's paracetamol, which is taking 70% of all the drugs, then we push the same amount into it. Make sure that you don't go outside to buy paracetamol. Paracetamol is in here. And that applies to all the other things. In no time, you will notice that we'll have an economy that the health sector will have its own budget that is sustaining itself. And we don't need to put in additional resources any longer. And that is one way to go. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I've answered all. Yours was not a question, it was more of a comment. And so, and thank you very much.
He wants to say something. Okay. Hello, Doc. Dr. Sedu. If you want to make any input, you alert us.
Hello?
Three more questions, then we'll close the session. Professor Bayu.
Thank you very much. My question is on the implementation of the free primary health care and using the national health insurance for it. At the CHIPS level, do we run a risk of a collapse of the CHIPS system? Because if the same reimbursement formula is followed with some delays and the chiefs don't have any other means of funding, they will not have any other IGF, and there's 3-6 months delay, is there an inherent risk? And what, in your professional opinion, can be put in to prevent that? My second question goes to Dr. Asiedu, Kwame Sapon Asiedu, and that is with the spending on mental health, the budgeting on mental health. He calculated it to be 0.0125, which is way below. And I think I'll support Dr. Sandari's position that the data is the source of the problem. There's a lot of mental health expenditure in the mainstream health care that is not captured. Mental health authority is not that old. And if you go to a district level, mental health care nurses, mental health infrastructure, all that is taking place is within the mainstream health care, and it's not budgeted as expenditure into mental health. So if we don't, we are not mindful of this, we'll paint a picture to the world that as a country, we don't care about mental health. Even though I encourage more spending there, I don't think that is a reality. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Kwame.
Thank you. My question goes to the professor. My question is in highlighting in your presentation, you make mention that the
curative versus preventive. The budget for curative is higher than the preventive. And then you also comment on public health issue where a lot of budgets are not being allocated for public health. Is that not where the problem is coming from? Because with the tendency of budgeting for curative rather than preventive, that is the cause. My second question goes to in terms of data. In terms of the data for decision making, the real-time data is not forthcoming as a country. And then we are not making a lot of effort to invest in that area. As a policymaker, what is your advice or your thought on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. I will take the initial questions. Thank you very much. Yes, we run a big risk if the current plan to put the entire primary health care with a full scale on national health insurance. Our health insurance might not be able to handle it. Now, there is another challenge there. Now, the national health insurance or the primary health care, those who we have trained now that are manning it are the lowest in terms of degrees. Now, if we intend to run this, there's the need for us to change the approach so that the best will go down rather than sending those who are not so in quotes. Please, my words are carefully chosen. I don't mean, but in terms of the grading system, we are saying that aggregate this above this level, then you can do public health nurse or community health nurse. We don't post you down there. No, it's the wrong way to do this. You should post the professors, the best brains, to the lower level, because then they can prevent the problem from happening. If you send the person who has the lowest training to that level, the person will do nothing. All that you are waiting for is soon they will pile up the problem and bring it up. That approach needs to change. Please, the primary health care approach is great, but the personnel we are putting there are wrong. We need to change that one. And so it ran a risk. My other point on mental health expenditure, I think that my other colleague will talk about that one. But the question that, Honorable, you raised concerning the lower budget for preventive medicine, it is true. The reason is, unfortunately, we removed the public health budget which is supposed to run. It was taken out. And once that one is taken out, you cannot increase the preventive medicine budget. I plead with the Honorable House to reconsider having a whole budget line for public health, for preventive medicine, which should not be part of the national health insurance. Because if we add everything to the national health insurance, it's like a child who is carrying a bowl, and then every now and then we are pouring more water in there. The child will soon not be able to walk, and it will collapse. And I don't think that we want to collapse the national health insurance. The last point is data for decision making. The health system that we are running has been ongoing for more than 20 years. There is nothing that's supposed to be running for more years without review. See, like the saying goes, the unexamined life is not worth living. We need to re-examine our health system, a total review, and see what is it that is working, what is it that is not working. That way, we can be perfect and be happy with the system we are running. Let's all remember that every single one of us, we need good health. And the one that we have is the one in front of us. And this is what I tell my students every day. When you are vertical, there is no place you cannot go. And there's no door that you cannot open because you are vertical. But a day comes in your life that you become horizontal. It is that point that you are dependent on the system. And honorable members, all of us in this room may be horizontal one day. Not that you are gone, but you might not be able to speak. Where are you going next? It is the person close to you who will decide which hospital you attend. It is your driver who decide that, he can decide that I'm taking you to a shrine, because that is what the person understands. And that is why I am of the opinion that we should put pushing or putting more in health. Because if we fail to do that, we will pay for it in another way. But I believe that we have the men in this very house to take that decision for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And the women, please forgive me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Hello, Dr. Siedu.
Yes.
Your take on the
thanks.
mental health issue.
Yes, I acknowledge that the statistics might have a problem because of the way the budget has been done. And I accept that, yes, a bit of mental health goes on at every level of the health system. But the fact still remains that all that would go to the National Mental Health Authority is that 3.14 million. And therefore, whether we like it or not, they will be cash-strapped. And though you can make the argument you're making, the truth of the matter is globally, they look at the allocation that goes to the mental health authority specifically. And that is what we need to look at. Because if we said that we're using your analogy, Prof. Bayo, then what it would mean is that we would not even be sure how much has actually been committed to mental health. So we have two ways of either doing it. We either increase what's going to mental health or get the other satellite hospitals to report how much they estimate they spend on mental health. So we know the global sum and how much it's going to cost. Apart from that, it would be what it is in the budget, and it would be that 0.125%.
Thank you very much, Prof. Too soon we've come to the end of this session. And I must say we are very grateful for your contributions and your comments. But Prof, we don't have enough professors to be providing the basic care at the CHIPS level. So it will be difficult. Yes, and I must also say that Ghana is making progress when it comes to attainment of the Abuja Declaration. Last year we did 8%, some 8%. This year we are doing 9%. I can only say we can only do more and better. Thank you very much for a nice session. Hello, Doc. Hello, Doc.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, we are grateful for your time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
A round of applause for our facilitators and then presenters. A good here. Yes, thank you very much, honorable members. We are in for a very interesting topic. The 24-hour economy and the 2025 budget. The 24-hour economy is in the house. Please, this one is workshop. That's not debate, it's workshop. So I would invite Mr. Augustus Gusi Tano. This session will be chaired by our Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Kweku Rekit Hagan. Okay. You forward them.
Good morning, colleagues. We have got to the point that you are all waiting for, especially my brothers and sisters on the other side who are infatuated with the 24-hour economy. So we have here this morning Honorable Guzitano, who is a presidential advisor to the 24-hour economy, to give us a presentation. I think this is the one all of us want to pay attention to understand once and for all what the 24-hour economy of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is about. Mr. Guzitano, please. Yeah, you can.
Yes, fine. Good morning, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Good morning, honorable members. And thank you very much for having our Secretariat address you. The 24-hour economy is more than just a policy. It's a catalyst for industrialization, export, promotion, and job creation. It's about building an economy that works for everyone, every hour of the day. These are the words of President John Dramani Mahama in describing the flagship policy of the 24-hour economy. The 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program is President Mahama's flagship economic initiative and an ambitious attempt at economic transformation in the Fourth Republic. The 2025 budget begins to set the stage for this transformation by preparing the stabilization of the macro environment and prioritizing production, exports, and job creation. The 24-hour plus is the core driver of Ghana's multi-year economic transformation strategy, integrating production, market expansion, financial access, and human capital development into a cohesive national agenda. We need an economic transformation, and I say this advisedly, but I believe correctly. We need an economic transformation because Ghana's economy is structurally deformed. If you look at the graph on the screen, you will see that from 1996 to 2024, services have become the predominant contributor of GDP. The main characteristic of these services is that they're almost completely import dependent. Crops, which used to be 32% of GDP, have declined to 20%. Manufacturing, which was the third contributor to GDP, has dropped to number 4 as a contributor. If you look at the data about manufacturing, you'll see that consistently it's either growing in the negative or barely above the 0-point mark. This year we had a 7.1% increase because basically the price of gold, which is computed as part of industry, shot up and currently is at $3,000 per troy ounce. But what I'd like you to look at is the composition of our exports and our imports. We export mostly gold, oil, and cocoa. 85% of our exports are primary commodities with little value addition. And we import almost everything we eat, we wear, almost everything we use. And one of the extraordinary things about the composition of the $2.4 billion that we spend every year importing food is that you will see that the second largest food import, those in red, the second largest food import comes from animal stomachs. Yem adie. The third largest food import comes from offal of fowl, gizzards, etc. And these account for $350 million or 5.2 billion cedis in cedi equivalent. If you look at the growth path of the national economy, you will see that from 1996 all the way through to 2002 and beyond, you'll see GDP growing in nominal terms in an upward trajectory. But if you look at the graph on the right, as GDP is growing, jobs are basically declining relative to GDP. You can see that the downward trend of jobs. So basically, if we don't do something about changing the structural problems of our economy, we are going to be heading into a greater crisis than this administration inherited. The 24 plus, I say plus because it's a bit of a mouthful. The 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program adopts an integrated value chain approach
Colleagues, please, let's be attentive to listen to these 24 hours. You've been looking for it for a long time. Now it has come, and please, let's listen to him, please.
The 24-hour economy adopts an integrated value chain approach to enhance expanded production, market efficiency, provide finance to strategic sectors, and the development of human capital for job creation. The program will be principally private sector focused and supported with funding from the private sector and development finance institutions. What is the transformation framework? We have identified 3 strategic pillars as the anchor for transformation. Production transformation, breaking the colonial export pattern by developing integrated domestic manufacturing that uses local inputs and retains value within Ghana. If you look at our manufacturing sector, almost 50% of the inputs that go into manufacturing are imported. Most of what is manufactured, 90%, is sold in the domestic market with little exports. We must reverse this trend. The second pillar is market systems enhancement. Integrated, efficient, and accessible market systems that connect producers to markets, reduce transaction costs, and maximize value capture within domestic and export value chains. One of the extraordinary things about the Ghanaian economy, particularly in the agri sector, is that often at farm gates, Ghana is competitive or barely competitive to the global market prices. Once it moves from farm gate to FOB point of transfer, whether in Tema or in Takoradi, we become uncompetitive. Because the logistical chain, whether it is storage, whether it's transport, is inefficient, high cost, and basically debilitates against our export price competitiveness, and even domestic price competitive, because competition basically is this. If you want to displace Thai jasmine rice, then you better make sure that your local rice is priced in a way that it can compete with Thai imported rice. If you want to export broken rice, 25% to Sierra Leone, you better be sure that you can compete with Pakistani 25% broken rice. So export competitiveness, price competitiveness related to value chains and the supply chain systems that are efficient, markets that are efficient, price transmission that is efficient is very critical to our transformation agenda. The third pillar is human capital development. A productive and innovative-driven economy underpinned by entrepreneurs, producers, and workers equipped with the right values, mindset, and skills to drive productivity improvements and innovation across all economic sectors. The world is changing dramatically. Today, a student in law school can use AI and do an essay without blinking an eye. If you go to the factory floor, a lot of equipment now is basically programmed to basically use technology, and in some cases for precision, for cost saving. And these are basically intelligent machines, either in robotics or in other mechanisms in terms of sensors and so on. We have to train our people to be able to adapt to these tools. Must give them the digital intelligence, must give them the confidence, and provide the levels of productivity that makes them competitive in the global environment. Because now, the markets, whether we wish to or not, are global. And therefore, our workers must be competitively global. If indeed we even want to penetrate the 425 million market in the ECOWAS West African sub-region, we must be competitive against French goods, American goods, British goods, Chinese goods, and so on and so forth. To do that, we need to prepare our workforce. Train them, retrain them, provide productivity circles that they understand that basically their remuneration, their ability to earn a living wage, multiply that living wage is a function of their productivity. What are the 7 integrated programs that will make the 3 anchors of transformation come alive? One of the key components of most economies, and Ghana is very much one of those economies, is that job creation and value addition is basically provided by the MSME sector. And in Ghana, we know that financing for the MSME sector has been constrained consistently. Whether it's the cost of funding or indeed the tenor of funding. If you want to grow an economy and you want to grow an enterprise, 90-day revolving working capital will not cut it. 1 year working capital will not cut it. You're looking for growth finance. You're looking for patient capital. So as part of our strategy, we are working with 2 money center banks in Ghana to be able to on-lend or establish an SME on-lending facility in the order of about $500 million and another 150 million euro. Also, because we want to basically prevent the kinds of crises we've had with credit going to small scale and even other sectors of the economy, one of the components is to provide enterprise support for potential beneficiaries of these loans and credits and equity injection. We want to prepare them from a governance point of view, from a technical capacity point of view, and that then becomes an important component in the risk mitigation exercise. One of the biggest problems for inbound foreign credits is the fact that the exchange rate doesn't stay at one place, as we all know. Last year alone, the cedi declined against the dollar by 19.2%. If somebody takes a credit, a bank takes a credit, $500 million, on its balance sheet and has to pay that credit back even if in 30 years, where the city may be will basically be strangulate their balance sheet. So we have to find a mechanism where when we do these online facilities, we hedge out the exchange rate risk. And we have been discussing with the Bank of Ghana about how to do this so that the carry costs of the exchange risk will not also be added to the costs of lending to the SMEs. And our aim is to cap the SME lending program to about 12%, between 5 and 12%. And some of this will be long-term, mostly long-term capital, between 2 years to 10 years, and allow for growth and expansion. The agricultural production program will look at particular crop value chains. And why are these value chains being chosen? If you look at the import bill, one of the most striking aspects is the fact that staples, rice, maize in particular, take a huge chunk of our foreign exchange earnings, in the order of about $400 to $500 million. If you look at oil seeds and edible oils, you will find that we import substantial amounts of edible oils, including palm oil, soya bean, sunflower oil, and many other types of oils. And beyond that, there's a lot of dumping of edible oils into our economy from the loose borders that we have, so that even those who are producing here find it hard to compete or even penetrate the domestic market, let alone export these edible oils. So in choosing these value chains, we look at how we can translate the demand we have for imports to a local demand that allows industries to grow. You produce soya bean, you produce soya meal, you produce oil, you produce milk. And that's the value chain. And you finance the farmer, you finance the processor, you finance the distributor. So you've basically covered all the value chain. If you take the meal, 70% of the costs of bringing poultry is feed. Soya meal is an important protein component in the feed aggregation. So in choosing the value chains, this also has an integrated approach in terms of across value chains, soya bean raw, soya bean processed, poultry. We have to grow 371 million broilers over the next few years. In the program period, once we sorted out the baseline statistics with GSS, we'll be able to give a prediction of how much of that 371 million, these 24-hour projects, will support, propose as real and clear outcomes. Groundnuts, I don't know whether many of you know it, but China is a big importer of groundnut oil, crude groundnut oil. Because for many of you who know about Asia or even buy Chinese food here, most Chinese food is deep fried. Groundnut oil is the most excellent oil for deep frying. And China is a big importer of crude groundnut oil. Beyond that, the groundnut meal is also used for poultry. In fact, groundnut meal is probably the best for getting the bright yellow yolk that you find in some of the advertisements, even though maybe the egg you buy may not be that orange or that yellow. But if indeed we adopt the groundnut meal approach, we should also be getting those kinds of outcomes, because we do not only want to produce for the domestic market, but we want to produce and export to the 425 million people I mentioned. It may interest you to know that the supplements, health supplements value in the global market is $260 billion. We have an industry that is involved and active in health supplements. We have COA, we have Capital O2, which Nigerians buy in droves. We have a pharmacopoeia through the Mampong Institution that allows us to know what supplements are good for what. Lipia for high blood pressure, and many others. We want to basically consolidate, actualize, expand this particular component of medicinal plants into a strong health supplement industry. The manufacturing value chain, as I've said, will be featuring agro-processing, machinery, and technology. There's no point, absolutely no point, in expanding soybean output, cassava output to produce ethanol, to produce chips, to produce flour, and so on, and constantly be relying on the importation of the implements that you require to basically expand your output at the farm level. Basic implements that can be produced in Ghana should be produced in Ghana. I've said before that something like aboboya is not magical technology. It's technology that we can produce in this country. Whether it's a shaft, whether it's a wheelbase, whether it's a gear system, and so on and so forth. So, our machinery and technology program is designed in the first instance to address the agricultural sector and the implements and tools that are required to allow for the farmer's drudgery to replace by mechanization, to replace by technical and technological aids that allow for increased output, improved yields, and better farm maintenance. Of course, we all know that Ghana has had a historical role and strength in pharmaceuticals. Ghana exports to the sub-region substantial quantities of pharmaceuticals. And so that is one area that we must look at, we must support and grow, both to supply the generic market, which is about 80% of what we import domestically, and also to supply the sub-region as far as Central Africa. And then, of course, the textile component. I'm sure all of you know that those of you who are as old as I am, when we were young, we bought our khaki from garment factories called GTMC. Our parents bought their cloth beautifully adorned and designed from GTP and TTL. The shirts that we wore, white or blue shirts, were from a company called Utams, based on cotton that was basically produced in Ghana. An integrated industry. Today, all our factories are suffering from dumping from all kinds of sources and also a lack of investment. We have to address and reverse the decline of the textile industry and promote textiles, garments, and apparel as an important component of our national strive towards transformation. What are the legislative amendments and possible legislative action that may come from this August House to support the 24-hour economy? We are currently working with lawyers, many of them who have come forward on a pro bono basis to assist us to go through the whole legislative pack that Ghana has enacted over the years, to see how we can find and remove any disincentives to the 24-hour economy's evolution or add to those laws that will facilitate the kinds of transformation that I have mentioned. So one of the areas we're looking at is a system-wide application of rationalized local content, rules and practices, and amending the GIPC Act, the PPA Act, and local government bylaws. Because one of the components of the 24-hour economy is a program called Go Ghana. And that Go Ghana is basically a mobilization program where every Ghanaian who cares about their community, about the country, will give in their effort to be able to do, whether it's environmental sanitation, but also buying made in Ghana goods. And so the only way to institutionalize it is look at the PPA law and see how we can offer a guaranteed offtake for local manufacture and local content. So we can grow our economies, learn from the Asian tigers who made it a priority to buy their own goods, and today look at where they are and how everybody compares us to them, because at the time of independence, we're peers. Malaysia, peer. Singapore, peer. Korea, even below us. And that's the reality we must confront. And that's why the local content Go Ghana program is fundamental to our objective to achieve transformation in the manufacturing sector and consumption locally by Ghanaians. Establishing a national employment trust by the merger of GEA and NEIP. You saw from the graph that I gave you that as GDP has increased, employment as a ratio of GDP has been dropping. Today, 2.1 million Ghanaians are unemployed. 8.2 million Ghanaians are in vulnerable employment. They work today, tomorrow, they don't know whether they'll get employment. And it's not secure employment, and it's not employment that basically meets the standards, the ILO conditions of work. We want to look at that, see whether we can rationalize it, merge them so that we can have a rational approach to employment creation, entrepreneurship, and value creation. One of the biggest problems we've had as a country, and we've tried it, but we've tried it and tied them to political parties, and they have not been successful. Farmer-based organizations, cooperatives, as an important tool in the whole adaptation process, extension process, mechanization process that will improve yields, improve farmer outcomes, and allow for the kinds of expansion and production that we're talking about. So we are looking at co-ops. If you go to Kenya, what has happened with co-ops is extraordinary. If you go to Tanzania, what has happened from a food deficit country to a country now that is producing 120% of its food requirements is something that we should see and learn from. And that has been made possible by the organizational forms that they have adopted. So we are going to look very closely at the comprehensive change in the Cooperative Societies Act, working on the AU model as well as the Ghana model that has been developed. We also will look at the Free Zones Act and any possible amendments that allow for the development of local value chains and special economic zones that will take advantage of AFTA and the ECOWAS sub-region. We'll also look at the Labor Act and look at the ways in which minimum wages are calculated and rewarded. When we started the exercise to build the program, we met with more than 300 organizations and more than 400 individuals. And one of the things that has come up is the friendly nature of our business environments, or lack of it. And one of the problems has been, as you well know, some taxes, some irrational application of taxes that militate against production and value creation. So we are looking very closely at the GRA Act, the IRS, the tax code, and see how we can make it more business friendly, taking into account the important requirements, particularly at this time, of government expansion in revenue, I believe, to 0.6% of GDP for this year's program. Electricity tariffs. I'm sure many of you, particularly those of you in Takoradi and in Tema, have met manufacturers who have told you that the cost of energy is too high. We think it's an opportunity to also speed up the green transition by government making solar an important component in the energy mix and providing the requisite incentives so we can have captive solar power plants that basically build their own infrastructure, charge a tariff, and to the particular industries that are concerned, that will be very competitive in the region of about 6 cents per kilowatt hour and so on, as other countries are experiencing. A particular company in Kenya, I'm not allowed to mention it, but they had similar energy problems. High costs, huge factory, big assembly plants, and they decided to adopt a strategy of getting an investor to basically build a solar plant and generate electricity to them, and they cut their energy costs by 30%. If we're going to do manufacturing, fabrication for manufacture of machinery and equipment, we need steel, we need aluminum. We cannot compete globally if our electricity tariffs remain this way for the steel industry, for aluminum, or indeed for any other manufacturing enterprise. So we must be innovative and speed up the green transition, using solar as a first anchor. Also, there has been some mention in the NDC manifesto of time of use tariff. We're looking at the possible protocols of how this will be implemented, and hopefully we will engage the Ministry of Energy on this matter. We're also looking at some of the LIs, particularly the LI relating to electricity supply and distribution, standards of performance, LI 1935, to see how we can cap and reduce the maximum outages that are allowed. You cannot build an industrial economy and allow in your regulations maximum outages of 12 hours. You're basically killing your industry. And so we need to look at that. And then also, and this is coming from exporters and manufacturers as well, we need to build more efficiency at our ports. And we need to basically begin to promote single window clearance systems for imports and exports, particularly in the strategic value chain. So we reduce the costs of forwarding and all the ancillary activities. You cannot be efficient. If you want to do a 100% check for every container that comes into town, you are not going to be able to do it. We have to build the algorithms, the programs that allow us to do random checking, allows for quick passage out of the port so that manufacturers can access their raw materials and so on and so forth. And this can be done. It's been done in Singapore. Why can we not do it? It's been done in Malaysia. Why can we not do it? It's been done in Dubai. Why can we not do it? But it requires careful planning, technology input, and not every 5 minutes we're changing the system that basically is used to monitor imports and exports with the change in every government. Let's upgrade, let's build on what we have, and let's make it more efficient so that business can thrive. So these are the key elements of the 24-hour economy. Thank you very much. Medase, Akpe, thank you. Now, let me finish.
Colleagues.
I just want to end.
Samina, please.
The final document, which will be ready in about a week from Monday. The final document, which will be ready a week from Monday, will have all the quantitative targets, the qualitative targets, and the metrics to be met. We have been working with GSS to basically fine-tune the metrics, add new metrics like technology, intensity, adaptation, based on sectors, so that we can measure what we are doing with the 24-hour economy. So thank you very much, and we're glad you had us.
Charlie, please. Thank you very much, Honorable Guzitano, for an exciting presentation. We don't have a discussant for this particular session, so I'll just open the floor for questions. I think this last presentation stands between us and lunch, so let's try and keep it short. I'll start from my left. I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. 24-hour economy. Today we got a good explanation. Now, the people of Kede constituency, are very anxious, waiting for a 24-hour economy, which is going to take care of the unemployment situation. So
sorry,
my question is,
you will have to start all over. We couldn't hear a word.
Okay.
Please.
So I take it again. So the question is,
final document.
All right. All right, okay. Next question, please. All right, Honorable Adongo, you have the floor. Members, honorable members,
Please pay attention.
Please.
Well,
if you have a...
I'm not going to ask a question. I'm not asking a question. Please, are you ready? Why this noise?
Honorable Adongo, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I would like to commend Mr. Guzitano for a very elaborate presentation. What I want to find out is, it means that if you pick the budget, you don't expect to see a line called 24-hour economy. You must understand the investment in the framework to appreciate the allocations we have made to facilitate 24-hour economy. So 24-hour economy is in the 2025 budget. Is that the case? Let's take the first four. Okay, before I answer.
All right, can we have a second question, please? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Honorable Kuma Kentaponov. I'm so happy that you have come to elaborate the strategy for the implementation of the 24-hour economy. Critics would say there's nothing in the budget. However, having come to elaborate it this way, you've given me and my constituents confidence that we have a future. Ghana has a future. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I have a lady, Honorable Senator Ajiman Rollins?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My question is with regards to the use of made in Ghana goods. What systems are being put in place to ensure that the quality of the products are guaranteed to be high enough? Because I don't think it's just about consuming made in Ghana products. It's about the quality of the products as well. So what systems will we have in place for that?
Okay, I'll take a second, lady, to balance it. Minister.
Thank you very much. In your presentation, when you mentioned 24 plus, I saw some reactions and I actually overheard somebody saying, how many hours are there in a day? I am sure the 24 plus, the plus refers to the additional designation to your work. And so 24-hour economy and so you have to clarify that, sir. Thank you.
I think we have 4 questions, so I will allow the presenter to answer them, and then we'll come for the second round of questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the questions. In regard to the budget allocation, the initial administrative budget of the Secretariat is going to be, or is in the budget that was announced on the 11th. The main program items, as I mentioned to you, are private sector driven. So the $700 million or so that we have by way of in-principle commitment and indicative support will be directly going to the private sector to finance the value chains that I've mentioned. But one of the components of the value chain development are agro-eco parks that will be basically tracking the enclave idea. And those require infrastructure, irrigation equipment, minor roads, and so on. If you look at the $10 billion push, the 24-hour economy will apply for some of those funds to support the agro-eco park development. Beyond that, the funds that we are raising for the SME financing are for 15 to 30 years. So they also allow for infrastructure development within that framework. And we're working with GIF to see how we can then mobilize GIF's capacities to be able to fund, including private sector development of infrastructure in the enclaves, as well as public contribution, so that we have a mix that allows us to basically roll out the enclaves in their full dimension and capacity. So and then of course, prior to the budget, we notified that because we're preparing the program will not be ready for the budget. We may have some minimal demands within the mid-year review, and that will be notified to the Ministry of Finance, and I'm sure eventually to the Finance Committee and to the main house during the debate on the mid-year review. So yes, there will be some addendums from what we've suggested in the budget, but predominantly this is going to be financed by the development finance institutions that I have mentioned, and also technical assistance grants. So far, if my memory serves me well, we have about 150 million indicative commitments for the direct lending of euro. We have $500 million for the SME direct lending. And we also have about 35 million euros for technical assistance and upgrading the enterprise level and also the trade institutions. Because one of the things that we discovered in looking at comparative journeys along the transformation path is to look at the Asian tigers, Korea, Malaysia, Singapore. And we noticed that their trade associations and industry groups were very critical in their evolution along the value chain. So one of the things we're going to do with the TA grants is to build up these institutions as conduits for basically funding the 24-hour economy value chains and also making them up to speed in terms of project preparation and investment readiness for these injections into the economy through the enterprises. So we'll come back during the mid-year review with a minimal demand. Because of the extent of the fiscal crisis that the government inherited, we felt that in building the current government inherited, we felt that in building a program as massive as a 24-hour economy, we should do everything we can to avoid becoming a charge on the budget, because the budget is already constrained. The amount of money that's going to compensation, debt, particularly 2026, when these main debts come alive and must be paid, that if we relied solely on the budget would be a major constraint to the rollout of this program. So we opted for the route, which is objective, which is a natural consequence of the NDPC program and the transformation program of beginning now to transform the economy using the private sector as a real driver, as a real engine, instead of just talking. Then quality assurance, you are absolutely correct. If we're going to compete, that not only must our price levels be competitive, but our quality levels must also be competitive. So one of the components of the program is quality assurance, so that the Ghanaian consumer is not shortchanged because they're supposed to buy made in Ghana goods. And that requires an upgrade not only of the Ghana Standards Board, but also of the FDA. And that is something that the program funds will also be used to apply in respect of the technical assistance component. So I think that's a very important point, and thank you very much for that. 24 plus. Actually, the designation of the presidential advisor is the presidential advisor for the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development. So the 24 plus, the plus there is the accelerated export development. And not that there are more than 24 hours in a day. I hope you understand. Thank you very much. And also, if I may make the point, as I said, the program will be completed in the not too distant future, hopefully by next week, the week after, sorry. And all the key metrics, all the quantitative targets, all the potential funding sources will be there. One of the components of the funding sources will be the ADF from African Development Bank. And that is a matter that we are engaging the Ministry of Finance for. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll do 4 more and then see how it goes. Honorable Badger.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the game changer for this economy would definitely be the 24-hour economy. But, Mr. Chairman, the presenter made us aware that there will be legislative amendments or review. I want to find out from him how soon will this legislative amendment and review be presented to the House. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'm very happy this morning because your presentation has made our brothers from the other side very quiet, and they've understood everything today. They've shown us that they've understood everything about the 24-hour economy. But just one question about the National Employment Trust. You made it clear that NEP, that's National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, and Ghana Enterprise Agency will be merged, and they'll be put under what will now call National Employment Trust. I want to ask, why that alone? We have the YE as well. They are all institutions that drives employment, especially for the youth. We have a lot of them scattered. When you look at Youth Authority, they also have some models that create jobs. Why not bring all of them under one big umbrella, just like the National Employment Trust? That will help us monitor everything that we do, and also make judicial use of our resources. So it's just a suggestion, if that can be done. Because YEA gives direct jobs to the youth. NIP and others, it's not a direct job. They train people, give them support to be entrepreneurs. So if these two can be merged, brought together, just like NIP and GEA, so that they all be under one umbrella. Just a suggestion. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable members, please shorten your questions. Okay. You're next.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me also commend Mr. Guzitano for that brilliant presentation. You alluded to the fact that in the past, we implemented several programs, but because it became partisan, they were not able to leave the full hall. My question is, in this country, it does appear we have two groups of people, those who build and those who pull down. What mechanisms are we putting in place so that in future, some people don't come and put this great initiative down? Thank you.
We have a last question.
Two more. Let's do two more.
Two more.
You've spoken today.
Right.
You've spoken
I'll give the floor to you.
And then this one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hey, Chairman, thank you. Chairman, we all understand the 24-hour economy is like an octopus with so many tentacles. Because of that, elephantly, it is difficult for most people to understand. We talked about microeconomy, we talked about production, we talked about exports, we talked about job creation. But, Mr. Chairman, what I want to know is that a rural constituency like mine, where we don't have major factories, that is China Paka constituency, where we don't have major infrastructure, how will, just listen, how, Mr. Chairman,
Honorable, please go ahead with your...
Mr. Chairman, please, an old lady in my rural constituency, how will that old lady benefit from the 24-hour economy? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. You can take yours last and then...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to also thank Mr. Gusitano for his presentation. Mr. Chairman, I know 24-hour economy is a groundbreaking policy which will help this economy so much. However, the presenter made mention of a single window, which will be a tool for the purposes of exporting the products that we will have here to the overseas market. We have a teething problem at the ports, especially the single window, which is currently being operated by ARCOMS as a freight forwarder. That is one of the major problems when it comes to delays at the ports, which I think will hinder the progress and the activity of the 24-hour economy, because I know it is hinging on export. What are we going to do, or what will we do to be able to change the dynamics now at the port so that we are able to expedite action when it comes to 24-hour economy activities? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. I will add one more question, Honorable, to it. And my question is simple. Many a times we hear people talk about 24-hour economy is already here. They tend to have difficulty in distinguishing between what is called an essential economy from a 24-hour economy. Can you please explain to us exactly what the distinction is? And that essential economy, which is about policemen, nurses, and all that, is different from the 24-hour economy that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is talking about. Thank you.
Okay, let me illustrate. Let me take the last question first.
Yes, please. Essential services.
Let me illustrate the explanation of the 24-hour economy very simply. If you are a factory and you're producing at 40% capacity, there is no legislation in the world that will push you to work beyond 8 hours, because already your capacity utilization is below par and your overheads are kicking in terms of your price competitiveness. However, if an integrated policy comes along that says that we're going to fund the value chain of strategic areas that we believe will lift this economy, grow the economy, and push us out of fiscal consolidation, then that factory will be able to produce beyond the 40% to maybe 60%, 70%, requiring them to add one shift and another shift. So shift economy is a function of demand and a function of supply. What the 24-hour economy does is to integrate and take an integrated approach to resolving our national crisis of productivity and production and the declining manufacturing sector. Because you look at a lot of companies and they are sitting down waiting for raw materials because they don't have raw materials. We spoke to an oil seed processor, soybean. He's operating at 40%. If he had the raw material consistently throughout the year, he would operate at 100% and export and provide supply to the domestic market. And that will allow him to go around the clock. So there's a complementarity between the essential services and an unleashed productive force. Expanded output, improved productivity, that increases our capacity to then hire more people, because we need more people to be able to generate and fulfill the capacity that we have at the enterprise level. So they're complementary, but basically the real economy must kick so that we can produce decent jobs for the 2.1 million people who are stranded and the 8.2 million people who are in vulnerable employment and don't know what will happen tomorrow. Legislative amendments. We are working, we've been fortunate enough, because there's so much support for the 24-hour economy initiative and the export development program, where a lot of volunteers have come up, and we're working with top-level lawyers to assist us to go through the compendium of laws and look at those that we need to amend. And we're working also with the SPAC, the Senior Public Advisor to the President, Madam Valerie Saki, as well as the President's legal advisor, so we can put these things together quickly and be able then to get the drafting instructions through to the Attorney General so that the matters can be placed before you. I believe that this is going to be an ongoing exercise, and hopefully by June, we'll have gotten all those legislative amendments, additions, and so on ready for your consideration and hopefully for your enactment. I agree with you that there are a lot of government entities that need to be rationalized. And I do agree with you that there are a lot of overlaps that cost us money. And that's one of the reasons why we looked at the GEA and the NIEP to see whether they could be merged. But this is an M&A situation, and it has to be calibrated very carefully, discussed with the people who are currently running those organizations, look at their programs, evaluate them, look at the funding situation, and see how we can make them more efficient and merge them in a way that is seamless. So in doing so, of course, we'll look at the other entities that are in the same space and see whether it is possible also to leverage on what we're doing with GEA and NIP. This is going to take a while. It's not just something that's going to... We want to do things correctly and properly. There's a famous Latin phrase. It says, festina lente, make haste slowly. Let's get it right this time, and we intend to do that. In relation to rural constituencies, actually, a lot of the expanded output and production in maize, soya bean, millet, cassava, groundnuts will come from rural constituencies. And indeed, some of the enclaves and the agro-eco parks, as well as the clusters in terms of direct participation by farmers linked to farmer service centers, will also be in rural areas. So nobody is going to be left out in this program. The only thing is that because the resources are limited, we can't do everywhere at once. So what we've tried to do is look at those areas where we believe will be the growth poles that will also pull up neighboring districts and neighboring constituencies so that they can also rise gradually as these core growth poles also grow and expand and improve. So, sir, I assure you that we are all involved in this matter, whether you are red or you are green or you're blue. We are all, because we have to save this country, we have to transform it, because if we don't, the future of our children will be in great jeopardy. You've seen what's happening in Europe, where the politics is going further right, it's anti-immigrant, anti-Africa. You've seen what is happening in the United States, where our own citizens are being chased left and right, and you can see it on TikTok. That trend will continue because the crisis in Europe and the crisis in America is also structural at this point in time because of the population dynamics and the fact that they themselves have major problems, and aid has become a problem in terms of their ability to sustain the levels that were before. So we must look into ourselves. And we must look into ourselves as a team. Team Ghana. And that is what the 24-hour economy is going to basically inculcate in the mindset program that we will accompany the program. Mindset, productivity, inclusiveness, one team, one Ghana. In relation to I think there was one about, I think I've answered all the questions. Is that correct? Yeah. I believe I've answered all the questions. And the port. The port is a big issue. And we are working with Shippers Council, we're working with the port authorities, and definitely we'll be working with the freight forwarders and the customs to see how best we can streamline matters and achieve, because what is the goal? It's efficiency and seamless throughput at a low cost. And those are the criteria we're working with to see how best we can get administrative and executive interventions that allow for these things to happen for exporters as well as importers, particularly importers of raw materials that will be the subject of value addition at the various industrial parks and industries that are beginning to grow in our country. I think you know that because of the tariff wars that are going on globally, that some countries can no longer access some of the major market centers of the world without meeting major tariff barriers from 25% to 200%. So if we basically work our way well, have clear procedures at the port, a clear incentive regime that allows not only for businesses to thrive, but also allows government to also benefit from revenue to support its expenditure program, then I believe we can attract those companies that cannot enter directly, but can come through here as staging posts for expanded exports into those markets that have been blocked because of tariff barriers. We must become a destination also for onshoring for major markets, both Northwest Europe, Central Europe, the United States, and other parts of the world, including China, by the way. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presenter, Honorable Guzitano, for coming to talk about this very, very important subject. I believe that those of us who are looking for some understanding, I believe you have it, or at least you have the basis for it. We thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much
Colleagues,
for having us. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And that brings the morning session to an end. Thank you. I will leave the Honorable to come and give the...
Thank you very much, Mr. Tano. Thank you, Chair. Just a few announcements. We have lunch now, which will be for an hour. You're to be back in here by 2:40. Please, all members should register their attendance as well as scan the QR code on your screen so you can actually fill in the evaluation forms. We have 5 more sessions. We want to go through them as quickly as possible so we can be out of here by 5. So if members could please be back in the chamber by 2:40, we can finish. And in case you are not aware, we have the Agric sector, infrastructure, employment generation, and public sector wages. We have decentralization and the composite budget. And finally, we have the analysis of the 2025 budget from a governance perspective. So these are the discussions that we have left for the day. Thank you.
Who was a ranking member for the Roads and Transport Committee. So, Mr. Chairman, I hand over to you for the next presentation.
MZ, where are all your members? It seems you are not here. This is a very... But honorable members, this is a very important session. This is a very important session. So I want every member, at least we should have half of the House present for us. But we will start. We'll begin with the presentation when they join. Then, so thank you very much, MC and honorable colleagues. Welcome from lunch. The next session is about infrastructure, and the theme is scaling up infrastructure and the 2025 budget. It's a very important subject which I want members to pay key attention to the presentation, and after which I will give the opportunity for a few questions. Then the resource persons can respond to your questions. I have with me 2 distinguished personalities, Dr. Engineer Charles Boache who happens to partially hails from my hometown. He is the presenter. He's an experienced person when it comes to issues about development, infrastructure. He has several years of experience. He will be doing the presentation today, whilst another distinguished personality, Dr. Steve Asarimantia, will be the discussant. Everybody knows him. He has been the chair for PIAC committee and everybody. He is also a very astute strategist. He's a communication strategist. He also has some diverse knowledge inside into the extractive sector. He will be here to assist the presenter, and after, he will lead the discussions from here. So, these are our guests. We want to welcome you. Mr. Boache, you now have the floor with the presentation. Thank you. You have 30 minutes to do the presentation. If you can also do it less than 30 minutes, we'll also appreciate it. We have a lot to do today. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much. I think I want to roll.
You want to roll there?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So, the order of presentations is, first of all, I'll go into the key budget highlights and focus on the infrastructure issues. Then also address other budget issues and challenges that I see. Then I'll go into the economic transformation agenda, the 24-hour economy, which means that there must be industrialization, high income. Then we'll go into where do we get the money to fund or to finance all these projects. Then I'll talk about the 55 stalled projects, and then how to, or I'll give suggestions on how to repay our debts. Then rejuvenating the private sector and create new businesses. Then jobs, skills, jobs, that's skilled and unskilled labor, productivity, increased disposable income, rising wage level. Then we'll talk a bit about the quality, the quality brand standards, and how it's affecting CFTA, and then other issues. Then the need for a charter, a disciplined society. Then probably look at how we can build confidence in the economy within a year. I think that's what we need. Then probably conclusions and next steps. I mean, they may not be in the same order, but I think at the end of the day, I hope it's clear. Yes. Yeah. So the key infrastructure, key budget highlights. First of all, the budget says amend the Public Procurement Act to provide for an independent value for money office to scrutinize government procurements above a threshold to be determined by the president. I mean, these are very good. Amend the Public Procurement Act to make commencement certificates and budget provisions prerequisites for all procurements to be paid by government. Fully integrate GANEPs with GIFMIS to ensure that only MDA projects and purchase orders that have approved budgets and allotments can obtain procurement approvals. I mean, these are very, very laudable ideas. Operationalize the compliance desk, then the strictly enforce sanctions under sections 96 to 98 of the PFM Act, which is very good. Then basically the Petroleum Revenue Act that is uncapping to allocate ABFA resources for infrastructure projects. Then the road fund is also very good, which is coming back. Then I also captured the issue about reducing GMPC's share of net carried and participating interest from 30% to 15%, amending the MIF, that's the Mineral Income Investment Fund, to fund to enable 80% mineral resources originally maintained by MIF to be transferred to the consolidated fund. I think it's a laudable idea. You see, these were all funds that were previously in the consolidated fund. So when MIF was created, they were transferred into the MIF fund, and most of the time they are sitting there. Well, some have been used, and others have also been used to fund foreign firms, at times at the detriment of Ghanaian firms. So I think that, yes, coming back into the consolidated fund is very good, but then we must make sure that we divert quite a chunk of it to the Ghanaian private sector. Then ECG and NEDCO will implement a number of measures, including metering. It's good. And then implement the liquid fuel to gas swap. Then complete the IPP capacity negotiations, also good. PULC to continue to implement the quarterly tariff adjustment. Well, it's still a question mark there, but I'll comment on this much later. Then government to work on the big push is also a laudable idea. 24-hour economy, I think Guzi spoke a bit about it. And yes, I think they intend to present a detailed plan to the House. It's purely an industrialization issue. I mean, we all heard it, because there's a need for roads, there's a need for lower electricity tariffs, there's a need for infrastructure, there's a need for port development, skill development, everything. And that is a complete societal change. Industrialization is a complete societal change. So it's a laudable idea, but we must realize that it requires a complete 24-hour economy is an industrial change. That is how I see it. Yes, so the issue is, see, I heard too much of borrowing foreign currency. Well, let me focus here for a while, then maybe I'll come back to that. Then the Bank of Ghana, yeah, this is negative equity, 53 billion, I think. And these are all the funds that maybe they have an effect on infrastructure development in general. Yes, I think I've talked about the big push as well, 10 billion, and the budget, 43.07 billion was provided for in 2025. The gold board is good. I think the idea that we are using local currency to get foreign assets is a laudable idea. $279 million in cedis to purchase about 3 tons of gold every week. I mean, that amounts to about $15 billion a year. And it's a laudable idea. It's a potential $15 billion a year. So it's good that we don't put too much taxes on it. I think previously we had too much taxes, so the small-scale mining companies were smuggling the gold outside. For me, if we even remove all the taxes, it's even better, so that we can get more dollars. Basically, purchasing gold means that we're getting more dollars. We are increasing our foreign exchange reserves. And it's a laudable idea, potential 15 billion. Even if you get 10 billion, it's a big thing. Then the issues I wrote is that, so if the small-scale miners get the cedis, what do they use the cedis for? what do they use the cedis for? They get a gold, then they sell the gold to Bank of Ghana. Bank of Ghana takes the gold, gives them cedis. What do they use a cedis for? And that is why this presentation is important. You see, we need real estate. We need areas that will mop up the cities. Otherwise, the small-scale miners will go and buy dollars back and keep. You see, and that obviously cause depreciation of the city. So, and that is why infrastructure, especially housing, real estate, is very, very important. And we are not doing enough. We are not doing enough. So we'll do that. These are also some, okay, so I've talked about the road fund. I've talked about it talked a lot about stabilizing the city. For me, it is the biggest thing, stabilizing the city. And maybe when there's a bigger opportunity, when there's another opportunity and more time, we can talk a bit about that. And then allocation to the Women's Development Bank, 51 million. Then the CODES program, 100 million. And then the IMF, 55 store projects. These are the IMF 55 store projects. I think you have it in the budget, the detailed budget. And the question is, these are all store projects because of the debt exchange. And I looked through and I was wondering why we should get foreign currency to contract all these loans. And it's very worrying indeed. These are all, more than half are potentially local currency expenditures. So this is the first 27, and then the next 28 here, and largely road projects. Road projects, why do we go for 100% foreign currency to construct road projects when almost every part of the road project is local currency expenditures? You see, the laterite, the quarrying, even the labor, the fuel. We have excavators lying all over the place that we don't even know what to use it for. And yet we go for foreign currency to do this. And it's not that we have also water supply projects in there. Well, a small part of it could be foreign, maybe 10%, but largely they are local currency expenditures. And these are things that we must try and then see how we can change. You see, the topic for the budget, the resetting, we have to reset our development priorities. You see, otherwise we'll keep on running into the problems that we have currently. We don't have too much time to go into that, but we'll see what we can do. I have here. Then there are also issues. The issues that I have, a little bit of issues, are the fact that the gas prices are going to be increased from $7 to $8 per 1,000 BTU. And then, of course, the PULC also undertake major, I mean, the word is major tariff adjustment. And this is very, very worrying. It is going to affect the private sector, going to adjust in the fourth quarter. I think I heard the minister talking about 58%. That is huge. And these are largely due to the depreciation of the local currency, the depreciation of the city. So we must find a means of avoiding that. Then in the budget, I think paragraph 192, it talked about export of local labor, which is also very worrying. I don't know which aspect of the local labor, because it's basically skilled labor, probably doctors, nurses, teachers. But we have deficit in all our labor sectors. I mean, we talk about doctors. I have a slide on doctors. If when you go to World Development Indicators, we say we are lower middle income country. If we are to operate as a lower middle income country, we need about 16,000 more doctors. I mean, the information is there. We look at the population. We need about 16,000 more doctors for us to even operate as a lower middle income country. The current doctor-patient ratio is lower than a low-income country average. I hope you get me. We have low-income country, lower middle-income country, probably middle-income country, upper middle-income country. The low-income country average, the doctor-patient ratio, we are lower than that. That means we need more doctors. We need more nurses. Yes, the nurses' situation is better, except that most of them are sitting at home. You see, the teachers also, we have about 80,000 teacher deficit. So for me, the issue about labor, I mention it even though it's an infrastructure issue, because for you to develop infrastructure, you need skilled labor as well as unskilled labor. Then, yeah. So I'll zoom into the economic transformation agenda, which is very laudable. The paragraph says that implement an economic transformation agenda underpinned by structural reforms anchored on promoting modernized agriculture, agribusiness, and value addition for import substitution, exports, and job creation. Then use government procurement to drive a made-in-Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of made-in-Ghana goods. To demonstrate this commitment, okay, so basically,
Doc, you have 5 more minutes.
Wow. Okay. So I think, so these are my comments on the budget. So, yeah, okay. No, the previous page, you see, the previous pages, I was part of a team that was put up to do the long-term national development plan. And Dr. Kwesi Boche, and then who was the chairman of NDPC, presented to the president, and then with Dr. Nimoy Thompson. I was part of it. I led the team that did the Ghana infrastructure plan. And we carried out all this, and you realize when you go in there, it solves all our problems. And so for me, it's very worrying that these plans that were presented, I put that in there, it was presented to the president in 2017, but somehow we haven't been able to implement it. And I think that if we revisit it, it will help us a lot. You see, long-term plan, it doesn't mean that we stop everything we are doing and wait for 30 or 40 years. Long-term plan is a daily activity, just that you slice it over a period of time. So, and these are some of the targets that we had. They were very, 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 very important issues that we addressed. We look at the spatial plan. We looked on how to change our housing sector, because the housing really helps to transform the economy, because everybody likes housing, and it's a symbol of security, it's a symbol of inheritance. And the question is, we have everything on this land called Ghana. We have everything to address all our housing needs. You see, once we model these things out, this is actually Ghana, this is Greater Kumasi Industrial City. This is Greater Kumasi, and we can sell 70% of the plots just on the drawing board. You see, because this is high quality infrastructure with all kind of what the services provided. These are all dual rows that were done there. So it's very worrying. I saw this in the daily graphic. I mean, we cannot, and there are a lot of roads that are in such a dilapidated situation. So we have to fix. You see, the question is, we have all the minerals. We have, and I listened to Guzi. He's talking about steel. I mean, there is nothing that we can do as a nation without steel. You see, currently, the US President Donald Trump's tariff war with Mexico, China, US, it's about steel. Every day he's talking about steel, and you can't do anything. Steel is the reason why this roof hasn't collapsed on us. You are sitting on this chair because of steel. Everything is made of steel, or steel was used to make it. You see, and that's how it is. Yes, this is timber, but the machine that made this timber it was made of steel. And we have steel comes from iron ore, and we have iron ore that will meet our demands for more than 100 years, even when we are cruising as a high-income country. You see, and it's not like we need huge investments. You see, because you see the value chain. We've done the value chain activities in there, and they are all things around us. This is railway sector. It's the same thing. Railway, when we want to construct railway, we go for 100% foreign currency. But most of the railways that we need are largely local currency expenditures. The ballast comes from quarries, the laterite. This is Accra network. Okay, so you look at this. I presented this to this group before, and we have to take the bull by the horns and reset. Otherwise, we shall keep on having this kind of problem. You look at the components; they are all local expenditures. So you just have to sit down and then fix this. They are the same. I don't have too much time. I mean, these aggregates, they are used to construct all these
Doc,
things. I've added 5 minutes to your time, so
thank you very much.
Yeah.
So funding. Funding is not all about dollars. Funding, after all, when we get the dollars, we use to buy materials that we have. You get me? We get the dollars and we buy the materials that are already there. In fact, at times we even own it, because in this country, the minerals are all owned by the state, held by they are owned by the people and held in trust by the president. So we have to look at this very, very well if you want to fix infrastructure. Yeah. So these are, let me go a bit deeper into the funding aspects. I think we don't have too much time here. This is nuclear power. Nuclear power, you might think everything is foreign currency, but we can clearly get more than half being local currency. I've separated it. The greens are local currency. If we plan a huge nuclear plant over the next 30 years, green is local currency, and then the orange is foreign currency, and then the yellow is a combination of local and foreign. You see? So these are the kind of minerals that we have in this country that can drive infrastructure growth. Yeah. So this is basically the steel where we had the blue spot is where Ghana is, and for us to even reach the steel consumption, see, the use of steel is an indicator of the economic growth of a country. It's just as the GDP per capita is an indicator. The use of steel per capita is an indicator, and you You can see that Ghana, we are just over there. If we have to be even getting to the middle income world average, we have to move from about 35 to 220. Yeah. And if you want to see a typical area that we use steel, look at your car. The car that everybody sat in today, half of it is made of steel. Half of it is made of steel, and another half, 10% is made of aluminum, plastics, lubricants, which are all available. The issue is the technology. We have to sit together and address the technology issue, which is another issue for discussion later on. So these are all the steel value chains that we can do as a nation. Yeah. So these are the industries. They are not all these blocks. In fact, there's a bigger matrix that I did here. I don't know. I was trying to straighten it. It didn't work out. But and all these blocks, about let's say 150 blocks, basically just about 10 are foreign currency expenditures. Almost everything. Yeah, local currency. The same principle applies to cocoa. We get just 6% from our cocoa, and then our cocoa is about the yield. The yield is very small, about 500 kilos per hectare. Whilst natural fact, we can move cocoa yield to 1,200 kilos per hectare. And we have this whole detail in the plan. That's the Ghana Industrial Plan, which is also done for National Development Planning Commission. Okay, so understand I have 1 more minute, so I have to rush in through quickly because I don't have too much time in there. Yeah, so railway. Yeah, so we did all that, and then we drilled down the jobs that can be obtained. You know, this value chain thing that we've done is not just about cocoa or steel. We've done it for over 100 industries. These matrices, we've done it for more than 100 industries. For some of them are here. So we did that, and then we got the job. We profiled the businesses, direct and indirect businesses that we can get the next 16 years. And this is the kind of
conclude for us. Can you conclude for us?
I don't know. Okay. So this is the kind of sectors. Year 1, 220,000. Year 2, 550,000. Year 3, 700,000. I think the other years are missing. They are down there. So the jobs are also in there, because if you don't plan well, you can't get the businesses. If you don't get the businesses, you can't get the jobs. They follow that sequential order. Jobs come from businesses, and businesses come from well-planned systems. The same thing applies to the tourism sector as well. These are the industrial parks that we envisage to be done in this country. Maybe later on when you get a presentation, you can have a look at that. In industrial parks, and then the businesses that can be set in all these parks. It's all lined up in there. So I think I realized that the money aspect is here. So traditional source of funding, the pensions, I've mentioned that the pension issues is a very good. Now these days, the pension companies are saying that they want more opportunities. They want to go and invest outside. Must find ways of letting the pension industry invest in the country. They are holding so much money. But there are other areas that as well that we can raise funds. Land. I've talked about the mineral, but land is one thing that I haven't talked about. Land is a source of funding in infrastructure development. If we don't address our land issue, especially land benefit capture is a very important source of funding for infrastructure development. If we do it well, we can get funds from Green Climate Fund and other establishments to support us.
Doc, we want to thank you. I think you give us the slide. We'll have the opportunity to go through this detailed work that you did. We will have the opportunity when the slides are just put on members' platform so that we can share it. So we want to thank you for such an insightful presentation. I will now invite Dr. Stephen Sarimantia to lead the discussions. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. I think you can see the rest of the presentations, the rest of the discussions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Doc, you have 15 minutes.
Right.
After Doc's presentation, we will take the next presentation. Then we'll allow members to ask questions for those two presentations. So yes. So Doc, you can go on.
Honorable Chair, I take the discussion from the policy perspective and will highlight some grievous mistakes we've made in the past as a country in financing infrastructure programs. And will show how, in my view, the 2025 budget attempts to correct some of these mistakes. I'll also draw attention to areas of the infrastructure component of the budget that needs further interrogation to obtain better clarity for purposes of commitment tracking and for holding the government to its word. Now, I want to begin by looking at the nature of the problem that we face in the infrastructure sector. Now, there is data that suggests that we need about 400 million every year to fund this country's aging power and water infrastructure alone. Now, according to the Ministry of Roads and Highways, only 27% of Ghana's 94,203 kilometers of roads are paved, leaving about 73% unpaved as at 2023 April. Housing deficit is estimated to be in the region of 1.8 million housing units. Certainly, there is no doubt that closing the gap will require greater effort than we seem to have accorded the sector so far. Over the years, you'll find, if you look at our budget trends, we tend to spend much more on recurrent expenditures than on capital expenditure. For me, the most debilitating factor in closing the infrastructure gap is financing, which calls for us to change our attitude in terms of how we treat natural resource rent. Over the period, we've tended to treat natural resource rent as income for consumption, as against treating it as income for investment. So we even sold our golden share in Anglo Gold Ashanti and used it to pay salaries. That's how we've lived so dangerously that after producing gold for over 100 years, we became a highly indebted, poor country. A sad commentary of how we've mismanaged our natural resource revenues. The example of other countries like Dubai, they actually diversified their economy away from commodity dependent, that's oil, to now becoming a hub for international trade and tourism. We are blessed with gold, diamond, steel, copper, everything, oil, and yet we are poor. We need to change our attitude, and it is in that context that I welcome the decision of the government to amend the Petroleum Revenue Management Act to actually use all the revenues, petroleum revenues, for infrastructure development. I think it's a good decision. This particular issue came to the fore at the time when we were negotiating around how much of our petroleum revenues to put away in savings and how much to spend. We agreed on a ratio of 70 to 30%. That is to spend 70% and actually save 30%. Now, out of what we are going to spend, we agreed that we'll spend 70% on infrastructure and 30% on recurrent. The practice under the previous government has been that even though the PRMA required that we spend 70% on infrastructure, they were never ever able to meet that injunction in the law. And this is largely as a result of the free SHS financing. To the extent that a certain deputy minister for finance at the time, I recall in Koforidua, pleaded with my committee then, the Public Interest and Accountability Committee, to be allowed to classify educational expenditure, pre-SHS, as capital expenditure because it is human capital development. So clearly you see that there was a certain intent and willingness to address the issue of our inability to meet the legal requirement, but because of the free SHS and large part of it being recurrent expenditure, we flouted the law consistently for the past 8 years without consequence. This actually calls for a review of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, because the last time I checked, it did not have sanctions for violation of that act. So that the earlier we look at that act again and provide for sanctions for its violation, the better it will be for all of us. But I must say that the idea to really plow back all the petroleum revenues is a good one, including that of the gold revenue. You know, the decision to, again, amend the MIF Act to now move 80% of the accumulated funds into the consolidated fund for expenditure. And the other 20%, we know where it goes. It goes to various stakeholders, including communities that play host to mining. Right. In our efforts to move away from spending our natural resource rents on recurrent expenditure and focusing more on capital expenditure, there are some lessons that I want to bring to our attention. First and foremost is the fact that $30 million of our oil revenue was invested in the Kotoka International Airport Terminal 3. And that $30 million investment has generated $10 million in returns. So now your $30 million that you invested is $40 million. Assuming we were investing much more into commercial projects, you can imagine how much returns we would have gotten from our oil revenues. So a lesson for us in terms of what investments we make or how we put our revenues to use. Again, we financed our Atuabo gas processing facility from our oil revenues. And this is a legacy that is actually derived, given this country a lot of value in terms of our gas processing. Then we have the previous government focusing on one village, one dam, the construction of warehouses, sea defense projects, schools and dormitories, town roads, etc. And most of all these projects were financed using oil revenues. And I had the opportunity of going to see for myself. But there is something to be gained in using revenues that are assured for financing infrastructure. We had a situation where GNPC was able to construct school buildings at prices that were far, far below those of GETFund. So we tried to find out why it was so. And we discovered that GNPC had the money available and paid contractors without delay. So contractors had no need to inflate their cost. Currently, the practice has been that contractors, knowing very well that they are not going to get their money soon, will inflate the cost to take care of inflation, but also interest rates that often overrun the tenure of the loans they contract. So going forward, I think that we should not embark on any project unless we are assured of the revenue for financing it. In that way, we will be able to benefit from cost efficiency because contractors will not have to inflate their prices. Okay. So just to conclude by making the case for using resource rents to diversify the economy away. I think I cited the example of Dubai. Of course, I can also point to that of Malaysia. I want to now move quickly to look at areas where members of parliament will need to push for some clarification in the infrastructure component of the budget. Now, as impressive as it sounds, I urge members to seek better particulars of the big push, particularly the institutional and financial arrangements for its delivery. Now, an amount of 13.85 billion is said to have been allocated for the big push program. The question I want to ask is, which agency of state will be the repository of these funds? It is important to understand if there will be a secretariat to host and coordinate activities of the big push program, and at what cost will this be? Again, will funds from the various streams be pooled into a common pot to finance the flagship projects under the big push, or will it be financed by their respective mandated institutions? These are questions that need answers. If you ask me, my preference would be for the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund to serve as the home for the big push, so that we narrow down the multiplicity of institutions in the infrastructure sector and in the interest of cost efficiency. The budget as we know it is only an expression of intent. What will make the difference is the extent of its compliance and the swiftness in dealing with any unforeseen implementation challenges. I therefore urge the Government Assurance Committee of Parliament to be vigilant in the exercise of its compliance monitoring mandate. On that note, I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Simantia. You've done well. I gave you 15. You did it under 10 minutes. Congratulations. Well, honorable members, you know today is packed, so we would like to take the next presentation, which will be on Agric. So we'll ask our presenter and discussant to just sit right there at the back whilst the new presenter and the discussant take over. Then after, we'll ask the question together. So if you have any question on the infrastructure, please put it down. But my directives will be that we'll ask for 6 questions, 3 on this side, 3 on this side. We don't want to waste much time. So, colleagues, that will be the, yes. So thank you. Doc, you can wait for us here. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the next session is on the agricultural sector and the 2025 budget. Our presenter is Professor Edward Ebo Onuma, Department of Agribusiness, University of Ghana. The discussant is Dr. Yakubu Al-Hassan, a former MP, and our chair for this session is Dr. Godfred Seydu Jasau, and he is the chair on the Agric committee. Just as a guide, the presentation is to be 25 minutes, Chair. The presentation is 25 minutes. The discussant has 15 minutes. And there'll be no questions right afterwards. We're going to do the next session before we take questions. Yes, thank you.
Okay, honorable members, we are set and ready. We welcome our guest lecturer, Dr. Onuma, and then the discussant. Without much ado, I know Dr. Onuma has a lot to tell us, and so please, I invite you to take the podium and then start off your presentation. You have 25 minutes, and then I'll alert you when it's 5 minutes to time. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Mr. Chair, I want to use this opportunity to say big thank you to all of you and for this very privilege. I've been here since 2013 and I deem it indeed a privilege. I don't take it for granted at all. Anytime you call me, I do well to go deep into what I present. And so this afternoon, we are looking at the Agric sector and the budget 2025. I am Edward Debo Anuma, Associate Professor of Agricultural Economics at the University of Ghana. And so, Honorable Chair, I would want us to go through the following outlines, background areas for attention, and then we'll look at the data source and what I did, and then the budget review discussions. And then, of course, there will be a conclusion, and personally, I have what is called special recommendation. And so when we get there, we'll get to see. Mr. Chair, all of us will know that Agric is very important when it comes to this country, giving us food, giving us income, reducing poverty, providing raw materials, employment, and then, of course, foreign exchange. Mr. Chair, because of this, I think that Agric should be given the necessary support to be able to achieve its overall economic task, especially under the resetting agenda. Honorable members, if we mention resetting, then it's simply saying that, for instance, if it is a machine, then the machine is not spoiled, but it is only being reset. And so Ghana is not spoiled. It's gotten to a point that it is going to be reset. And if we are looking at the resetting, then what do we have in the budget that is leading us into this resetting? So specific areas that I want to look at very shortly this afternoon is, it's not moving. It's not moving. Yes. Good. So I want us to look at the growth in the agricultural sector, and then the transformative agenda, the 24-hour economy, which was presented to us by Mr. Gusitando. And then we'll look at some highlights of the agricultural for economic transformation agenda. And then we'll also look a bit of some highlights from the fisheries and aquaculture. And then finally, we will look at some trends in the budgetary allocation. And so, Mr. Chair, I'm using tables, figures, and charts to do this presentation. And then I drew from the budget statement from 2020 to 2025 for this presentation. I also got information from the Ministry of Finance, World Bank, International Monetary Fund, archival data, just to support me. And so, Mr. Chair, if we look at the Agric sector, especially with respect to the growth, we can see from the screen that 2016, it was 2.7. And then it grew to 6.2. And then it peaked at 2020, that is 7.3. And then 2023, it came to 5.9. But unfortunately, 2024, it dropped down to 2.8. This is something we need to interrogate, especially how come it was doing well from 2017?
Honorable Minister, former Minister for Agriculture, please pay attention and see these figures. 2.7 and 2.8 are particularly of interest, please.
Thank you, sir. And so if you look at the 2017, it went to the 6.2, maybe because we had launched the Planting for Food and Job 1. And so we could see the steady growth peaking at 2020, but 2024 it came down. Can we attribute it to, it peaked in 2021, that is 8.5. But in 2024, can we attribute it to the fact that we launched the Planning for Food and Job 2? And the emphasis of the Planning for Food and Job 2 was to move from the subsidy input system to credit input system. Could it be the reason? I think that there is a need for us to seriously interrogate to know exactly what happened. Of course, there was some drought, yes. Okay, good. Now, if we look at the cocoa sector, especially 2023 and 2024, we had a negative growth. I have personally advocated that I think the cocoa industry is being overpampered. Almost every attention is going to cocoa. Is it about time that we take a clue and then look at something like the Ghana Tree Crop Diversification Program, which was mentioned in the budget? Can we look at that? Maybe that can help us. Now, if we look at this project, that is the Ghana Tree Crop Diversification Program, the emphasis is to supply seedlings and fertilizer to the farmers. I want to believe that this is almost the same as the Planting for Export and Rural Development. And so we have to go back and look at the gains of the Planting for Export and Rural Development and match it and see how best we can improve on this one. Mr. Chair, if we come to this, and I was so happy the great statesman, that is Mr. Kusi Tana, was here to look at this. The 24-hour economy, the emphasis is to stimulate economic growth and job creation. Mr. Chair, I got to hear about the 24-hour economy when I was teaching in my class, meaning that is at the University of Ghana, level 300. Level 300. All right. All right. Now, this is what I was telling them. So the emphasis of the 24-hour economy, the ultimate is to ensure that there is reduction in cost of production. And so this should be well integrated in the policy. For instance, those of us who are going with me with this chart, if we look at the curve above, you would easily get it. If you look at the curve above, let's take Q0. And so somebody is producing at Q0 on the curve above. The price the person is paying is AC1. AC1. Now, let's assume that we have 10 people who are working for 8 hours. And so they produce at Q0, and that is the price. And so maybe the company realizes that they can make more and sell to gain profit. And so they take extra 10. They take extra 10. They take extra 10. And so this time maybe they come in the morning and then in the afternoon. They realize that the demand is there. And so this time around, they go to the third stage. Now, in the third stage, so we have 8 hours, we have another 8 hours, and then we have another 8 hours. And so, honorable members, if our labor laws are actually working, those who work from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. will receive the remunerations. Those who do the second shift, after 6 p.m., their remuneration will go higher because they are doing more or less night. And then those who will come in the night, they will get extra. Now, that is not the catch. That is not the catch. The catch is that, so the company realizes that they are spending more with remunerations. So if that is the case, let's go and get a bigger machine that can take only the 10 people. So if you look at the second curve, they went for a bigger machine. They are producing at Q1, and this time the cost is at AC2. And so it simply means that the 24-hour economy, we cannot stagnate. We have to move on until we attain what? Minimum cost of production. That should be the emphasis. Mr. Chair, and so if you go on and on, that is what we see. Now, some key highlights from the Agricultural Economic Transformation Agenda, and that is the Livestock Development Project, and so poultry farm to table, and then the Nkoko Nkitinkiti project. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at this figure, the animal protein that we import into this country, about 80% is on the poultry. And so this program is very good. However, the fundamentals would have to be taken note. And that is what I'm going to tell us. The fundamentals. If you look at this chart, the importation we do, about 98% are cut parts. And so we cut them into thighs, into wings, and then we get the offers, and we bring them into the country. And so if we are doing the Nkoko Nkitinkiti without thinking about processing, then it's a problem. And so I am proposing Nkoko Yetwichano Nkitinkiti. That should be the emphasis for this agenda. Mr. Chairman, we also have the Vegetable Development Project, and that is Yeridua. And then if you take the Yeridua, again, we have tomato, we have pepper, we have onions. With the Yeridua, yes, with the Yeridua, this is what colleagues is happening.
Colleagues, can we listen? Hello?
Yes.
Colleagues, can we listen in silence? I noticed that the Nkoko Nkitinkiti is quite exciting. But let's calm down and then allow him to finish, then we can react. Thank you.
All right. And so if you look at this one, according to the budget, there will be the distribution of seeds and fertilizer to farmers. Again, we should go back. The Planting for Food and Job one, we were doing 50% subsidy for seeds and for fertilizer. In this case, I don't know the fraction with which the distribution would take. But if you look at this drawing, I am thinking that we have tomatoes, we have onions, we have pepper. In this truck, what are the wheels? In the budget, it was proposed that the government will come up with land bank. And then they will get the land, they will prepare especially for the youth. How I pray that Paulugu will get this land bank. And then in addition, we will make sure that the Paulugu Dam is working. And then there used to be, I don't know whether it's still there, the Paulugu tomato factory is also working. And so in this case, we can boast and say that in the next 4 years, at least we will not import tomato, onions, and pepper into this country. It is possible. It is possible. Mr. Chair, there is a technology that is being advocated for, and that is called the irradiation technology. This irradiation technology is considered by great nations like the US, China, Netherlands, and they subject, agricultural produce to ensure that the lifespan would be for a longer time. Fortunately, Ghana has this capacity at the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, except that it is not scaled up. The last time I made my few checks, that was about a few days ago, I was told that the honorable in charge was there. That is the Honorable Mutala was there. And so if we can take advantage of this irradiation technology, Mr. Chair, I met the Barbados ambassador to Ghana. And then in a conversation, she mentioned that they go to Europe and then they buy these items. And what she sees is that some of the items are coming from Ghana. And so if we can have this technology here in Ghana, then we can send it direct to their country.
Prof, you have 5 more minutes to run up.
Yes, sir. Let me do it quick. We also have the Feed Ghana program involving schools, involving faith-based organizations, security agencies. Burkina Faso is using the prisoners and it's working for them. Mr. Chair, I pastor a church. And so when they mentioned the faith-based, I said, what the pastors will preach. And that is what? The talent, the parable of the talent. Some were given 5, they worked with it. Some were given 2, they worked with it. Somebody was given 1, the person did not work with it. So irrespective, whether faith-based or whatever, if the facility is given out, there should be proper accountability. We have the feed industry. We want to produce to supply to our industries. A fee that was established is currently suffering because we don't have enough raw materials. Blue Skies is quite doing well because they go beyond Ghana for their raw materials. And so if this policy can help, then it will go a long way to boost productivity. Fishery is very brief. We are demanding about 1,270,000 metric tons. However, we are producing just a little. And so the fishery sector, we have to do better. In the budget, it was proposed that there will be modified closed season, and that is 2 months. The previous government did 1 month. The emphasis is not the length of the month. The emphasis is the period for which the fish is spawning. And so I want to believe that that will be taken into serious consideration. With this modification, the budget mentioned that instead they would target the industrial trawlers. and then the artisanal canoe fishers, they will go fishing. But that is unfortunate because the artisanal canoe fishers, they go with nets with small mesh. And so they are rather catching the smaller fish. Yes. And so it is very important. Maybe we can improve that sector. Because of time, I'm going to do a policy brief on this and then I'll share with the August House.
So, Prof, can you do it in 2 minutes, please?
Yes. So, to conclude,
colleagues, he just has 2 more minutes. Can we listen to him in silence?
If you look at the allocation to the various sectors, yes, it's very small, but I want us to go to the era of Kwame Nkrumah. And this is a man who made sure Agric was working, industry was working. So if you want to do the 24-hour economy, the emphasis should be on Agric, the emphasis should be on industry. And that is the allocation that Kwame Nkrumah was given. And so we could see the factories all over the country. If we want to do that, that should be the emphasis. Mr. Chair, in conclusion, intentional diversification into other cash crops would be very necessary. The 24-hour economy policy must ultimately ensure lower cost of production. The Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda is very brilliant, but broader consultation is needed for the full success. And then realistic budget allocation should be given to Agric if we are looking at the resetting. Now, my special recommendation is for members of parliament. Members of parliament, I do hear of special initiatives by the president from the Jubilee House. I don't know whether we have special initiatives by parliamentarians. Maybe we can think about, if you look at this park over here, F1 Sutherland Park is crying. I don't know whether Parliament can take it up, develop it, and we can make huge. These are recommendations, sir. Yes. And so on this note, Mr. Chair, I would want to conclude here and then thank you for your attention.
Yeah. Thank you, honorable colleagues. There will be, hello, honorable colleagues, can you resume your seats, please? There will be an opportunity for us to ask questions. But for now, we will invite Dr. Yakubu Al-Hassan, who is a former member of parliament for Mion, to have 15 minutes as a discussant, and let us hear his thoughts on this. Colleagues, we will need to listen to Doug in silence, and then so that we can make use of the time. Doug, you have 15 minutes, and may we hear you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My presentation will be in 2 parts, and it is going to be very brief. The first part is simply to summarize what Prof just presented. And then the second part is my own independent comments on the Agric budgets as presented on the 11th of March. I think that the presentation has made it clear that the objectives of the sector hasn't really changed much. It's to provide food security, raw material for our factories, and foreign exchange, and also provide employment for our teeming youth. And therefore, he makes a request at the end that the sector needs to be supported, since it is going to be the backbone or remain the backbone of the economy. He has also indicated that
please.
The Agric sector has a private place.
Please, can we listen to him in silence?
Place in the 24-hour economy. In particular, that the exports sector is going to be improved as alongside. He has also suggested the need for diversification of our tree crop development sector, because the current ones that we rely on are lonely and are beginning to disappoint because of the vagaries of the weather and climate change, and makes a very strong recommendation that the entire sector has to be backed by technology before we can reap the benefits, as he put it. Now, my personal comments about the budget, the Agric budget, are that the budget statements with respect to agriculture simply relates very well with the manifesto of the current government and also the food and agriculture sector development policy document of the country. And so it seems to be in sync with both the manifesto and the national policy. I also think that the targets have been well spelled out in the budget and therefore can be evaluated or monitored and so on. Investments have been made in seed development, fertilizer and agrochemicals, and then outputs have also been put, such that monitoring is possible by honorable members of parliament. Now, I also want to humbly suggest that perhaps it is time that we also set targets for agricultural zones, rather than just leave the targets at the national level. If we give the zones targets that they are supposed to beat, then it's possible to get them, to encourage them to produce, because they consume the inputs at the end of the day. But the evaluation is done at the national level. And so those zones that are doing well or not doing well are lost in the process of our evaluation. I also think that the establishment of the promise to establish 50 farmer services centers across the country is a good one. But I want to underline government priority as spelled out in the manifesto. But I'd like to suggest that these 50 farmer service centers must be put where they are actually needed or where they'll be most utilized, rather than maybe using other considerations to locate them, in which case they'll be either underutilized or not utilized at all. Now, they promise to revamp the livestock center by getting our breeding stations, to function well. It's a good thing as spelled out in the budget. And so my only suggestion is that the breeding stations must link up seriously with our research system so that modern cutting-edge breeding methods will make the turnover of breeding stock much faster for our agricultural economy. Now, the budget also spells out people who have to be involved in the agricultural programs, which is also extremely good. And it gives a signal that the entire country almost is being mobilized to support the agricultural program. They list faith-based organizations, farmer-based organizations, schools, the security services, and then other agencies. I would like to suggest that the ministry should go a step further to coax corporate bodies that make huge profits to take some of the profits and invest.
Is everything okay? Is everything okay?
To take some of the profits that corporate bodies make and invest in the agricultural production sector. I say so because time passed, Kingsway stores used to have farms. Glamour stores used to have farms. And therefore, it is possible to have the modern-day equivalent of such corporate bodies to also have farms to feed the country. There's also a definite intent to link agricultural system with industry, which is also a good thing that we have to get going. This link is going to help in our import substitution drive and therefore get more people employed in the entire process. I think that the parliamentary oversight committees should do the best they can to lay hands on the detailed programming of the agricultural sector such that monitoring will be much easier. For instance, if the agricultural districts are given programs in the particular districts, it's then possible for members of parliament to encounter such projects in their own constituencies for purposes of evaluating their success or not. Now, the delivery of irrigation infrastructure, as promised in the budget, is welcome news. What I always suggest is that the particular project sites should be named and their scales known, because in the manifesto, a definite number of hectares of irrigable land is promised to be added to the stock of irrigation farming. And if we don't have the schemes developed, it will be difficult to evaluate what it is that is being promised in the budget. At the end of the day, my only worry is whether the resources allocated in the budget will be sufficient enough to undertake the ambitious programs that we have in the budget. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Honorable colleagues, please kindly resume your seats. I will tell you what the arrangement is. Thank you very much, Dr. Yakubu, for your discussion, and we appreciate the dimensions that you have focused on. Dr. Edward Enuma, Prof. actually now, Professor Enuma and his team, we are grateful for your time. Dr. Zanato, could you come and introduce the next panel? So, colleagues, we will have the questions after the next presentation, so that we'll have 3 questions in a block. That's what we've agreed on. So they will be ready to come and answer your questions. Hey, Sticker, you have questions, right? So you relax. I'll give you the opportunity soon.
Thank you, honorable members. Hold on to your questions. We're going to do one more panel before we open the floor for questions. The next session is the employment generation and public sector wages and the 2025 budget. Our presenter is William Boating, the discussant, Madam Priscilla Chumesi Bafo, University of Ghana, and our session chair is Honorable Zuira Ibrahima. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good afternoon once again. Yeah, our next session is on employment generation and public sector wages and the 2025 budget. Our presenter is here with us. He's Professor William Boating, and he has 25 minutes to do his presentation. And our discussant this afternoon will be Dr. Priscilla Chumesi Bafo, Economics Department, University of Ghana, and she will have 15 minutes for the discussion. Thank you very much. And please, let's pay attention and keep the room quiet so we'll be on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, my duty is to share with you my thoughts on issues related to employment generation and public sector wages. So the two areas are quite related. If you are talking about employment generation and public sector wage, what comes up is that the effect of employment generation on public sector wage hinges on the direction where employment generation comes from. So if policies that are directed towards generation of employment through the private sector, then you are bound to generate employment without having pressure on the public sector wage. Now, I am happy that we did not say job creation, but rather said employment generation. And honorable members, I want us to look at the fact that in developed world, employment and jobs are the same and they are used interchangeably. But when you come to our context, the two are different. So it is better to emphasize employment generation rather than focusing more on job creation, because there are certain jobs that are not employment. And I can give you an example. My colleague, we are all from the Department of Economics, we've been asked to come here. It could be classified as a job, but we have not been employed. So in these issues, we always talk about employment generation. Now, one thing I have realized is that even though everything that we have discussed from yesterday to now, whether it is macro stability, whether it is infrastructure, agriculture, industry, and so on, everything comes back to the person having something to do, and that is employment. And since 1992, we always talk about the fact that the youth need employment, but all the budgets that we look at, it is difficult to put your hands on data that shows the kind of thing that we are doing in terms of employment generation is concerned. So I try to tease you out with some data. Many a time we talk about the fact that employment data doesn't exist, but I'm going to prove to you with some few slides to show that we have data on employment. Now, to be able to measure the ability of a country to create employment, we use what we call employment to population ratio, or we say absorption rate. And between 2021 and the second quarter of 2024, Ghana's ability to create employment has hovered around 60%. If you look at 2021, just after the COVID, we were around 50%. But as time went on, economic activities rejuvenated, we had about 60%. And it has plateaued there for that period. So at least we can tell you that ability to create employment is within the 60% mark. But unfortunately, we have done well when it comes to gender. We have our females going to school, catching up. But when it comes to ability, those who benefit from employment generation, based on the data, it favors men more than women, as you can see from the data. The red one, males, and then the green one, females. So even though the absorption rate is around 60%, we have men being the beneficiaries more than females. Now, we also need to know unemployment, and we know what unemployment is. And over the period, we've spoken about the fact that unemployment data don't exist. But I can tell you that unemployment rate between 2021 and the second quarter of 2024 is what I have shown in the slides. And it is within the teens. I'm talking about 11% to about 14%. And when you look at it very well, when it gets to the fourth quarter, you see that unemployment rate comes down, because that is where economic activities heats up. And therefore, we know that if we are able to generate employment, we need to ensure that we are able to heat up the economy by promoting economic activities. And even with the unemployment, you also see that the rate is higher among females than males. And of course, the youth is also the highest. So even though unemployment rate is a problem, when we want to solve the issue, we need to consider the gender dimensions of it. Now, in looking at employment landscape, we don't always have to look at only unemployment, but we also look at the quality of employment and those who are involved in the quality of employment. And we use what we call vulnerable employment rate to do that. And in Ghana, the vulnerable employment rate is within the range of about 65%. In other words, if you have 100 people employed, about over 60% of them are in vulnerable employment. These are the kind of employment that will not allow you to get regular income. When there's any shock, there's no way you can survive. We are talking about our women in self-employment, our men in self-employment, and when there is a problem, there is nothing that they can do. If you are talking about productive and gainful employment, policies must be geared towards productive employment, because the chunk of employment that we have are vulnerable employment. Now, having laid this foundation, I just want to look at how we can generate employment. And we can only do so by looking at the growth of the economy and the quality of the growth. A lot has been said, and if you want to get economic growth reflect on employment, you need to look at sectors that have higher labor absorption rate. And I normally identify 3 sectors, and these are agriculture, manufacturing, and tourism. If you focus your attention of employment generation in these sectors, you'll be able to make a mark in absorbing a lot of our people who are looking for employment. If you look at the 2025 budget, it reports that we grew by 5.7% last year, but the chunk of it came from mining. If growth comes from extractive sectors, I'm not saying we have to throw them away, but in terms of employment, they don't generate the kind of employment that you expect. And therefore, we have to focus on agriculture, agribusiness, link the two, our tourism, and we'll be able to generate the needed employment that we have. Now, to be able to do so, macro stability is very important. And I think a lot have been said yesterday. In the budget, we've spoken about 24-hour economy. I don't want to say more because we had a session on that. National Apprenticeship Program is one area that the budget speaks about. Then we have a Juma Rural Program, Digital Job Initiative, Agriculture for Jobs, Rapid Industrialization. All these things have been itemized in the budget. But I dare say that you will be able to get the outcome that you deserve unless you look at the implementation. Women's Development Bank is one area that perhaps you may look at and say we are helping our women because they are the vulnerable ones. However, I think it is important that when we want to help our small-scale enterprise, especially the women, in as much as credit is important, there are other areas that we need to also look at. And doing business is something that we cannot forget about. And skill development is also important. But I want us to note that when we are looking at employment generation in the budget, we should not think about short term, because employment generation is medium to long term. So that to be able to monitor the outcome, it is important to invest a lot in data, in monitoring, to be able to know where we are faring. Now, linking employment generation to public sector wage is the next one. It is important to note that public sector workers are always complaining about low salary, but the finance minister is also complaining about high compensation. So where is the missing link? And I'm going to give you data on public sector compensation as a ratio of total expenditure, tax revenue, and also GDP as a way to know where we are. Public sector workers constitute 6% of total employment based on the current data. compared to about 9 to 10% of private formal sector. Employment is almost always in the informal sector. So if we focus our employment generation on public sector, then we are bound to have a lot of pressure on public sector wage. But honorable members, I want to draw your attention to the data that we normally see in the budget. When we take the fiscal data and you see compensation, the compensation that you see there does not cover all public sector workers, because public sector workers include those in the public service and other areas. The figure that we have there by my checks are those figures that are picked from Controller and Accountant General. It does not include the kind of compensation that we have with our IGF agencies, authority. They don't include that. So when you are analyzing, you need to consider that as well. So you look at it and you realize that our compensation as a percentage of GDP has hovered around 6% between 2018 and 2024. And the budget also gave around 6%. However, if you look at it from our total expenditure, you will see that between 2023 and the budget that we just read, we are trying to reduce the compensation component in the total expenditure. But to be able to measure whether we can pay, you have to look at our tax revenue, because that tax revenue from which we pay salaries. And I think we've been doing a bit okay from 2021. We've been able to reduce the share of compensation to tax revenue. And if we continue to minimize it, I think it will be good for the budget. Now, the obvious concern when you talk about public sector compensation and it's the pressure that it poses on the budget, I want to remind us that there are about 4 different categories of public sector compensation. The red one is public service workers on the single spine pay structure. The second one are Article 71 office holders, which include honorable members. We have parastatals. Here I'm talking about ECG and others. Then we have IGF-funded public agencies. Here I'm talking about Bank of Ghana, Cocoa Board, PURC, and the rest. Now, when you look at compensation of these public sector work, what comes into mind is inter and intra inequalities and inequities in our public sector wage system. And I give you this slide for you to see what yes. So this is relative basic pay for selected public sector employees, and this is average. Now, if those on a single spine is 1.0, then we have NRPA is 2.63, MPs, yours is about 3.6 times of those on the single spine, Minerals Commission 4, you take PURC, it's about 5.49, and NCA is about 6 times the average of those on a single spine. So if you are talking about compensation, we need to talk about the inequalities. Otherwise, those down there, they form the chunk of public service workers. And when they say they are agitating for higher wage, the pressure on the public sector will be very, very high. Now, few thoughts before I take my seat. So I have mentioned inter and intra inequality in public sector compensation system. And we need to avert any potential agitation from those on a single spine by trying to ensure that we reduce the inequality. The large size of the public sector has also been cited as one of the sources of high public sector wage bill. And therefore, if employment generation is anchored on private formal sector, and we are not going to use the public sector as the main source of employment, we'll be able to reduce the pressure on public sector wage. And I also want to plead, honorable members, that we need to invest in collection of labor market data. I've been able to provide you with data as at the second quarter of last year. Ghana's Health Care Service has been able to get that. However, when the donors or the funders for that particular survey, when they leave, it means that they cannot do anything. And I'm happy to learn that last Thursday, the government statistician was here to brief the House. I think we need to support the Ghana Statistical Service to provide us with adequate data to monitor government policy. On that note, thank you for tolerating me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boati. So, next to take, no, don't worry. Yeah, you can get ready. Next to give us, share her thoughts with us is Dr. Priscilla Chumesi-Bafo. Doc, you have 15 minutes, and we will not be tolerating you. We enjoyed your presentation, and we learned a lot.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to honorable members, and thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the... Hello. Okay. Right. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the presentation. Yes, thank you. Okay. So essentially based on the presentation that my senior colleague has made, and indeed, when your university professor speaks, then you are a bit humbled when you have to do the discussion. But I'll do my best this afternoon. Essentially, when you look at the data really as projected on the screen, you see that growth in Ghana is not employment generating, and that is a fact. Basically, the employment elasticity, which is the absorption rate that my colleague mentioned, is just about 60. Thank you. It's just about 61%. So essentially, for every growth that we observe, it does not commensurate really with employment generation in the country. And that explains the rise in unemployment and the reason why people would usually question why the numbers do not translate into their livelihoods, because people do not have jobs, basically. So when you look at the blue bars are the growth rates, and then the rate of employment absorption is the orange one. Essentially, the question we need to ask is, where are the growth coming from? The growth we observe over the period. So this is a diagram that is showing you growth from 2000 to 2024, and it shows that the structure of the Ghanaian economy has changed. Previously, before 2006, agriculture dominated the economy, but now service has taken over. But the reality is that countries that have done well and generated enough decent opportunities in the employment area for their citizens are not countries that are really moved straight from agriculture into services. Industry is basically the hub where employment generation is critical, particularly when you look at the characteristics of the unemployed in the citizens. The average Ghanaian youth who is unemployed is not highly skilled. They are people who are moderate to low skills, and those people do better when the industrial sector does better, particularly the manufacturing sector. And so this is just a look at the sectoral growth rates that are projected. And when you look at this, you see that if you are not careful, you get a misleading impression that industry is doing well. But the driving factor of industry we know are basically the extractive sectors and the construction sector. And those sectors are not necessarily labor-intensive activities. So you find that growth is picking up, but employment is really lagging behind. The agricultural sector projection is also what you see over here, and our previous presenters have spoken much about agriculture. Why is agriculture important? Agriculture is the base for any serious industrialization drive, because it's Agric that will feed industries, and there is a need for us to work on agricultural sector productivity. And when you look at the budget, I think that the agriculture for economic transformation is critical. Members need to interrogate how that initiative is going to lift up productivity in the agricultural sector. A look at the industrial sector on this chart, but here I'm focusing on what is happening to manufacturing, which is critical for employment generation. And when you look at it, you see that manufacturing has observed a very sluggish growth. And the reason why you find this kind of pattern is that manufacturing is also very susceptible to macroeconomic stability. And so if anything happens within the economy, manufacturing is usually the sector, the subsector within the agricultural sector, the industrial sector, that takes the hardest hit of it. So essentially, what policies are critical for manufacturing sector to boost the manufacturing sector? And indeed, in your interrogation of the budget, I think that focus should be on macroeconomic stability. I'm sure the macro group has spoken lengthily about it. There should be a need for fiscal discipline, which the budget is focused on, so that government appetite for borrowing is kept in check, so that we observe some relative stability in the exchange rate, inflation, and all the other conditions. These are critical factors that enables manufacturing to thrive. Infrastructural development is also critical, and in this day and age, we'll be talking about hard and soft infrastructure. So infrastructure that is linking inputs into the factory gate and all those others, and the network and the technology that is required. Skilled labor is also critical to feed industries. And here, regulation is also important. Regulators should take a posture of facilitation rather than really being a typical role of regulation in this context. And so when you look at the target for 2025, growth is projected for 4%. But when we are focusing on employment generation, then the focus should be on non-oil growth and not oil growth, because we know that resource-driven growth is not employment generating. There is a projection of inflation rate of 11.9%. Price stability is critical for any employment creation agenda, really. So, what are the sources of employment? Or when you look at which sectors are contributing most to employment, in the contribution to GDP, we observe that service sector is the leader of employment. And then when you come to the contribution to employment, indeed, service sector is a leader of employment or driver of employment in the country. The challenge for service sector jobs is that when you pick the very high-end technical jobs within the service sector, such as telecommunication, finance, logistics, and others, a chunk of the service sector jobs are informal. And so when we talk about decent jobs, you don't really find people having decent jobs within the service sector. And so, for example, here you see that as of 2022, the service sector employed 41% of the Ghanaian labor force. Agriculture still contributes significantly, which is about 40% of the Ghanaian labor force. And here, when you see a country that has transitioned from agriculture into services, but yet majority of the employment is still being created within the agricultural sector, it gives an indication that the agricultural sector is not productive. if we are serious about driving productivity, then it should be technology driven, so that a lot of the labor in the agricultural sector will move up the value chain in terms of value addition and will not necessarily be at the base of the agricultural sector. The service sector, the industrial sector basically employs about 19% of the labor force. And here, employment generation agenda should really focus on increasing the contribution of industry to employment, because it is industry that generates decent jobs. Industry provides jobs for people who do not have Industry provides jobs for people who are not necessarily highly skilled, but decent jobs, jobs that give a good income, jobs that pays social security contribution towards pension, health insurance, holiday pay, so that when you are sick and you don't turn up for a job, your income level is not seized. So the question here is, where do people work in Ghana? And essentially, when you look at the data over here, you see that majority of the people are found in the informal sector, and that explains the precarious nature of employment in the country. And my senior colleague mentioned that when you look at vulnerable employment in the country, essentially, you see that 2 out of every 3 workers in the country are in a vulnerable job. In a vulnerable job because their income levels are low, they do not have security of tenure, most of them do not have contracts of employment, they don't have health insurance, and holidays are not paid, and the rest. So those are issues that need to be looked at. Productivity with employment is also quite critical, right? Productivity with employment is also critical because employment generation is important, but we also know that labor takes the value of its contribution. What you go and do on the job should commensurate with what you are paid with. And that has basically been one of the reasons why there's been the advocacy for KPIs for example, MDs of SOEs, for instance. And so when you look at this data, not surprisingly, the service sector is the most productive, and it is because it is highly capital and technology driven. The agricultural sector is at the base, and that shows that something needs to be done. Policy needs to tackle the productivity within that sector. So government expenditure, basically, this shows that compensation consumes a significant portion of government revenue, and my colleague has already indicated. Essentially, government uses over 50% of total tax revenue to compensate workers. This is followed by interest payments in recent times and the rest. So the wage bill for government, essentially, I wouldn't say it's way too big when you compare Ghana to other comparator countries in terms of our peers based on the characteristics of our economy. Essentially, 6% of GDP is used to compensate workers in the country. And when you look at the trajectory, the red bars are showing the percentage of the wage bill as a percentage of GDP, and it's been fairly steady. And this year, we know that the wage bill will not grow significantly because of the agreed 10% increase in wages of public sector workers, and also, hopefully, on condition that a lot of enrollments are not going to happen within the public sector in a very short space. So policies towards skills and employment generation in the budget, a number of them have been outlined in there.
Please,
these
especially
policies,
those sitting directly across from the
Right, so these are some of the policies that have been outlined in the budget with regards to employment generation and skills. And so far, in ending my presentation, I would say that there is also the need for us as a country to move towards employment targeting in our budgetary framework, where, for instance, the minister would indicate inflation, debt levels, GDP, and all that, and also give an indicator of employment within the budgets. And employment is the outcome of every activity that occurs in the economy, and so tracking employment is critical to be able to know and plan towards the future, know the demographics of the economy, and support economic diversification. I will not repeat a lot of the things that are here. The areas to focus on for employment generation is basically industrial sector expansion with a focus on manufacturing. Promote value addition. Agriculture must increase in its productivity, but not just about production on the factory, on the farm gates, but also value addition after harvesting, so that at least the agricultural sector can feed agro-processing firms in the country. Incentives for private sector actors within the space, particularly food processing, packaging, and all that, so that we reduce our dependence over reliance on imports. Improve access to credit is also one of the factors that is also a major bane within the manufacturing sector. And use policy to enhance digital economy and innovation, particularly in this day and era of technological advancement. So in conclusion, I would say that macroeconomic stability is at the base of every agenda towards employment generation, because employment, people are employed for what they contribute and not necessarily by counting of bodies in an organization. So improvement in domestic revenue mobilization is critical. There should be the need for expenditure rationalization, stability within the financial sector with good access to credit, diversify the economy into high value addition in the medium term, and strategically invest in infrastructure that supports industrialization. And basically, finally, government can create sustainable jobs and reduce unemployment by taking a critical look at industrialization with an emphasis on manufacturing sector, which has the ability to absorb the low to moderately skilled unemployed youth in the country. Skills development is critical. Digital transformation, infrastructure investment, SME support, and modernization of the agricultural sector. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Bafo, Professor Boateng, and Professor Bafo. We are grateful. Are we taking any questions?
Thank you. Now we're going to combine all the three sessions. So we'll kindly invite the panelists from the two previous sessions to join the panel. And then, if you don't mind, Honorable Zura, you'll have to moderate, if you don't mind. It's just to be able to manage the time for the next couple of sessions. And I think it was agreed that it was three
sessions, yeah. We had a Agric sector.
It was agreed that we have 6 questions per panel, but please, we'll kindly appeal to you to...
There's a chair here.
Please, we have 2 more sessions after this. So, no, it's 5 sessions. We've done 3, so we have 2 more. So just to be able to save on time, it's 2. So it's 4 per presentation, so 2 from each side. Please go straight to your questions so that we can have enough time to actually move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
No, you are not recognized.
Okay.
So essentially, we are doing 12 questions, 6 from this side and 6 from this side. So we have Agric, health, and employment. Yeah. No. I will cut the person. First, yeah, Agric. Okay, but we will take it in any order that it comes, or we should do infrastructure first. Yeah. All right. First, no problem. Okay. Then Agric and employment. All right. Okay, that's fine. No problem. All right. So thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much to the resource persons. Please, it's question time, and we are going to keep the questions as brief as we can. Any question that comes to me seeming like a statement, I will just cut you out, and then you lose your chance of asking the question. So please, let's stick to it. Let's make it straight so that we can free our panel. They've been here since morning. We can also go home and get ready for tomorrow. So we're starting with infrastructure. We are taking 2 from this side and 2 from the right side. Yeah. Infrastructure. Yeah. So infrastructure. Infrastructure, all right, yeah. Okay, yeah, so please, carry on. Infrastructure, yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to find out from the chairman or the discussant person, I want to find out the yearly increase in energy in this country. What is the percentage increase in the capacity in this country? And how have you factored it? Because I want to understand so that we don't go and be signing contract haphazardly as we did in the previous years. We don't have to rush and go and sign contract, take or pay. So I want to know the yearly increase and how have you factored it into what you said? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Can we take the next? Yeah, all right.
So, Mr. Chair, Dr. Charles Bache, to your presentation, you did indicate that there is going to be an amendment to the PPA Act for us to get value for money office. My question is this office necessary? Because we are talking about fiscal consolidation. We want to trim down our expenditure. An additional office just for value for money, for me, is going to create bureaucracy. There's going to be cost implications in terms of the staff who are there. Can't we have this as part of an existing state institution? For example, we have the Central Tender Review Committee. Can we incorporate this assessment in an existing institution than to create an additional office that is going to create a lot of problems for us? So I want to get a perspective on that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So do we have any questions this side? No questions. No questions. So you still want to do infrastructure? All right, Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you. This question goes to Mr. Steve Mantiao. You indicated that there was a possible violation of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act because it's supposed to be used for infrastructure, but over the year there seems to be the use of that fund for the purposes of consumption. But I will need clarity on this because I know that the petroleum revenue, some of which goes into the ABFA by way of the consolidated fund for the purposes of consumption. In fact, as a matter of fact, it is stated that not less than 70% of that allocation would be for infrastructure, whilst part of it is supposed to use to support the budget. Now, if they finance free senior high school education through that, does that constitute a violation of the Revenue Management Act? Thank you very much.
Okay. Do we have any more? All right. The last question.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is on the creation of the Gold Board. The first presenter said that the primary duty of, or the primary objective of the Gold Board will be to support foreign exchange inflows and gold reserve accumulation for the benefit of our dear country. My question is that Bank of Ghana was clothed with the authority to undertake this very primary objective. What was it that Bank of Ghana was not doing right that has necessitated for the formation and the creation of the Gold Board to do the same job? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Doc, are you ready to answer? Should I just attempt to recap, or you got all the questions?
Okay, I got
all right, okay.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, I think the first question by member for Nshai. So, no, I think that the provision in the budget was that the government will amend the Public Procurement Act to provide for an independent value for money office. You see, they say value for money office, not an audit per se, to scrutinize government procurements above a threshold to be determined by Parliament. You see, when you are doing independent, when you are doing value for money, you compare unit rates. You see, you compare unit rate, let's say rates for concrete, rate for steel, rate for labor, etc., etc. So there must be standardized rates. You see, there must be standardized rates so that anytime a contract has to go for a value for money, they don't have to look for different consultants to undertake the value for money. There must be a standby office. And then I think it's a laudable idea. Even though the value for money, yes, I think the other issue they said that even whether the contract goes through procurement process, competitive process or not, it has to go through the value for money office. You see, it's an office they are trying to create so that they institutionalize it. Rather than doing ad hoc value for money processes, which may not, because you can pick different consultants to do value for money, and then all of them will get different things. But if there's a standard office, I think it's an appropriate thing. Then the second question was on the Gold Board. I think the member wanted to find out what is it that the Bank of Ghana was not doing right. I think that in the budget, they said that we are establishing the Ghana Gold Board. Its primary objective will be to support foreign exchange inflows and gold reserve accumulation for the benefit of our country. To achieve this, the Gold Board shall regulate, oversee, monitor, and undertake the purchasing, assaying, refining, exporting, selling, and other related activities concerning the gold reserves of Ghana. A cedi equivalent of 279 million as a revolving fund for the Ghana Gold Board to be able to purchase and export at least 3 tons of gold per week. You see, the Bank of Ghana's primary objective is for monetary policy. And I think this activity could be a bit complex because it's not just buying gold, it's also doing the assaying, which was previously done by a precious minerals marketing company. They were doing the refining. The Bank of Ghana can't do refining. Currently, the refining is also done somewhere, exporting. And if we are going to saddle Bank of Ghana with all these complex value chain activities, I think they may miss their core objective of monetary policy. So it's better these activities are really ceded to this company. I mean, the gold industry is very, very complex. And I think that if the gold board manages it will really help. So I don't know if my questions are okay, my answers are okay.
Yes. So you got two. You have two more questions.
I have two more questions.
Yes. There was one on yearly increase
Okay, that one is directed to.
All right, okay.
Well, the average yearly increase in power consumption is between 5 to 6%. And I don't know how that becomes a concern within the context of the discussion we are having. Because the reason our power cannot stay on is because of lack of finance to procure fuel to run the machines that are in existence. So once we deal with the finance problem, I don't think we'll have any issue. 5 to 6% is not something that we cannot accommodate within the install capacity that we have. But we need money to procure the fuel to deal with it. Thank you. I think there was another one.
Question, yeah.
I think you are confusing what we save in terms of the petroleum revenues and what we spend through the budget. We are required by law to spend 70% and save 30% in the petroleum funds. Now, that 70% that we are allowed to spend, the law further requires that we spend 70% of it on capital expenditure and 30% on recurrent, if you like. And this is to move us away from the old practice of spending all our resource rents on recurrent expenditure, to the extent that if I were to ask you to show me one thing that gold has done for this country, I'm sure you will struggle. And so for now, we are ensuring that the bulk of our money goes into capital expenditure. But the previous government struggled. I recall they wrote to me personally on one occasion when they submitted the budget and indicated that they had complied with the 70-30% ratio. I told my committee to wait till the end of the year. By the close of the year, they had failed to comply with it, because budgetary expenditure is not the same as disbursements. So yes, they budgeted for it, but they did not disburse what was budgeted for. And so they slept on the requirement to ensure that 70% went into capital expenditure. That was when they pleaded to be allowed to treat expenditure on free SHS as capital expenditure, because in their view, it's human capital development. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Education is here and he wants to share a few thoughts with us.
Oh, Chair, thank you. Not thoughts. I should thank your resource people on infrastructure who've always cherished their input to our post-budget discussion. They've contributed in making our debate more meaningful and more impactful. But on infrastructure, if you look at the budget as was presented, ABFA is now to be a source of the Ghana Infrastructure Fund. The original thinking of the GIF was 2.5% VAT and the same ABFA. I agree with Dr. Mante that over the years, and education is the most affected, ABFA, substantial part of it went to free senior high school. It's something that as a country we should debate. that is not infrastructure, but that is preparing for the future with investment in human capital, but it's not infrastructure as the APRM may require. My thinking with GIF and the new thinking is that if you take ABFA and you are going to get $350 million annually, is it not possible for government to say that, look, I'm using ABFA as collateral, build a railway lines for me from Takwa to Wa to Bolga. Then every other year, with the support of this parliament, we all know that 350 million has been dedicated to support a major infrastructure investment that saves that area. I just thought I should get your thought on that. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. It's certainly not a question. I think it's a contribution from the Honorable Minister. Yeah. He wants a reaction from you.
Honorable, I perfectly agree with the suggestion. I've always made the point that, look, if we are able to find a way to construct a railway line from Accra to Paga, our Kayaye that have become a common phenomenon in Accra will just fade away, because you get on the train, the next morning you are in Accra, you sell your confirm, you get on the train, the next morning you are in your village. It deals with the problem of urban, poverty or rural poverty. Again, let me also make the point that I do not believe that the state has a responsibility to pay for the education of people who are giving birth to children and have a responsibility to take care of them. But we do that because of poverty, because there are no jobs. So if we were minded to use the revenues to create jobs and people are gainfully employed, they should be able to pay for their children's fees. And so I think that if you continue to use depletable resources like petroleum revenues to finance consumption, free SHS, that will not be sustainable, because what happens when the resource is depleted? It means the whole program comes crashing down. So let's be minded to invest more in the infrastructure and manufacturing, such that we create jobs for our people to be able to finance their children's education in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mante. Thank you very much, Education Minister. But I think the same case can be made for bridging the Dambai, the Volta Lake at Dambai, and the Volta Lake at Makango and Yeji. So whilst we talk about the bigger infrastructure development needs of this country, we might have to be looking in that direction. We are done with infrastructure, and I invite questions on Agric, on the presentation on agriculture. 2 questions each side. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman or Chairperson. I want to know, you indicated in your presentation that the cocoa industry is overpumped. That statement to me is very shocking, in spite of the immense contribution the cocoa industry gives to the country. So I want to find out from the presenter, what exactly does he mean that the cocoa industry is overpumped? Is it the entire value chain or a section of the industry? I want to know from the presenter. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Please, having emphasized the importance of agriculture to job creation and export-led economy, I want to find out, because the past administration implemented the one village, one dam policy, I want to understand why the growth rate in the agric sector reduced from 5.9% to 2.8%, despite the implementation of the one village, one dam policy.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Largely, the 24-hour economy and the entire growth of this budget hinges on agriculture. When the Honorable Guzitano was making a presentation on the 24-hour economy, he mentioned that they're going to pump some money into production transformation, agricultural production, talked about market systems enhancement, which had to do with agriculture, and then mentioned export. The Agric budget itself talks about Agric for economic transformation. Yeridua on vegetables to, in 4 years, be self-sufficient and to be able to export. Of course, Pualugu was mentioned that we're going to ride on Pualugu. Yes, he did mention Pualugu to contribute to the production of vegetables in Kukon Kitinkiti and irrigation. Madam Chair, what I did notice is that if you look at the amount of money that is allocated to all the agricultural transformation, 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. A chunk is also going into irrigation. Compared to 2024, which was about 2.2 billion. How realistic is the amount allocated? And we are not even talking about release. We are talking about the amount allocated. If the whole structure of the economy, probably a bulk of the 24-hour economy is on agriculture. Yet, less than half of 2024's budget for agriculture is what is being allocated to 2025's budget for agriculture. Will we be able to achieve that objective for the country? I find that quite disturbing. And number two, on cocoa, if you look at the budget, the numbers that are being attributed as debt to cocoa, and I was hoping that you will say something about it, was quite strange. As a country, we do forward sales, promise to sell you cocoa beans. So if I promise to sell you cocoa beans and I don't receive funding from you, I don't owe you. It's not a debt. And so and I want to repeat that, I do a forward sales, I don't receive money. When you do forward sales in cocoa contracts, you don't actually receive money for that. Yes, it is a question. Respectfully. When you do forward sales cocoa contracts, you don't receive money for that. It's a promise to supply you an agricultural product. And therefore, if I have to roll over a portion of the contract, that is not debt because it is not something that I have received money for. How is it that they are able to state that 495 million Ghana cedis is debt? $495 million of a promise that we have made to supply somebody cocoa that we have not received money for. How is that a debt that the Ghanaian cocoa farmer or the government of Ghana is liable for? Thank you.
Yes, I think that Yeah, so I think we take the last question. Honorable Sosu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I want to find out from the presenter. He mentioned that if government is going to be successful with the Akoko Nkitinkiti project, it must move from Akoko Nkitinkiti to Nkoko Ayatwitwem Nkitinkiti. In other words, you must move from just agro-centered projects to agro-business. So what would be your suggestion, or what would be your suggestion, what would be your recommendation to government in dealing with, to determine the kind of synergy that must exist between the Nkoko Nkitinkiti project itself and the project, the agro-business project of the government? Because we have a ministry that also supervises agro-business now. So what should be the synergy between the Agric policy and this ministry to achieve this target that we're looking at? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we invite Dr. Ebo Onuma to answer the questions. Do you want me to go over the questions for you, or you have everything captured? All right, okay. All right.
Yeah, take some. Yes, so thank you once again for the opportunity. If I mention that the cocoa sector is overpampered, I'm coming from the point of view that, for instance, it's only in the cocoa sector that we can budget for cocoa roads. When it comes to spraying, the government will come in and all that. But what we are receiving from cocoa, I would want to believe that if part of the money that is allocated to cocoa can go into this tree crops, we can gain a lot. I did some few analysis, and then I realized that was 2024, 2023, 2022 budget. I realized that a chunk of the allocation of budget to Agric actually end up into cocoa because of the cocoa roads, syndicated loans, and all that. And so my view is that we will not, move from cocoa, but there are other opportunities that we can explore. Oil palm, Malaysia and the rest are making billions of dollars. And so that is my submission. And then there is a question on the Pualugu irrigation. All that I'm trying to say is that if that facility would get to the fullness in function, and then we add on the land bank project, and then we support it with factory, I am very sure that in the near future, hopefully in the next 4 years, we should be able to say that when it comes to tomatoes, when it comes to onions and pepper, at least we'll be self-sufficient. So that was my submission. And then the issue of the Nkoko Ayatwitwa Nkitinkiti. The emphasis is that the import that we get, about 98% come in the form of what? Cat parts. So if the government want to go into Nkoko Nkitinkiti, there should be the need to go to the fundamental. Everybody would want to go to the market for convenience. So you go, you pick it. Somebody cannot afford the full chicken, so you go, the part that you can afford, you buy. We had a study and we proposed that maybe we can establish 3 very big processing firms, one in the north, one in the middle, one in the south. I'm talking of the chicken processing firm. And then we will direct the farmers, those in the north go there, in the middle go, in the south go. But, honorable members, that is not even enough. If we go to the hospitality industries, like the hotels, like KFC, Papaya, and the rest, the chicken that they are selling to us, all of them are imported. And so when we will come up with this, can we also go and sit with them and leverage that, at least in Ghana, take about 20% of what you import? And I'm sure with time, we'll be able to get there. I think the next two questions, my colleague would also take it up. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, my comment is on the one village, one dam, which was asked by honorable members for Sanargo. I think that what kind of dams we had is public knowledge. And I will just summarize by saying that they were simply not engineered to support agricultural production. And that may have explained why they did not significantly contribute to our agricultural productivity.
You are done. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are.
Madam Chairperson.
Honorable Leader.
Just a quick correction. Minister, I'm not sure. I just wanted to be clear, because you did say that the agriculture, the Ministry of Agric total package is less than 2 billion. But that's not the case. If you look on the budget 152, the Agric figure is 2.9 billion. If you're just looking at because if you put the compensation, goods and services, CAPEX, IGF, and the grants, that should give you 2.9 billion. I don't know what figure you are looking at. 152. I'm looking at 152.
Yeah.
So I just want to know where your figure is coming from. So
absolutely. So, first of all, you look at you don't take the entire Agric budget. You take out compensation, you take out the DP funds, because those are funds that are used by the DPs. We are talking about funds allocated to the initiatives by the government. And that is, you see the initiatives and priorities under Agric. You have under goods and services, 819 million Ghana cedis. Then you come and take the CAPEX line. You take the 400 million, okay, and then you take the 105 million. So that is 500 million plus the 819 million. That is what is going specifically to the initiatives of government. All the others, we can't really account for it. So that one is 1.3 billion. Please, if you go to the big push, the line item is big push.
Honorable Leader, thank you very much.
There are no
thank
details
you, Honorable
of Agric
former
in the
Minister
big
of
push.
Agric. Please, we are done with the
Coming from
questions
the
on
budget.
Agric.
Thank you.
We are going to employment, and we're taking 2 from this side and 2 from that side. Questions on employment as presented. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. No problem. No problem. So whilst we await the questions on employment, I want to thank our resource persons from infrastructure and Agric for indulging us, for being here with us, spending so much time with us, and especially Dr. Priscilla. Thank you you are still here. You are all right, okay. So we are grateful. Thank you very much. And Dr. Priscilla is still with us. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Sure, you can leave. You are discharged. All right, okay. So we're taking 2 questions each side on employment. Yes, Honorable Eden.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My question goes specifically to Dr. Priscilla Chumesi. Given Ghana's consistent growth figures over the years, why has the growth not translated into proportional employment gains? Is it the structure of our economy, or there is a mismatch between skills and policy inefficiencies? As a lecturer, as an economics, what
Can we please
have you found out?
Keep the room quiet so Dr. Priscilla can hear the question that is being asked, please. Yeah, please go on.
Okay, so basically I want to find out why our growth figures over the years does not translate into proportional employment gains. What really is the challenge with the economy? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm equally trying to, so I want you to objectively seek to advise government, not the MPP government or the NDC government. No, you are advising Ghana. Do you think that government upon government will come with a lot of sloganeering, focusing on creating jobs and employment for youth? Now we end up not even being able to account. We end up not being able to create sustainable jobs. We end up spending a whole lot of government revenue on jobs that we cannot account for. Successive government will come and then would erase all we did and introduce a new nomenclature that seeks to do the same thing that was done. And over the years, that is how we create jobs in this country. What will be your advice moving forward so that we can have a sustainable jobs for the youth of this country that they can depend on and will qualify under all the indicators of job creation? Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable.
Yeah, thank you. On employment, I just want to make this comment before my question. That do you know that Ghana, we have about 60-70%, and you alluded to in the presentation, of the workforce in the informal sector and appointments. Okay, in the formal sector. The informal sector, which is so unstructured, and we have a program of generating employment. Is it going to be in the informal sector or the formal sector? Because the informal sector unemployment rate is so high. So if you are talking about budgets, looking at creating employment avenues for people and all that, I didn't hear anything about these dynamics. Now, is it the generation? Is it going to happen in the formal sector or in the informal sector? Yes, that's the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking, is it going to be in the informal sector or the formal sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more question. Okay. Honorable.
When this, on employment, when the speakers were making their statement, they made it clear that employment is about 6% in the government sector, 9% in the private sector, and the rest is expected to be in the informal sector. Why is it then that when we are calculating the employment figures, we are not adding the figures from the informal sector? We've been told that the figure we use in the budget for employment comes from the Controller and Accountant General, which is supposed to be about 6% of the total throughput. And then the jobs in the private formal sector is also 9%. It means that the rest, about 85%, are in the informal sector. So why is it that when we are plotting the GDP growth rate, we are also not bringing on board the jobs in the informal sector so that they are also recognized and then we can work more on them as well?
Thank you very much. Dr. Priscilla, you have 4 questions, but I think the third and fourth question almost seek the same answer, so you might have to just be answering 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable Edem. So essentially, the reason why the Ghanaian economy struggles to generate productive jobs, that is decent jobs, is the source of the growth, right? The source of the growth. When the source of the growth is from mineral resources, from sectors that are not intensive in the use of labor, you observe the growth, but the growth is not translated into jobs. And so essentially, you would have a situation where your GDP figure goes up, your income per capita goes up, but people complain they can't find jobs. And so in that context, you need to use other methods of social intervention to cushion the plight of people. And that is why every time we talk about jobs, the emphasis is on the manufacturing sector and the industrial sector. But the industrial sector, we know that within the industrial sector, that is where mining and quarry is, that is where construction is. Those sectors are equally important, but they are not labor intensive. And so we know that evidence shows that countries that have done well with employment generation and growth are countries that are focused on value addition and manufacturing, which forms the basis of the whole industrial plan, really.
The second question to you, I think, was about sloganeering and what advice you have for governments.
Okay, so Madam Chair, the issue of job creation, whether it is Party A or Party B, is the fact that throughout the years, employment generation has been taken as residual. What do I mean by residual? Anytime we come up with any budget, we talk about fiscal, we talk about monetary, we talk about GDP growth, we talk about this. There has not been a case where a budget has said that we are going to create 100,000 employment and we are able to monitor it. And it is because of the way we treat it. I gave an example that it is a reflection of investment that we give as far as data on employment is concerned. And therefore, if you want to see employment as a serious business, first you need to invest in data collection. You need to know where they are, where the youth are, what kind of skills do they have. Currently, SASCA service is struggling to come up with what we call administrative survey. That tells you the number of people that government itself has employed and where they are. So I guess, yes, and I can tell you, if you go to government, if you go to SASCA service, we are able to tell you 6% of total employment is in the public sector through survey, but not through administrative survey. Not through administrative survey. And I will bring your mind back to 2010, when it was difficult to get even unemployment rate. And you need to go back to about 10 years before we can get it. SASCA service now has unemployment rate as at last year, second quarter. So we need to invest in that to be able to know how serious we are. Apart from that, we always use what we call firefighting approach. And I will give you an example. In 2006, we came up with youth employment program without diagnosing the problem of youth employment. And at that time, we wrote and said we will be able to come up with a program, but we will not be able to actually solve the problem because we haven't diagnosed the problem. And that has been the case. And I can give you a number of government programs in job creation or employment generation that we don't do research or we don't base it on data. STEP programs in 2003 was done without looking at what was happening. And therefore, when we see that people are struggling, people are complaining, people are on the street, that is where it then comes to us that we need to do something. But it is not something that we normally integrate in our programs. It becomes what I call residual. Now, there was a question about informality and as to whether GDP that we report does not include informal sector. I can tell you the GDP that Ghana Statistical Service produces every year, there is a chunk that covers informal sector. And I can tell you that on average, informal sector account for 27% of total GDP. Formal sector account for the chunk of it. And that is why, honorable members, I say we look at the data, we diagnose it, and then we see that if we say tax policies must extend to the informal sector, we are talking about those who contribute 27%. So GDP actually covers that, and therefore employment also covers it. So all the figures and the data that we used, the GDP, which my colleague spoke about, and employment, the informal sector is part of it. Perhaps the last one, if I... Maybe you can.
Okay, I think the last one is on the employment initiatives. Why do governments keep coming up with employment initiatives? As my colleague indicated, employment is the outcome of everything in the economy. And so essentially, when a government comes into power for 4 years, the government is in a hurry to show that something has been done. If you are going to concentrate on the private sector to respond to the incentives you are creating to create the jobs, it takes time and people are sort of quote unquote impatient. And so government would come up with one program or another. And when you look at youth employment policies, you see that essentially those policies are not sustainable because really it's more like a short gap measure to control unemployment. But the reality is in the heavy lifting in making sure that the fundamentals are right. Government creates the initiative for the private sector to take the lead. And even if government is going into sort of a development banking approach to facilitate finance, government should not directly be employing people and putting them on payrolls in the areas of production. We know the status of our SOEs, for example. And so there is the need for employment targeting, equip the private sector to create the jobs with the right regulatory framework. Thank you.
Maybe just to add something small, when you want to monitor the effect of government program on employment generation, you need to monitor it well. For instance, a program can create employment for somebody who is already employed. So even though we have 10 people who are looking for a job, because of perhaps the skills that they don't have, government program will rather create employment for somebody who is already employed. And that person may have 2 jobs. You know, in Ghana, there are some people who have 1, 2, and 3 employment. And therefore, you need to go deeper into it so that your program will get to the target that you are seeking to achieve.
Thank you very much, Professor Boateng and Dr. Priscilla Bafo. We are grateful. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. We are ready for the next session.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have 2 sessions to go. Let's finish hard. The next session is the Decentralization and Composite Budget in the 2025 budget. And we have our presenter, Dr. Agric Oduro-Osai, and our discussant is Professor Seydou Alidou. Our chair for this session is Honorable Kofi Amankwa-Menu.
Thank you very much. As said by the MC, the next topic to be discussed is decentralization and composite budget in the 2025 budget. And to help us do this is Dr. Agric Oduro as the presenter and the discussant, Professor Seydou Alidou. The presenter has 20 minutes and the discussant 10 minutes. Without much ado, may I invite the presenter, Dr. Agric Oduro-Osai. Okay, so I understand Dr. Agric Oduro-Osai is not around. So I will invite Professor Seydou Alidou, the discussant, to. I believe you are doing the 2. Great. It's not on.
Good afternoon to you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to you all, Honorable members. I'm very delighted to do the presentation on decentralization and composite budget in the 2025 budget. I'm going to proceed as follows. First of all, I'll try and explain. So I'll try and explain decentralization and its essence in Ghana's democratic governance, look at the legal frameworks that underpin decentralization and its practice, and then I'll definitely look at the, I think this is the wrong slide. This is the wrong one. So definitely what I'll do, I'll look at the essence of decentralization in Ghana and look at the previous budget allocations to that particular sector or ministry, look at the various perspectives on decentralization, and then I'll make my conclusion and brief recommendations.
I have been reliably informed that after this, we'll take the next one before we do, we invite members for questions. And so please be patient. We will soon be done. We are almost there. I think we have a little hitch and it's being resolved. Honorable Deputy Speaker and the Deputy, the Chief Whip, Majority Side, you are being kindly asked to sit, to take your seat, so we can be out of this place very soon.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Chair. So I'm going to begin by explaining decentralization and its essence in Ghana's democratic development. Look at the legal framework and frameworks, as well as the funding sources for decentralization in Ghana. I look at the responsible ministry, alignments, realignments, and previous allocations in that sector. Look at the current budget in that sector, and then perspectives on budget allocation and analysis, and then I'll make my conclusions and recommendations. So just to remind honorable members, the whole concept of decentralization evolved with the level of participatory governance in our body politic. So if you look at both the first and second wave of democratization, it emphasizes more on participation and the act of people having the right to determine or chooses who governs them. So the third wave of democratic development actually mainstream in a very critical manner the concept of participation at the local government level so that democracy and the governance process can be brought to the doorstep of the ordinary citizen. So basically, decentralization involves the process of transferring political power, administrative responsibilities, and financial resources from the central government to local government or local government units. Definitely, the essence in doing this is to increase grassroots participation in the day-to-day decision-making process and administrative governance to achieve efficiency, and that will lead to improved public service delivery as well as economic growth and accountability. Largely, there are several types of decentralization concepts, and then the most common one has to do with the political decentralization, where political power is transferred to locally elected officials. Indeed, this particular type of decentralization strengthens our democratic processes and promotes political stability. Conversely, it is also subject to local elite capture if care is not taken, and then leads to political fragmentation in decision-making processes. The administrative decentralization, on the other hand, transfers local government management processes in terms of services and other things to the local level. One of the good things about it is that it kind of allows faster service delivery and encourages local innovation. On the flip side, it creates a lot of weak institutional capacity. It becomes very difficult to exercise where there is weak institutional capacity and bureaucratic duplication. The other type of decentralization is the physical, that basically transfers the control of financial management to local level. And the essence of this is the fact that it leads to better resources allocation and then accountability. And the setback includes the risk of corruption and regional inequality. The market decentralization, on the other hand, increases the role of private sector in governance, and that leads to greater efficiency and reduction in fiscal burden. On the other hand, definitely the focus more on this is profit-driven rather than public interest, and it leads in most cases to widening inequality. So decentralization in Ghana has evolved from the pre-colonial times where chiefs, elders, and community council members were exercising power on behalf of the central government, up to the level of the 1988 reforms where the introduction of MMDAs marked a strongest push to our decentralization process. And from 1992 beyond, the idea of decentralization and decentralized government has been institutionalized, enshrined, and has come to stay. Now, there are several legal frameworks that underpin the concept of decentralization in Ghana, including the 1992 Constitution, especially Article 20, that establishes the framework for local governance, the Local Government Act 2016, Act 936, that defines the MMDA structure and then the responsibilities that they play in the governance process, the District Assembly's Common Fund Act 1993, Act 455, that ensures financial allocations to MMDAs, and then the National Development Planning Act 1994, Act 480, that guides development planning at the local level. Basically, decentralized processes and goes through a lot of funding, or a lot of resources are required to fund them. And there are several sources for these particular processes, including the District Assembly's Common Fund, IGF of the districts concerned, that is largely garnered through property taxes, market tolls, and business licenses, donations and grants, central government transfer for specific projects, and then public-private partnerships. So if you look at the essence of decentralization in all, it improves our local governance system, it enhances service delivery, it encourages economic growth, and then it reduces bureaucracy. On the other hand, definitely in most cases, it leads to unequal resource mobilization, where richer districts have the opportunity to become richer, and then where there are weak institutional capacity, it becomes very difficult for some of the projects and policies that are formulated at the top level to be implemented at that particular level. There is also the issue of political interference and corruption and economic mismanagement. The Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy, Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs is the sector ministry now that is responsible for decentralization in Ghana. And it is interesting to note that this is a merger of two ministries in the immediate past government, i.e. the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, and the Ministry for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. And this particular merger is in line with the NDC's manifesto promise of reducing the number of ministers to 60 and then the number of ministries as well. In the current budget that we are looking at, there have been a lot of progressive policies and programs that has been captured, including an allocation of 7.51 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly Common Fund, and also an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis allocated for the payment of monthly allowances of all assembly members. And this is very significant because if people are paid or compensated financially for the work that they do to uplift the development and growth of this particular country, it becomes a big motivation for them to continue to do what they do. The other has to do with orientation and training for newly appointed chiefs, executive, and assembly members. And one of the serious challenges that we have looked at as part of the decentralization process is lack of expertise and capacity in a lot of the districts that we have in the country. So such an orientation and training will be a very important step in uptaking the capacity and then the competence of people who lead at that particular level. There's also the establishment of the Royal Academy of Chiefs and Traditional Authorities, a center of excellence that's also aimed at building capacity of chiefs, queen mothers, and then judicial committees to be able to do their work in a very better way. But there's also the proposal for the promulgation of the University of Local Governance and Development Bill that will lead towards what? The granting of a presidential charter. And a total amount of, there will also be an additional enrollment from the previous years in the ISS, that is the Integrated Social Services, to enroll to 20 MMDAs on the Integrated Social Services. That will lead to the disbursement of that will lead to the training of 200 beneficiaries in that particular project. I think there's also the essence of what? Continuation of development projects that were started, especially in infrastructure under the original established zones, developmental zones, i.e. the Coastal, Middle and Northern Belt Development Authorities and the Zongo Development Fund. So there's also the inauguration of 15 traditional councils that will continue the construction of office complex for the houses of chiefs in the 6 newly created regions, undertake training for traditional authorities on judicial processes and adjudication and on gender-based issues. And then lastly, definitely the ministry will continue with conflict resolution, management, and hold National Prayer Day. So in doing all this, a total of 2,904,508,442 has been allocated for the ministry. And if you compare this to previous allocations, that is the combination of the two ministries, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, you tend to see that there's a little bit of uptake in the allocation that has been made to the sector ministry. But that notwithstanding, wow. This notwithstanding, it is very important to note that decentralization is very important and critical to our day-to-day governance processes and for the betterment and enhanced governance welfare. So I have my recommendations, but the way it's projected here is very difficult for me to say it. So basically, it has to do with capacity, enhancing the capacity building and training of local government officials, improve transparency and accountability at the local government level, and then enhance participation and strengthen IGF revenue mobilization. I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think I will invite the MC to tell us what's on the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move quickly to the next session, which is analyzing the 2025 budget from a governance perspective. Our presenter, this is our last session, yes. Our presenter is Dr. Daniel Appiah, and we have our discussant, who is Dr. Emmanuel Akwete. Our chair for this session is Honorable Patricia PJ. So, Chair, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Our next session is on analyzing the 2025 budget from a governance perspective. And I therefore invite Dr. Daniel Appiah from the University of Ghana. And then our discussant will be Dr. Emmanuel Akwete, Agric. And the main presenter, you are given 20 minutes to do that, and our discussant will also have the next 10 minutes for the presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Appiah. If you don't mind, you go straight and do it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, honorable members. I am standing on all existing protocols. And before I proceed, I want to say a big thank you and a yuko for being with us since morning. We know it's not been an easy job. Being the last speaker, thank you very much. So, all right, so whilst they are trying to project my presentation, I wish to say that the nature of my presentation is a bit different. There are two things. First, I am supposed to equip you with the tool that you will use to do an independent analysis of the budget, and also going forward, the annual estimate that the MDAs are going to submit. And so the first part of my presentation will present the tool that you will use to do an independent analysis of the budget and then the annual estimate. And then the second part, I will do an application of how the tool is used so that you will be a bit familiar with its usage. Right, so having already talked about the nature of my presentation in the context of the governance sector, let me just briefly tell you something about the difficulty of establishing an effective governance capacity in a developing democracy like Ghana. It is not an easy challenge because if you look at the advanced countries, high-performing economies like Japan, Germany, Denmark, China today, all of them established their high-performing bureaucratic capacities not under conditions of multi-party democracy. So sometimes we are quick to want to learn from them, but the most important thing that we need to take note of as we try to help government to build an effective governance capacity is that the high-performing economies today, research has shown, that's by numerous well-renowned governance experts, they have made it clear that the advanced economies today did not build their effective governance capacities under conditions of democracy, but they did that under conditions of authoritarian rule. And so for developing countries like Ghana that have first adopted multi-party democracy and then trying to build a strong bureaucratic capacity for governance, many scholars and practitioners have made it clear that the challenge is going to be harder. The road is not going to be smooth. And so we need to bear that one in mind so that the two sides of the house will cooperate and then find the best way of building an effective governance capacity that we can all use to move forward. So across the world, when we talk about democracy, what we have to note, of course, is that there is no one-size-fits-all type of democratic governance. Different countries have adopted different types of democratic structures. Some have mixed proportional representative democracies. Others have got first-past-the-post democracies. Others have got various types of democratic government. And the majority of countries are not practicing Ghana's first-past-the-post presidential democracy. The majority of countries practice proportional representative democracy. As we try to build a very effective governance structure to move forward, it is incumbent on both sides of the house to learn from the experiences of the countries that are already ahead so that we'll be able to take our steps very carefully. As we approach the dawn of constitutional reform, it is very important that we soberly reflect on the paths that the advanced countries and then the recent developing countries that have transitioned now into developed economies like Singapore, South Korea, the path that they took so that we'll be able to learn from them and then learn very well. As we can see on the screen, Ghana's path to build a very effective state capacity for governance has not been easy, especially if you look on the screen, the topmost line, that is from the 1900s to 1950s, belonged to Ghana. And after independence, Ghana's ability to sustain a very effective bureaucratic capacity crashed. And it is very important that in comparison to other countries that have overtaken Ghana, we have to learn the lessons. Why did we lose it? Why have other countries, even including Senegal, Namibia, Ivory Coast, why have they overtaken Ghana in building an effective governance capacity? It is very, very important that we learn the lessons from our experiences. And it is in that perspective, for instance, that as we approach the task to build an effective governance capacity, our former president, John Ejiokum Kufuor, and then now current president, John Mahama, have all soberly reflected on, for instance, the tenure of office given to the executive and come to the same conclusion that in the entire Africa, it is only two countries that practice 4-year tenure of democracy, which is Ghana and Nigeria. For a developing country having such a short tenure of office, you can't use it for transformational development unless you put in place some other additional measures. And so these are things that need to be taken a look at. Right. And so I think you are surprised. I think you are surprised by that. Right.
Honorable members.
Honorable members.
Honorable members.
I am glad that you are surprised by this. But the fact remains that across all of Asia, you won't find a single country in East Asia that practices 4-year democracy. And in Africa, out of 54 countries, it's only Ghana and Nigeria. And that certainly has got some implications for us. Right, and so what kind of framework should we use in analyzing the governance sector in the budget? The framework that I present to you that you can also use on your own is called the Public Value Governance Framework. The Public Value Governance Framework. It is a framework that has been adopted outside Ghana by other countries, and then we can learn from their experiences. The framework emphasizes inclusive governance to pursue policies and build capacity and achieve results that improve the well-being of citizens in the country, regardless of the political affiliation of the citizen. And so it's focused on inclusive governance. Why does it focus on well-being? So development is focusing more on the well-being of citizens because it is a fact that whichever political divide that you belong to, we all have got the same basic needs for well-being. Water, food, shelter, we all need freedom, the skills to be productive, and then the need to relate with each other in a very happy way. And so that is why the efforts to find an effective governance mechanism must focus on mechanisms, policies, capacities, and results that at the end of the day fosters inclusive well-being. And it is on this well-being framework that today we find countries in the OECD framework now adopting the well-being framework to assess their progress when it comes to development. And so within the public value governance framework, three things are very, very important when you come to assess now the policies within the budget. The first one is for you to look at the initiatives that have been proposed or put forward in the budget. Are the initiatives of public value to citizens? Will they promote the well-being of citizens? So that is the first thing. The second thing is that beyond the initiatives that have been announced, that the relevant ministry, department, or agency also indicates the capacity that they will use now to implement that initiative. So you need to go beyond the initiative that has been announced now to also examine whether the MDA has proposed an appropriate capacity to implement it. And then it is also very important that we have to push the MDAs to also specify the appropriate result that they seek to achieve and how they will measure that kind of result. Many times when we look at the annual budget estimates, we don't see this. Many times when we look at the budgets that have been presented, we see that ministries, department, agencies have presented historical achievements, but then there is no clear indicator of whether or not they have been successful or not. So we need to be able to push them. And so those three things are very, very important when you come to analyze the budget and then the annual estimate. That is, the initiatives, whether they are of public value to citizens, the capacity that will be used to implement that initiative, and then the specific results, whether the results will really promote well-being for all citizens within the country. And so these three core pillars, at your committee level, you may agree to apportion some percentages to them in the course of trying to seek a consensus as to how you go about accepting an initiative from an MDA or rejecting it. For instance, the committee may take a decision to say that they will want to, or they apportion, let's say, 40% to a particular ministry in terms of the initiative that is presented, and then they will ask each member to rate from 0 to 40 to what extent that they agree that this initiative really will promote public value for citizens. The same is done for capacity presented by the MDA, and then the same is also done for the result. At the end of the day, when you put all together, the committee will be able to know whether or not they are in support of the MDA's budget estimate or they are not in support of it. And so when we apply this, now I'll just use one or two cases. When we apply this to the NDC government's manifesto, in our attempts to find out whether the manifesto promises that they made is really reflected in the budget. On the governance sector, we find the governance issues in Chapter 6 of the NDC's manifesto. Of course, at the end of the day, why should we analyze the budget in alignment with the manifesto promises? Because at the end of the 4 years, what you are going to tell the electorate is not whether or not you implemented a medium-term development plan, but whether you actually achieved what you promised in your manifesto. And that is the political contrast that you have with citizens. And we've seen this from both the NPP side and NDC side, performance tracker, and then the green book that we all recall. At the end of the day, they will ask you whether you've been able to achieve it. So let's take the audit service as one governance area and then use it now to apply the public value governance framework. In the NDC's manifesto, this is what they say, one of the things that they say about the audit service. The manifesto says that the government will support the Auditor General to enforce the surcharge powers of his or her office to retrieve embezzled funds with interest. Now, when you read the budget, under the audit service, what you have to analyze in terms of public value, this public value is, does the Auditor General say anything, or does the Auditor Service say anything about the exercise of surcharge? If they don't say anything about it, and if it is not in their annual estimate, then you know that you have to push them now to agree on how they are going to exercise it in the way that we saw a former Auditor General exercising it, or the Supreme Court making a ruling that that can be exercised. So that is one area that one can look at. At the same time, one will also have to find out whether the audit service has got the capacity to actually do their audit, to do the auditing, and then to move on from that to disallow and then to surcharge. And then we then also have to also push the audit service now to also clearly indicate what kind of results that they seek to achieve in the exercise of that disallowance and then surcharge. So that at the end of the fiscal year, when they come back again, 2026, now the basis for which you approve further financial disbursement to them is whether or not they have been able to actually use the money that you gave them now to achieve the result that they stated that they will do. And so the PowerPoint has frozen a bit, but I will want to summarize it by once again emphasizing that when it comes to analyzing now the content of the budget and then the annual estimate, it is important for you to critically examine whether policies and programs put forward by MDAs actually seek to achieve what is of public value to the citizen. At the end of the day, it's the citizen who is going to be the voter at the end of the day. And second, whether the MDA has also indicated sufficient or adequate capacity to achieve whatever kind of initiative that they put there. And third, whether there is a clear measurement that they have put out there to measure the result. And so I want to pause here because of the time. But to end, I think that there was one thing that I wanted to commend Parliament, unfortunately because of the freeze, but the research that recently has been produced by the Varieties of Democracy Institute has suggested that Ghana's parliament performed amazingly well compared to many parliaments in the African region. And so if you look at the performance, especially during the period of the hung parliament, whilst many media houses were reporting negatives, but the negatives usually also came out because of your zeal to make sure that the right things were done. And so at the end of the day, we hope that the ninth parliament will be able to build on the success that you were able to achieve and not let the success slip by. On this note, I want to say thank you once again. All right.
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Appiah. And we would like to call on Dr. Akwete of IDA to give the critiquing of the presentation. Thank you.
10 minutes I have. So may I say, Madam Chairperson and honorable members of Parliament, all protocols observed in the interest of my time. From where my the presenter did his presentation, I'm persuaded to respond to his issues in a way because we haven't talked. I haven't seen his paper. He hasn't seen mine, so we didn't know we were going to do that. But I think the idea that authoritarian rule is what brings about national cohesion and development, transformational development, has been tested across countries. Ghana went through it, one-party state, so we were not able to handle multi-party democracy from 1954, 54, even earlier, 51, and such that by 1964, we have established a one-party state. And then subsequently, we saw authoritarianism in military governments and various juntas. In fact, multi-party could not last. The longest time we had was up to 64. When Nkrumah then went one-party state and the coup started, we never had any stable. The Second Republic and the Third Republic lasted only 27 months. Somehow, from NDC's intervention, PNDC's intervention, in the Fourth Republic, we've had continuous, we are now in 32 years of democratic stability. A lot of things have been written about whether this stability has made it more strongly a nation, or it is also increasingly looking at the economy, is looking at the welfare of people and various others. So the Asian model, which inspired the one-party state, has not worked. That is the fact. The second point is that in the 32 years, we have seen institutions grow. In fact, the Fourth Republic has established, we call it a hybrid system. Multi-party takes place in Parliament and the presidency. Whoever wins the presidency has absolute control over central government. And the central government, the local government system was based on the PNDC's system of the cadres and all that. So I think what we should look at is that authoritarianism works in certain contexts. It might have worked in Malaysia, it might have worked in Singapore, the same party that went to independence is still on. In Ghana, the dynamics have been different. We've sometimes held coup d'etats, we've changed governments, also on democratic elected, and that dynamic is very important in defining where we are now. So what we thought we could do from the NDC manifesto, the Honorable President's State of the Nation address, and the campaigns they waged, we have come to a point where many have said the hybrid regime has been tested, it hasn't given us what we want, and probably we ought to look at how we could evolve or develop a fully fledged democracy. And I think for us, we wanted to therefore talk about, if you look at the President's 4 priorities, development priorities, he says he wants governance and constitutional reforms to happen under his term. He wants accountability, he prioritizes accountability and the fight against corruption. He talks about restoration and stabilization of the macroeconomic environment, and then improving business and investment climate. Our paper, therefore, looks at how it is that we could reform the hybrid system under which we live currently for 32 years. We are now in the 33rd year. And that has led to a situation where initially we thought there were significant differences between the MPP and the NDC, that the NDC didn't want multi-party parties in local government elections. We know how the 2019 referendum was cancelled. NDC was split. There were leaders who wanted a fully developed multi-party system. There were also those members of the grassroots who didn't want it. They pulled out. The NDC, on the MPP, on the other hand, has been more consistent with advocating fully fledged multi-party democracy. So where we stand now, today, is that if you listen to...
Honorable members, we need your attention, please.
Please, could you add points to me? I was a bit distracted.
Yes.
So I could get 10 more points. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you on a lighter note. So what we have now, we've come to a historical juncture where we are now beginning to see our two parties, who are the mostly represented in Parliament, looking at how to reform the Fourth Republic institutional arrangements. And the way that they are doing it is quite straightforward. In the NDC manifesto, first we heard the president saying that the NDC as a candidate would elect MMDCs, but parties are not coming in because it's a divisive factor in their party. But the MPP went on to say that they would support electing chief executives without parties getting involved, but they would also support a fully fledged multi-party democracy. And if you look at the president's presentation to the State of the Nation, the president touched on a very important element in transforming our democracy. He said, if the Constitutional Review Committee comes across issues that requires that we must amend entrenched provisions in the Constitution, they ought to consider that as well. It was not in the original mandate. And what that means is that if it is indeed the case that many Ghanaians are now thinking that we should open the system up and make sure that local government becomes the hub of development, nation building, and whatever goes with it, if it must be done, it has to be done. So he is president now. He's not talking like a candidate of a party. In fact, the president has said, since he was elected, he represents all Ghanaians. He's head of state, father of the nation, and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Just watch his utterances, and you find out that there is now a shift towards maybe a formalized way of constructing that consensus between MPP and NDC could play a role. So once he says we can consider, entrenched provisions review, he did not exclude parties. But the Constitution says if you want parties to come in, you must amend 55(3). This puts us in a different situation now. How do we get our two parties to build this consensus that is needed? Because the president of Ghana, not the candidate of the NDC, presidential candidate, but the president of Ghana today says he recognized, contrary to what he said in the campaign, that there can be some way of building our nationhood and also strengthening our institutions for development. We think this matter must be considered seriously. Furthermore, we think that to address some of these challenges that have come up, he says he's approving 80% of the common fund that is allocated to districts must now go to district assemblies. In the past, we've heard complaints that the funds don't go. They are spent in Accra, and very little goes to the local area. In many cases where you have parties engaged in local government and they are competing, the funds go, but institutions are built first. So in a democratization sense, we would have to look at how best we can build institutions that are lacking today in the local government areas, which is why there is so much that is of the common fund that is alleged to be chopped in Accra, or powerful people other than chief executives go into assemblies or chief executive positions, and then why even in the assemblies we also have parties there, and they're still missed because the parties are informal, there is no legal status for them, but they are there. So we do have a unique opportunity if you look at what now the president in his State of the Nation address laid out. The question is, can we get NDC and MPP to build consensus on this? It's not a matter of your numbers, because if you agree, both sides agree, we can see some very phenomenal reforms in our government system. And we can see a lot of resources going to local government areas. We can see a more professional civil service, like he refers to, who are not doing partisan stuff, and public services will be strong. We call it in political science, you're going to democratize this hybrid system to be a full democracy. And it means that parties will go in, but civil service will not be controlled by parties. Public service will not be controlled by the parties. The parties will be regulated in their behavior. You are not going to talk about galamsey and financing and all that. The rule of law will be enforced. This is an idea on the table, and I hope that, yes, I amended it. And I hope that if we are looking at where we are now, we've come to the point where you as leaders of the nation and lawmakers ought to see how maybe the consensus could be negotiated between the two parties to enable us revamp our institutional framework, what the state is, what party is, and how the rule governs what they do. On that note, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we've got into our Q&A section. And so far, we've made two presentations. We are going to go by the established format. Well, yes, that's the established one. So the first topic will be two from each. No? Oh, I see. I see. Thank you very much. And now, for the two presentations, we are going to ask for 2 questions from each side. Yes, in total, not for each of the presentations. No. Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Adam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I listened to the presenter who talked about decentralization. And we all know that decentralization in the late 80s into the 90s, played a crucial role in the development and local government participation at the local level. But of late, it's like we are gradually centralizing our issues in this country. What is the fate of our area councils, zonal councils, and town councils? Because this is where the planning of the various areas starts before they get into the district assemblies, before they can make their plans. The area councils, the zonal councils, and the town councils are virtually dying off. What is the fate of those structures? Thank you.
The Honorable Ochedaku, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's on centralization. If you take the commitment, of government to now send 80% of common fund to the districts, I want us to also discuss the issue of the Ministry of Finance actually releasing the monies to the District Assembly Common Fund. Secondly, if you take the President's State of the Nation's address, if you take up something like DRIP, the District Road Improvement Program, the government is now centralizing it to the region instead of leaving them for the districts to manage. The question is, do we as a country believe in our district chief executives, even though all of them have gone to the same schools with us, had basically the same trainings with us? Do we still believe in them to give them the responsibility in managing the districts? Because from the first speaker, he made it very clear that where we decentralize, responsiveness is higher than centralizing at the national level. So I want us to take that fair decision, whether it is now time to firm it up in our minds that we want to really give them fair chance to succeed in the district, rather than always thinking that the people in Accra are better than the people in our districts.
Thank you. Any intervention, Honorable?
Sorry. All right. Thank you. Mine is on the issue of common fund that the assemblies always wait for. Would there not be a policy that a percentage of internal generated fund be gotten by the assemblies before central government give them a common fund? Because when you get to the local level, it's like their revenue generation is in the low and always waiting for central government common fund before they perform. That's what I'm asking. The last one, as a nation, I feel that we should advocate towards the National Development Planning Commission owning our development plan, so that any government that comes to power, if it is roads and we've gotten to a particular place, the next government should necessarily continue from there instead of diversifying or bringing in their own policies, disrupting everything in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The final one, Honorable Frimpong, please.
Yes, thank you. Chairman, thank you. Within the decentralization structure, it's in the budget that the assembly members are going to get some remuneration to motivate them to really work for the development of the districts or the electoral areas. But there is a chain, and one side of the chain that has not been considered, but they are crucial in terms of development, are the unit committee members. So, in your view, don't you think this singular act is rather going to create unnecessary tensions in our localities? Because, seriously speaking, they do the work at the base if you want to deepen decentralization in this country. And then secondly, the fiscal aspect of decentralization. We all know that is a big problem. Looking at the budget, do you see any curative measures in the budget that will go to address the issue of fiscal decentralization? Because that is a bane of development in the most districts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. I think I'll give the chance
Madam
to
Chair,
Dr.
just a simple question to Dr. Akwete. Very short one.
Honorable, two on each side, please. We are running against time, so I'll give you an opportunity if we have a little time. So
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Akwete. There's a saying that.
Honorable, you wait. When we'll have more time, then we can. It's not good.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. What I'm going to do, I'm going to attempt them briefly. But with your permission, Honorable Chair, I will recruit my learned colleague who has very progressive views on local government to also help address some of the questions as I move on. So I think I agree that the local councils and the zonal councils are very, very critical in the day-to-day local governance processes. And I also agree that there have been a lot of phasing out of their responsibilities and demotivation moving forward. So I think one of the ways that we can improve and motivate them to participate more is to actually maybe moving forward implement similar financial rewards that is being extended to assembly members, to local and zonal council members, but also build their capacities moving forward and to create a serious interface between them and the people that they address or they deal with day to day. With the issue of the DRIP, I think the initial centralization of the DRIP project at the local level was very helpful. It actually initiated the innovativeness in the local people using those particular facilities for their benefit. So I still believe that it will be very critical to liaise with the district level organization that has been done now so that they can be a rapport between them and to help them to be able to utilize it. Where even capacities are lacking, I think there could be an initiative to build capacities and to address the ills that were preventing them from using it at that particular level. With regards to the common funds and the delay, I think this has been a major issue in our governance process, especially at the local governance level, and there have been several attempts to address it. But there are alternative sources of income for local government administrators and officers, even though they are not regular and they differ from one particular local area to the other. So, for example, the issue of IGF, if they can be able to mobilize a lot of IGF to work with in lieu or in expectation of the annual transfer, the transfers that come from the District Assembly Common Fund, that could be good. I know all of them don't have the same economic resources and capacity to be able to raise those revenues, but they can also build partnerships and also try as much as possible to find alternative ways of generating money to work whilst they wait for this. The National Development Planning Commission plays a central role in coordinating development processes from the local level. And I think they should be empowered, and if there are even the ability to initiate new laws or even repeal existing ones, to let them directly control or participate in the development processes at the local level, that would be much desired. So with the 100 million thing, I think the issue of creating tensions, yes, there will be the fact that the local and zonal level officers may feel that they also deserve such a gratuity in the day-to-day performance functions that they perform. But I think moving forward, given the very limited resources that we have, I think it is a phase-by-phase implementation. And I do believe that when the economy improves to the level that government can extend that benefits to them, it will really motivate them to be able to do better. So as I mentioned earlier, my very learned senior colleague will also add his views to the questions that have been posed on decentralization.
Thank you, Dr. Akwete. If you can add. Okay, Honorable Dako, if you can come in short.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you very much. My question to Dr. Akwete is on governance. That we seem to criticize the winner-takes-all policy as we know it. So I'm trying to find out from him, what do you think should the alternative look like, and what are we going to share? I'm talking about Dr. Akwete, the winner-takes-all policy that we criticize. I'm asking, what would the alternative look like? And if it's not winner takes all and there's an alternative, what are we going to share?
Dr. Akwete.
Yes, I should. Hello, Honorable. Thank you very much. I think that we've come to a juncture where the two parties coming together to turn the local government system, into a fully fledged system that not only is for civil servants and public servants and so on, but parties and independent candidates will go there. Because institutional reforms will precede parties coming in or individuals being able to contest as they want. So we call it democratization, meaning that you are making the transition from institutional setups that do not have the democratic accountability principles and are even not fully developed. So the local government system we have now is really not fully developed. And it wasn't meant to be like that. But the demands we are making now means that we have to look at local government. For instance, civil servants and public servants should not be touched by, cannot be removed at will by chief executives. The law would not allow that. In the UK, you can't do it in many establishments. The hybrid system hasn't allowed us to develop the institutions we need, that are state institutions, and nobody can touch them. All those things, we have a fusion, and it's creating more confusion because Ghanaians in the last 30 years have emerged, they're asking critical questions, and they want to see the benefits of the institutional setup to improve their lives and so on. It's not happening. So we need reforms. And I would think that unless we get the MPP and the NDC to come together, because the Constitution requires consensus to reform local government the way we want. It's not a military coup that would impose anybody there. But the two parties have to agree. And that's why I think we have an opportunity, given the kind of 80% should go straight to districts. How are they going? Where are the institutions? Can political parties interfere? There has to be rules and regulations on these things, and there are none. So some reforms are needed, but it cannot be done by one party, and it has to bring parties together to agree to do it. Wherever parties go, independent candidates would also be protected. So I'm sorry I can't go more than I can because I'm under pressure. Maybe we can talk later. Thank you.
Dr. Saidi, Dr. Ali Due, thank you.
Right. So I think my final word on your question, the winner take all, what would the alternative look like? The alternative, what it will look like is what the hung parliament actually produced for parliament. Now, in having Ghana's parliament being rated as one of the very best in Africa, when there was a balance of power, and then we saw for the first time many private members now initiating kind of bills. And so at the end of the day, we have to find a way of balancing power at the executive level. Once we are able to do that, what we saw now in the 8th parliament, the successes that we saw, we will be able to also see that now within the state. Also, we should be able to also learn from the other countries that have successfully been able to make transitions from third world now to the first world. Because even under Kwame Nkrumah's regime, when we had a parliamentary system of democracy, and it's helped him to a long extent, we can look back and at the end of the day, revisit it and then see whether or not there's something that we can pick from there. So there's a lot that we can really look at from a balance of power situation. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, gentlemen. We are very grateful for attending and making a presentation that is very interesting. We know that in future, you're going to also assist in the future budget of maybe the second term. So we thank you. And with this, you are duly discharged. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the speaker will be coming in very soon, but in the meantime, Yapon. Sorry. Yes, sorry. In the meantime, please scan the QR code on the screen. Diabolic. Scan the QR code on your screen and start the evaluation of today's activity while we wait for the speaker to come in. But do get up and stretch your legs. Thank you.
Honorable members, let us rise for the Right Honorable Speaker.
Good evening, honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker. We've all too soon come to the closing session of the two-day 2025 post-budget workshop. Without much ado, I would like to... Will you speak before this? You speak out. Okay. We would invite our Right Honorable Speaker to give us his closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Good evening to you all. I monitored you from my office. Yesterday, I couldn't do so. As you all know, I landed yesterday morning and rushed here to open the 3-day workshop. This is our usual post-budget workshop. We thought you could use 3 days. Due to your endurance, you converted it to 2 days. I must say I was so happy because attendance have been very, very impressive. I said attendance has been very impressive. That is a fact. Apart from that, I saw members were very focused. Participation was vibrant. Very good questions were asked. And more importantly, the resource persons did a very good job. Disagreement is permitted. That is my observation. I know many of the resource persons. I've worked with them at the university, in civil society. They are very objective people. Very, very objective people. And I listened to their presentations and your attempt to inject your political partisanship in it. So I know what to expect next week when we start the debate. Because I know after the comments, we'll do an intensive debate because we'll have to pass the appropriation bill. And the appropriation bill will have a second reading. And as we listen to the ministers present their sector budgets, a lot of questions will be raised. I listened to some of the resource persons raise the question of the resource availability, whether some of the promises will actually have the necessary financial muscle to be implemented. It's been good, and I want to commend all of you for a good job well done. I don't have much to add to that. I will only, before they come, to thank all of you, praise you for your patriotism. This whole weekend, I know the pressure on members of parliament, but you've decided, in spite of that, to spend all the weekend, Friday night to Sunday night. We thank you so much. Tomorrow can be a bit for you, but Tuesday, we expect to get an even more impressive attendance, and I'm sure we'll have a very good debate. This is part of the reset agenda, even in the Parliament of Ghana. I assure you that even in Liberia, the president of Liberia was able to quote some of your submissions on this floor. Yes. He said they observe what we do here very, very, very well on a daily basis, and we are far advanced in our democracy than theirs. And together with the majority leader, we did a great job to try and bring the warring factions together in Liberia. It's not easy. Democracy is a very, very complex system, sometimes very contradictory, but you just need discipline, you need tolerance, you need hope, and we have gone further than them. And so there's still work for us to go and do there, but I can tell you where others fail, we have succeeded. And so when we mentioned that we had to come all the way, leaving you to handle a budget that had been presented, it was looking something difficult for them to understand, where the speaker and the leader could leave and the House would still be sitting and transacting business. And this is to show how far we have gone in our democratic practice, how mature you are as leaders of your constituents. And I congratulate all of you for that. Thank you so much for coming, and may the good Lord continue to bless us all.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for your remarks. I would like to say on behalf of the membership of this House, a big thank you to all our resource persons and facilitators that we've had here in the last 2 days to help us to interrogate our budget ahead of the debate, and also to thank members of Parliament for being here for the last 2 days for this marathon. Members should please remember to scan the QR codes and submit your evaluation forms. And also, you are to go to the Appointments Committee room. I think you know what to do there. If you don't go, you only blame yourself later. And then there's dinner, pardon me, the administration block, yes. The third is the vetting room. I think we all know where that is, yes. And then also there's dinner at the same venue where lunch was served this afternoon. And I think next is I'll invite my colleague to come and invite the person who's going to give us the vote of thanks, and then the closing prayer will be after that.
Thank you very much. It's been an amazing time emceeing the program with you, Doc. So we will invite Honorable Shirley Che, MP for Ichuma Nwabieja South, to give us the vote of thanks.
The Right Honorable Speaker, respected colleagues and distinguished guests, I rise to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers, facilitators, and participants who made this two-day post-budget workshop a resounding success. Over the past 2 days, we've engaged in enriching discussions, shared experiences, and acquired new knowledge and skills that would undoubtedly enhance our performance as lawmakers. This workshop has been instrumental. Really? This workshop has been instrumental in providing us with deeper understanding of the 2025 national budget and its implications for our constituencies. We have gained valuable insights into budget analysis, fiscal policies, and the role of Parliament in ensuring financial accountability and transparency. I extend special gratitude to our facilitators, including the Parliamentary Training Institute and the leadership of both the majority and minority sides for their dedication to our capacity building. To my fellow MPs, I commend your enthusiasm and participation through this workshop. Let us build on the momentum generated here and continue to work collaboratively to advance the interests of our constituents and our nation. I also wish to thank the Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Alban Smana Kingsford Bagbin, for opening and closing this workshop and emphasizing the importance of MPs being well-versed in budgetary matters. Once again, I thank everyone involved in making this workshop a success. May the knowledge and insights gained here translate into tangible benefits for our beloved country. May the knowledge and insights gained here translate into tangible benefits for our beloved country, Ghana. May we never stop learning. Thank you.
We will call on Honorable Emmanuel Beja to give us the closing prayer. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, as we share the closing prayer, shall we all be upstanding? We've been sitting down for too long. Today is also Sunday. Father God, we thank you so much for the opportunity for bringing all of us to this place to study under your faith. The Bible said that you who has begun a good work in us, you will bring it to a perfect completion. We know you have brought us to this place from Friday till today. We've learned a lot from our resource persons. We have learned under your faith. We thank you, first of all, that none amongst us was sick. We're all healthy. We are all hearty, and we'll go back home joyful. Learning that when we come back here on Tuesday, the debate will be lively. The debate will, oh God, inure to the benefit of this nation. I thank you so much, even as we go back to our various homes. Take us back safely. Prepare us, oh God, mentally, physically, and spiritually to return to this floor to debate, oh God, that which you have entrusted into our hand. knowing that we have only one Ghana. We give you thanks. In Jesus' name we pray. May we go back home safe. May the Lord go with us, even as the Lord prepares the work for us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing where you are. The Right Honorable Speaker will take leave of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, don't forget, appointments room. Vetting room, the block, the new block.